Another day in Biel, so the round 3 of the Grandmaster Triathlon has been finished. As you already saw yesterday, we had a lot of exciting games in action in the GMT main tournament. And we also were witnesses to some of the historic moments, as for example, Domarayu Gukesh was not only able to take over the lead in the GMT tournament, but also become one of the youngest players in the history of chess to score the ELO rating over 2700. But of course, let's first have a look at what happened in the previous games. So we probably should start with the drawing games because Arkady Nadic was playing a game against Andrei Yesipenko. It wasn't really an eventful game because they played out the 4 knights variation, which at the professional level is considered to be quite drawish. But recently there have been some new ideas, so that's why Nadic felt that this is a good choice for this particular game. After bishop d3, d5, black has to challenge the center, e takes, short castle, there's various continuations at black's disposal. For example, bishop g4 has become quite trendy. Now, instead, after c takes on d5, bishop g5, white starts to challenge the pawn on d5 with ideas like bishop takes on f6, knight e5. So here, after bishop e6, which is one of the major continuations, Nadic was following Andrei Yesipenko's game earlier this June against Eltaj Safarli. After knight b5, c5, black takes care of the d4 square, and after a3, b4, the position pretty much inevitably simplifies. Because if black twice takes on b4, white can at least take back the pawn on a7 and have a normal game. After bishop b6, capture on c5, c3, white secures the square on d4. But now after h6, the position was simplifying. Bishop d7, Yesipenko tried to, again, repeat the position against Safarli, played earlier this June. Bishop e7, queen f3, white is thinking about some tactical ideas like knight f5, rook e7, try to get to the mate on h7 as he would form a battery. However, rook e8, they were following this game I already mentioned before, Safarli against Yesipenko this June. And here after knight f5, bishop f5, the position pretty much inevitably simplified because the bishop on h4 now is under attack. So Nadic didn't really think of anything better than to take on f6, the position, followed by a couple of trades. And in the end, a draw was agreed after several moves. So again, to remind you, the tournament system, you have to make 40 moves before you're allowed to make a draw, or there needs to be a threefold repetition. Draw was agreed in a couple of moves. The second game of round 3 was Vincent Keimer against Norbert Abdusatorov. Here Vincent tried to play out some sort of Queen's Gambit declined structure. Bishop b4, white is fighting for the center, so black understandably is challenging it. And here white decided to play a rather rare move, bishop d2, because the main move here in this position is bishop d3. All of these lines have been tested many times before. After bishop d2, here Abdusatorov took on d4, and Vincent, instead of playing e takes on d4, going for the isolated queen's pawn structure and perhaps some attacking chances of the king side, decided to go for a positional approach. He gave a check on a4, and now his idea was try to capture the bishop, as that's a check. After knight c6, knight e4, this pretty much forces black to play bishop d7. And after the trade on c6, black has to include bishop takes on c3, bishop takes on c3, and bishop takes on c6. Well, apparently so far they've been following the game of Arjun Erigaisi against Levon Aronian from last year's Rapid, where Erigaisi did play queen a5 and claim a little advantage. However, Vincent played queen a3. So maybe what we have to mention here that after queen a5, if black responds with b6, then after queen a3, knight e4, in some variations the bishop on c6 is not well defended and black cannot easily castle short. Now instead, queen a3 was played to keep the black king in the center, and here after the very powerful knight e4, Keimer realized that probably accepting the pawn on g7 is risky because black would play moves like rook g8, bishop d4, think about moves like queen h4, long castle, the white king is in the center, and things can become quite dangerous for white. Now instead, he had to play rook d1, and after knight c3, queen takes on c3, after a game in the post-game interview, Winston revealed he simply missed Black's last move, Queen f6, which apparently just equalizes the game. He had anticipated short castle, and then after c takes, bishop d5 cannot be played due to e4. Black loses a piece, and then after he takes on d5, at least white keeps some chances to attack this pawn on d5. Think about moves like rook d4, bishop e2, short castle, and try to count the pawn. However, after queen f6, the position was rather uneventful, and some trades happened, which pretty much inevitably led to a draw. So black has slightly worse pawn structure, but white is unable to exploit it. The draw was agreed shortly after reaching the second time control, so there was not much to see. And again, the players had to make physically 40 moves and agree to a draw, because none of the sides can make a progress. Now, we also had two decisive games in round 3, and probably one of the most notable games of the round was Domrai Gukesh scoring a very important victory with the black color, which not only allowed him to take the lead in the overall rankings of the GMT, but also become the youngest Indian player in the history of chess to cross 2700 ELO, and also one of the youngest players in the world to do that. So here, again, we had Queen's Gambit declined, c takes, e takes, bishop g5. Now, there's many ways how black can play. Here, Gukesh decided to play a bit more aggressive. Bishop b4, e3, h6. Directly asking white questions. What are you going to do here? Because bishop f6, queen f6, white apparently cannot hope much. White decided to play bishop h4, accepted the challenge, and after g5, knight e4 here, perhaps knight e2 was slightly precise move, but I mean, this is still theory. The big point is now to black's h5, white has access to h4, and after knight g3, g takes on h4, white always has knight takes on h5. But rook c1 also is perfectly playable. Now Gukesh played h5 to challenge the bishop on g3, so naturally h3, h4, black is happy to take on g3. So f3 was played by the top Vietnamese grandmaster. And now after knight takes on g3, h takes on g3, c6, here the first critical moment arose right now. So white decided to play g4, h4, g3, which probably was not the best choice. In the live stream studio, we're discussing about possibilities for white to play knight h3, short castle f4, which also later by one of the leading Indian grandmasters, Surya Ganguly, was acknowledged as a very interesting way to continue. However, white decided to play really inspiring chess. He played king d2, insisting to grab center in moves like f4, knight f3, and try to grab the center. However, as it would turn out later, the king on d2 is not where it belongs. So after a couple of moves, the position led to the following moment: f4, queen f3, f5. And you could already see that white is in trouble because the king on d2 is not where it belongs, so naturally Gukesh was seeking ways to open the position and get to the white king. After knight h3, c5, f6, g5, the Vietnamese grandmaster tried to complicate things. Now black is already threatening to capture the knight on h3, snatch the pawn on g5 for free. So this is where Le Quang Liam felt the king needs to be relocated to a safety. After c takes, rook c8, black continued the attack. And here, after king b1, the young Indian grandmaster was able to unleash a very powerful idea of bishop takes on a3, which probably was not properly evaluated by the Vietnamese grandmaster. Now here, the big point is that after b takes, queen takes on a3, black's attack is too strong. For example, white gives a check here, queen d2 here, and black starts a very powerful attack. So if white takes it, think about moves like rook c6, rook b6, think about moves like bishop f5 check. And in the live stream studio, we discussed queen a2 as a defensive resource. However, after queen b4 check, king a1, knight a5, black seals the deal. Knight b3 is killing, the knight is under attack, and any knight e5 is queen takes on d4, and the white's position collapses. So this didn't happen, and Le Quang Liam had to do something else. So he played knight b5. He gave up a pawn, but tried to complicate matters. After the trade, another accurate move by the Vietnamese grandmaster to try to push away the black queen from reaching the b4 square, where it could go for a very deadly attack. Bishop b5, bishop d6, And here, white was doing rather well, and actually he sacrificed the second pawn to complicate matters. Otherwise, you look at this knight on h3, it's not doing anything. The pawn on g5 is also not moving anywhere. So also after g6, f takes, knight g5. Now white is down 2 pawns, but the f pawn is very strong. And this is the moment when Gukesh pretty much made the only mistake in the game. He rushed with queen a4, which is a normal-looking move. However, it was more precise to start with rook c8, keep control of some of the squares, and only then proceed with queen a4 and queen b4. Now, the big difference is that after queen a4, here white had access to very precise rook c1, giving him very good chances to escape with a draw. Now he's threatened to play f7, knight e6, and most likely he would be able to save the game. Now, after knight e6, which was a mistake, rook c8, the players were approaching a time trouble, queen d1, queen d7, black decided to keep the queens on the board. White already was in immense time trouble. Queen g4, knight c4, and the final mistakes were made by white, taking on c4, leaving the white king very vulnerable. Now think about moves like c3, queen b5, and add on top of that the two extra pawns that black has. After rook takes on h4, c3, b takes, queen b5, black already had a winning attack. So the game didn't continue for much. Queen a2 check, king d1, queen b3, rook e8. Now instead of taking the pawn on c3, black simply collected the knight for free. After f7, queen e6 already was a possibility to simplify the position. However, the young Indian grandmaster was very principled, and he actually went for the checkmate. Very nice move, king c7, allowing white to play rook h7, and now a beautiful mating net started. Now again, after queen e1 check, king d3 is rook e3, the pawn on c3 falls, and after king c2, black simply mates white. Now the big idea is, for example, king c4, b5, king d5, queen b3, that's mate on the board. So fantastic game by Gukesh, who scored one of the most important victories so far in his career. Now the final game of the round 3 was the longest game of the round, which lasted about 6 hours yesterday, ended with a drama. So Salem Salek, the leading Emirati grandmaster, was playing against Gata Kamsky, and here, after d4, Kamsky played the very provocative Dutch defense variation. After bishop f4, knight f6, e3, g6. This is essentially the variation that led Gata winning the triathlon to a victory last year by beating Vincent Kammer with the black color in the final round. Now, after h4, white was threatening to play h5 and tried to sacrifice the exchange, which prompted the American grandmaster to respond with h6, so that after h5, he can defend his kingside by g5. So Salem Salek played out the position in a very interesting way. However, at some point, one couldn't help but feel that something is slightly wrong, because after knight h3, bishop h2, followed by knight f4, it felt a bit artificial, and black was doing all right. Black was really doing all right, having secured all the critical squares at the king side, and now trying to do something at the queen side. After bishop c4, a6, the big question was at which moment white is going to push d5. So after d5, black wants to respond with knight e5, and that's why here Salem Salek was preparing this. He played a3, bishop a2, and he's thinking for the right moment to play d5. Now that after knight e5, the bishop on c4 is not under attack. This prompted Kamsky to close the position with d5, and again, thinking about the queenside assault with b5, b4. Now the game started to become really sharp. After knight e3, the pawn on c7 is under attack. Kamsky defended it. Queen g3, white decided to go for assault in the center. Think about moves like f3, e4, knight f4, rook e1, e4. And at some point, the game already reached a time trouble. So naturally, white is trying to start an attack at the king side. Black is trying to open the queen side. Rook e1, b4, a4, knight e7. And here in the post-game interview, Salem Salek confessed he felt he's so much better here, but he couldn't find the way. And of course, later, after the game, we'd also check the game with an engine. There was no direct continuation. There's no clear path to the victory. However, also the engines approved that white is definitely much better. Queen f2, bishop a6, g4. This was played by Salem Salek, which he said after the game he was not very happy with, but he had to do something. And here, after f takes on g4, rook g1, things started to go really, really wild because white sacrificed the pawn on f3. He wants to get to the pawn on g6. And after bishop c4, probably Salem Salek missed an opportunity to make one of the most exciting moves of the tournament. He could have sacrificed a piece. After rook takes on g4, he could have ignored the bishop. And the big point is, after bishop a2, just calmly play b3. I mean, welcome to the 21st century. White wants to capture the bishop back, king b2, and the attack at the king side continues. So that was incredibly difficult move to pick up. He didn't find it. So after bishop b3, which was technically a mistake, Kamsky had an excellent chance to take over the game had he played knight f6 with the idea that after f takes on g4, push in the center the pawn e5. However, after bishop b3, that was a mistake. Kamsky now played knight f6 with the idea to push e5, but now after queen c2, e5, the position was in favor for white. After take it, knight e5, rook e5, there was a lot of skirmishes in the time trouble, but in the end, we just fast forward this position. This led to an endgame. After rook b6, black is threatening rook c6, knight g7, very powerful move by Kamsky, threatening rook c6. Queen b1, it was incredibly difficult to evaluate the arising complications. So here, Salem Salek decided to enter an endgame where he felt he has some minor chances to win the game, but normally it should be a draw. Now, we reach this position, f takes, rook c6, g5, knight e4, take it, and rook f1. Now, there's a material equality on the board, but there's a high chance that the position is going to liquidate because all black needs to do is trade all of those queenside pawns, and of course the pawn on h4 as well. So here, after king g6, rook f8, c4, take it, rook c4, black is threatened with knight c5 check, bishop g1, b3, bishop d4, knight c5, and unfortunately for white, he cannot play king e3 due to the I think actually king e3, due to the knight takes on a4, and the threat is to eliminate all the pawns and secure a draw. Now he took on c5, and this position was evaluated by Salem Salek as slightly unpleasant for black. Salem praised in post-game interview rook a8 move. The idea was to provoke black to play king h5 and only then play rook b8. And now it actually was quite tricky because here apparently the most precise move that black could have secured the draw was king takes on h4. And now the big idea, rook b5, black plays rook c2, and after rook takes on b3, play rook c4. Oh, quite difficult to pick up. So what Kamsky did here, he played rook c4 right away. Now there's a major difference because after rook b5, rook a4, rook takes on d5, this was probably quite an unpleasant surprise to Kamsky because he cannot take the pawn on h4 because white enters a winning pawn endgame. Now, initially, we also missed it during the live stream interview, live stream coverage, because after king c3, a3, b takes, you can see the black king is not in the so-called square. He cannot stop the pawn. So black cannot do that, so he had to step back king g6. Salem Salek proposed maybe king h6 was more precise. And the critical moment arose here, so white was definitely playing it for the win because he has an extra pawn. Rook a2, all Kamsky needs to do is trade the a pawn for the b pawn. And now a3, b4, rook h2, king b3, the critical moment arose here. Now, the position is still drawn, but by only one move. So Kamsky had to pick up king e6, which was pretty, perhaps, difficult move to pick up right now. And the big point is, if white plays a rook a5, you just play king d6. Just a second, not king d6. I think it's just a check. Here, now you play king d6. And after rook a3, there's always this motive. You need to evaluate if the black king is cut off. So here, specifically here, black can give a check first on h2, king b3, I take on h5, put the king on b8 and claim a draw. And if white plays here, white is never in time to cut off the black king because the pawn on b4 needs to be protected, making this a rather simple draw. So this was one attempt for the Emirati grandmaster. Had Kamsky picked up the correct continuation, king e6. And now, for example, if he would try cut off the king by rook d1, this would be a draw with the move a2. For example, h6, rook h6, king a2, rook h3 is a draw which perhaps looks a bit difficult, but rook h8, king b3, rook b8 is a textbook draw which you can find in Mark Dvoretsky's endgame manual. Unfortunately for American grandmaster and his fans, he mixed up. He mixed up this idea and he played rook h3 check first. Now the idea that after king e6, he probably anticipated rook a5, but only to miss rook d1. Remember, again, the ordered moves sometimes in chess really does matter. After a couple of moves, black's position already was unsavable. Rook d4, inevitably white trades the h pawn for the a pawn. And the biggest problem here for black, for example, here, if black takes it, this would be a draw if the black rook was here, not here, because then you would play rook b8 and claim a theoretical draw. However, that's why the rook on a7 is too close for the white king. Now, Kamsky tried to seek some tricks, provoke white to play h8, rook h8, and claim exactly that position. However, all it comes down is to order the moves, and here Salem Saleh forced black to take on h7, king a3. Now again you see rook a7, king b3. The black rook cannot be positioned on rook a8, rook b8. And after a couple of moves here, Kamsky had seen it enough because this position inevitably will reach the so-called bridge. And here you see the results of round 3. Gukesh scores a victory against Likwang Liem, becomes one of the youngest players in the history of chess to reach 2700 ELO. Salem Saleh also scored very important victory in the rook endgame, showing again studying games because this is where it really matters. Vincent Kammer against Abdusatorov and Arkady Naiditch against Andrei Yesipenko finished in a draw. And now also let's have a look at the overall rankings. You see Gukesh is leading the tournament with 16.5 points thanks to his victory of Likwang Liem. Likwang Liem is in the second place, 15 points. Yesipenko, third place, 14.5 points. And then we have Naiditch, Salem Saleh, another back Abdusatorov, trailing behind. And unfortunately for Kammer and Gata Kamsky, the tournament is not so successful so far. So the action will continue on Sunday with the Blitz tournament. The players will play between each other 14 rounds or 2 double round-robin tournaments with a time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. The scoring system will be 1 point for the victory, half a point for a draw, 0 points obviously for the loss. And then after that, they will have a rest day and the action will resume with round 4 on Tuesday. Thank you for watching this. Follow us live stream and have a great day. Welcome everybody from Bienne town here in Switzerland because this is where is ongoing the 55th International Chess Festival and we have a quite an amazing program, but today it's time for Blitz. Angelika Volkova, I'm Graham Starato Nations, we will be your host today and in, what is it, something like 4 or 5 minutes, the green light to the Blitz will be given.
Yeah, welcome everyone, and let's probably go quickly and check who are going to play today, what are the standings for now, because we really don't have so much time. The Blitz will be really happening very fast, so we have to make sure everything is ready before it starts.
Here's the overall rankings. So you see Domarai Gukesh is the sole leader of the overall rankings. He leads the Grandmaster Triathlon, 16.5 points, thanks to his amazing result yesterday, beating Le Quang Liem, the previous leader of the black color. And now he is leading with 6.5 points. The former leader, Le Quang Liem, is in the second place, 15 points, 14.5 points for the Russian Grandmaster Andrei Yesipenko. And then we have Nadic, Salem Saleh, and Abdusatorov slightly behind. For the Blitz, here you see, this is going to be pairings of round one. The time control will be 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. They are going to play 14 rounds or 7 double round robins, 2 double round robin tournaments of 7 rounds, right?
Yes, and it will be really nice because the players will play against each other with both colors, so that's why there will be no tricks, no luck, so everyone will play against everyone with both colors. And we have the pairings of the first round, what you can see. We have board one, Le Quang Liem against Arkady Naidic. Le Quang Liem lost yesterday to Gukesh. And okay, Arkady Naidic is trying also to catch up with everyone. Saleh Salem against Gata Kamsky. It will be the repetition of the previous game from yesterday. Vincent Keimer against Gukesh. This probably we're going to follow a lot because we have a leader, Gukesh, in this pairing. Norderbeck Abdusatorov against Andrei Sipenko, the fourth.
And here you see, this is the overall information about the tournament. We have so many tournaments here, 15 tournaments in total. Last year's winners, people like Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, they were playing here before. And this is, once again, our live stream schedule for the festival. So today it's Sunday, July 17th. We are playing here the Blitz. It's not only for actually the GMT, also everybody else in open tournaments, they are playing in the Blitz tournaments. And very quickly, what is the tournament system once again?
Yeah, we have 3 sets of round-robin tournaments. So we have in the classical one, we are going to play 7 games. Rapid, they are also playing 7 games, but in Blitz, 14 games. That's what we're going to spectate today.
So you see here's the scoring system, classical points rewards, most of the points, 4 points for the victory, 1.5 for a draw. Rapid, we already played. Today it's the time for the Blitz tournament. So, I mean, somebody might say 1 point, of course, cannot compare to 4 points in the classical. However, we have 14 rounds today, so we might see actually a lot of changes in the overall rankings.
Yeah, exactly. And for example, if one player is winning 2 games against, for example, the same opponent, then he's getting these 2 points which could have been got in the rapid. So that seems like fair. And we have already players.
We have ready players, so this time we are going to be using Live Cloud board so that you immediately, hopefully at least, hope so, get the moves on the board immediately. At the moment, there's still no pieces because the game has not started, but it should be done in a moment. So we chose the first game, of course, is the current overall rankings leader, one of the youngest players in the history to breach 2700 Elo, Domarai Gukesh from India.
Yeah, exciting game. Yesterday was played by him against Le Quang Liem, and actually with black pieces, he managed to do a victory. And this actually we know in the very interesting that in the classical tournament, only 1 game was won by white pieces yesterday. Saleh Salem won miraculously against Gatakamsky.
Right. I think it's something like 1 minute still until the start of the game. Let's hope everything is going to go flawlessly. 14 rounds. What was once again the when was the break, Angelika? I think
I believe we have the break after round 5 and 10.
round 5 and 10. All right, some very short one, right?
Yeah,
Something like
very
5, 10
short.
minutes.
Yes.
Was it right? Yeah. So in case there's going to be a shorter break, we are also going to make a break here, and of course, also the plan for us is to invite at least one winner of the tournament here in the studio as usual, so that you can hear their thoughts. How was it?
at least one winner because we might get two winners, but most likely. Yeah.
Okay, where's the move?
Okay.
Where's the moves? Okay, we see they're playing something.
Yes,
Okay, here we
we
go.
have the game.
Here we go.
Okay, knight of 3d5.
Knight c3. Okay, what is this? So actually, this time we won't be able to shuffle the pieces because you see we are using the original relay board so that you are getting the boards on the screen faster than usual. Maybe there's some very, very minor delay as you see in the video, but hopefully, I mean, should be all right.
But for Blitz, of course, very important that we see the moves almost immediately, almost instantly. So that's what we have actually here on the board. And
Bishop
we
e7, I mean, looks okay. I mean, for Blitz, it's completely playable position for white. I would imagine something like b3, bishop b2 could be played, or knight b3. I think this is what I saw. Yeah, knight b3. He's going to go after the pawn on c5. Maybe he wants to push d4, or e4, bishop e3 also looks very interesting.
yeah, is indeed e4, bishop e3, trying to get the pawn on c5, rook c1 maybe to follow, and putting some pressure. But okay, d4 is also interesting, but most likely, actually, he's going for the light squares. Knight goes to c4, very typical idea.
Knight e2, knight c4, so white wants to apply some pressure against the black pawn on a5. Queen c7, Gukesh plays very fast. Actually, I'm really curious how Gukesh will perform here because I'm not really sure if Blitz is his strongest part because in the rapid, things were not always going so great for Gukesh. He was sometimes struggling in time troubles, giving away advantages, but one can't deny, I mean, that his skills here in Biel, they're just incredible.
Yeah, and he actually played, Vincent played actually e4. I was thinking maybe bishop f3 first and then e4, but he decided to play e4. I really don't like the bishop on e2.
I
mean,
guess
it's
it's
fine,
not bad, but yeah, bishop f3 definitely was a move to be played before. The bishop on e2 just in case protects the pawn on d3, maybe the score on g4. This is still Blitz, and I think it really matters if you are feeling the position, you can find an easy to play plan. That's why, by the way, why Blitz is so different from classical chess. You try to play something really simple, and if possible, attack the black king. Initiative really matters.
Yeah, and sometimes players have to eliminate very complicated positions because otherwise they have to spend much more time on those, and the last person who blunders usually loses. Bishop f4?
Bishop before knight f3 check. I think that's the
check,
idea.
yeah, okay.
So you cannot play. Unfortunately, again, we cannot draw arrows, so you'll have to follow yourselves. Bishop before would be nice, but knight f3 check. This is a trap from Gukesh, and of course, Vincent sees that. So now after knight e5, I don't know what he's supposed to do. Maybe take on e5, right? Bishop e3 makes sense to me, or maybe f4, bishop e3, something along the way, like that.
Okay, he takes and bishop is 3, right?
Yeah.
Just solid, yeah. Everyone is developing. Very important, there is no knight g4 to attack the bishop on e3. Bishop on e2 is holding. So that was also another idea of letting the bishop be. I mean, bishop on e2 is very passive, but it's protecting the d3 pawn, which is, of course, essential.
He's protecting a lot of squares. It's c4. You know, I wanted to talk about this move. I wasn't sure. Is c4 possible right now? Because c4 d-takes, obviously the pawn on e4 is under attack, and I couldn't calculate so quickly. Queen c4, and do you capture the queen? Rook d to c8, queen b5, the queen goes away. And Gukesh just played it. While I was trying to figure it out, is it possible? He calculated something like 10 seconds.
Wow.
It's incredible.
Queen c4, rook a, or rook d, probably rook a c8.
A8, rook a8 is queen b5. The pawn on a5 also is under attack. But maybe there's some ideas like queen c4, rook d to c8, queen b5, and at some point rook c2 could be a problem. I cannot evaluate it so quickly.
But the problem there was queen d4. If rook d goes away, there is queen d4. Okay, Vincent is taking with the pawn.
For some reason, it wasn't possible. Bishop e4, queen c1, I guess is on the board. Again, really tricky position, right? Because again, how do you properly evaluate this? Because if you remove all of the pieces from the board, white has the better pawn structure because he has pawn on c4, which can be backed by the pawn on b3. But, of course, as it happens, piece activity really matters. So I'm looking at this position. I'm wondering, can I play bishop d6, h5, knight g4, try to checkmate you? Because once again, all that matters is the initiative.
Yeah, activity of the black pieces are indeed very, very nice here. Bishops are going to look at the king if bishop goes to d6, and bishop d3 is played. So What does Lukasz want? He want to create a really weak square for white on d3 because then after trade the knight will be attacked on b3.
I think he wants to get the g4 square. I mean, he trades the last square bishops so that there's some knight g4 ideas. He still definitely wants to go for this checkmate idea. A bishop d3 takes care of the g4 square. I don't think Vincent likes this move because once again, if you trade the bishops, let's say take, queen c2, knight g4 is a very annoying move. And again, how do you protect him? There you go, bishop f3.
He's giving, no, I want to say he's giving up an exchange, but he's attacking also rook on a8. But there is rook ac8, attacking the pawn on c4, and rook on f1 is still attacked.
Not really sure what Vincent intends to do after rook c8, because indeed, like you said, the rook on f1 is under attack. Rook d1, bishop c4, maybe there's some tactics, take on d8. This needs to be calculated very quickly. I mean, it's actually unbelievable how fast you have to calculate. But no, bishop f1.
Bishop f1, interesting. So bishop a8 should be played, and then bishop e2.
Maybe bishop takes on c4. I mean, just a pawn. I'm not really sure. Or also knight g4 at some point has to be calculated.
Yeah, but bishop e2, the threat is rook d1.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, bishop a8, bishop e2, rook d1, this I didn't see. Okay, definitely, that's a possibility.
And it's happening, actually.
Yeah, that's a very good move.
Wow.
Bishop e2. Vincent is in trouble. I think he needs to be extremely carefully here. Bishop f4 is played. I think I saw blitzed out queen f5. The bishop on a8 is still under attack. Is that it? Queen e3. What a resource. What a resource here. So,
okay, bishop c4 is still in the pocket for Lukasz.
either way, it's already quite clear that Lukasz has the upper hand here. He's at least up a pawn, but they're down to the last. Oh, wait. Lukasz has still something like 40 seconds. He's, wow.
Yeah, he is up on
Controlling
time
things.
also. So probably he was preparing for playing some Blitz before. It's not so easy actually for the players to immediately play Blitz after Classic.
It's not easy, of course, right? Especially in the same day, right? I mean, it's quite tough. Let's say if during the same day you have a classical, then you have a blitz, can be difficult to change the mindset. Queen c5 is on the board. That's resignation, right? I mean, just a second, I think is what, losing a piece? Queen f3, just take on d4. That's it. Extra piece. Of course, Vincent's going to play it out, but oh, what a game by Lukasz.
Yeah.
Queen b2, they're going to blitz it out, of course. I mean, and blitz never resign early. Fight until the end, but so far Lukasz is a Terminator. It's unbelievable. He plays with such a precision.
Yeah, incredible. Okay, there is not much to say here because it's a piece and he's just taking all the pawns on the queen side.
I think we just tried to switch a game because I'm pretty sure that Lukasz is going to manage this until the end. I mean, we did agree before the round that we are going to finish and watch the game until the finish, but it looks here that Lukasz should manage this without a lot of trouble. So maybe let's select one of the games like Kwang Liam against Arkady Naiditsch.
Okay, we don't really know what happened in the opening, but right now it's already end game, and it looks a little bit dangerous for black. I mean,
yeah, the pawn on h6 is very far advanced, so definitely, by the looks, at least very quickly evaluating the position, it seems that Kwang Liam is the one pushing. If the pawn on a6 falls, that's it. White just promotes the a-pawn, a4,
Yes.
a5, a6, etc.
Yeah, and basically he's just distracting now. The bishop and the knight are not that close to the ace to protect the a6 pawn, and even it feels like that he can just give up the pawn on c4. Or
That's the question. That's the question, because now Kwang Liam has to make a big decision. He takes it. He calculated this very quickly to be a win. Is it winning? Because now black has a d-pawn as well.
Yes, because now also bishop should go to h4 somehow to stop these pawns at some moment.
What a major decision here. So bishop h4, I guess white always stops the e-pawn, but however, look at the black king. King d7, king c8, also Naiditsch is ready to attach more pieces to the defense.
Okay, and now probably bishop a5. Here's trying to stop the e-pawn, so there is nothing there.
Bishop g3,
bishop d2,
f4, f3, f2, that's the threat. f4, a4, f3, take, give away the bishop. Wait a second, I mean, what's happening here?
What's
Very
happening? What's happening?
difficult to calculate this.
King d8, king b7. If king tries to go. Wow.
All right.
So yeah. So a5, pawn is getting pushed. Yeah, in case Naiditsch promotes the e-pawn, white will just give up the bishop. and the A pawn feels like promoting, and there is no way to take on G2.
Right. So,
And
yeah,
that's it.
game's finished. Game's finished.
game
White
finished.
wins. White wins. Victory.
Let's see quickly other games. So still actually,
No, this game's finished. Salem Select beat Gata Kamsky, and Notre Dame Cup, the Satorov is still playing, and this game we're going to try to catch. No,
Okay.
it's also finished.
Okay, so that's a victory for Notre Dame, right?
That's a victory. By the way, I read in the chat there's some audio issues. I hope you're hearing us fine, because from our end everything appears to be normal. But in case there's some questions and uncertainties, please, of course, write something. But from our end, everything looks all right. So do we have results for the Blitz? I don't think so. But maybe while we are waiting for the official results, let's wait. No, let's wait for them and very quickly follow, for example, up the Satorov's game against Yesipenko.
Yeah, so
Okay, this is actually quite a topical line, but okay, we
Yeah.
are not going to talk about it too much.
yeah, just to see what happened, what went wrong in the game, just quickly, because we don't have much time also before the next game starts, because it's just a few minutes. It always goes very fast, a lot of action, so...
Right.
Okay, so it looks normal.
Positions both equal,
Yeah.
so definitely here Yesipenko was doing all right. Okay, of course, it's Blitz. So here you go. Again, you see that White is going for some sort of a kingside attack. I mean, all that matters, especially in Blitz, is who is the one controlling the initiative. And there you go, 5. Very responsible move, right? Weakening the king.
Immediately, bishop h5, bishop g6, occupying the light squares.
I think this is where Yesipenko got in trouble. Just a second. Queen f3. Can you play rook e3, queen b7? Not very clear. Knight e4.
The
Oh.
thing is that this knight is basically stopping the rooks, and knight on h7 cannot do much.
Right. Okay, so the game continued like this, and you see that White is enjoying a very good queen endgame. Extra pawn basically at the king side. And this is how the game finished. So White slowly advanced his pawns, created some mating nets. You see already queen h4 is g6, major threats, or g6, then queen h4. And Yesipenko tried to change something, g6, queen h1, and das svidanya, yeah, as they say.
Das Svidanya, yeah, exactly. So,
All right.
maybe quickly game Saleh Salem against Gata Kamsky. So what went wrong this time? And if we just recall, actually, Saleh Salem won against Gata Kamsky in all 3 sets, I believe, right? He won against him in the rapid, now in the Blitz, in the classical, and
That's actually a very good memory. Yeah, I think
just
so.
960 as well.
I think so, yeah. So far for Gata, Salem Saleh is a very uneasy opponent, at least here in Biel. So g3, g6, this is some sort of a Chebanenko with fianchettoing the bishop on g2. I have no clue what this is really. Okay, so c takes, knight e5. Now this looks like symmetrical Grunfeld, where Black has committed himself to a6. Not always the useful move. Yeah, so a6 definitely wasn't a great addition to the position.
Yeah, because it can be also a weakness, weakening the b5 square. Some moment knight a4 can come.
Right, h4. H6. Yeah, actually, this is interesting. This H4 is becoming a very trendy idea in various openings, right? You play H4, H5, F4, F5, and Black usually does the same. And then somehow claims that this move helps him in order to, gain more space and do some attacking ideas like H5.
Yeah, because sometimes it's also helping to create the weaknesses. Yeah, b6, wow.
Right. Knight e5, b5. Okay, that's a committal move because the pawn on a6 is under attack. You want to do something. b5, knight h3. So Salem says, listen, you have now a weakness on c5. Want to exploit it. Knight h5, bishop e5. Wait, that's a sacrifice, no? Just a second. Here. You're going to play g5 because the knight on h5 is under attack.
Yes. It's actually very interesting how the knight of Saleh Salem was jumping from e5 to d3, then again to e5, then again to d3, now to f4.
And this seals the game, right? Knight x on e6 because queen
Wow.
e6 is bishop d5. And Kamsky tried to complicate matters. But now, after knight f8, b takes, knight g6, bishop g6, White got too many pawns. Too many pawns. So it's 2 minor pieces for the rook for Black. But White has a lot of pawns and a better pawn structure. So this is, just incredible game by Salem Saleh, of course, trying to simplify the position, push forward the pawns. Kamsky tried to generates in counterplay, but essentially he is down 2 points, and this is called the game finished.
Yeah.
Let me check if I have any results for the round 1. Not yet, unfortunately, they haven't really updated it. As soon as we're going to have them, we are going to notify you.
So yeah, I mean, pretty exciting result for Saleh Salem since he already played in all of the sets. Of course, there will be still another game in the Blitz, so we don't have to, relax. That maybe still Gata will have a chance, to play with white pieces and show Saleh Salem something.
Right. Actually, I wonder why it's such a long break, because it's supposed to be starting sooner, no? Because I don't I still see the players playing. Let me check it very quickly. If wait, just a second. Okay, just a second. There's some weirdness. Definitely.
No, this
is not round 2. Okay, I'm not sure what's happening here. But yeah, so the players are still not seated. We don't see them because this was supposed to start immediately. No, they're still not there. The game hasn't started.
So we don't have the round yet. I don't know why. Maybe, maybe something with the open tournament, because the open tournament is also being played, maybe. But the game should have been finished for a long time.
Yeah. All right. Now, I think we are getting the results slowly, so in a moment we are going to show them you on the screen. Also, for your effort, you are seeing these order rankings of the GMT Blitz. There you go. So maybe very quickly, before the players are not yet seated, this is the result of round 1. Kwang Liam beat Arkady Naidic. Salem Saleh, again, for the 3rd time this year in Biel, beat Gata Kamsky. Doesn't matter. Chess 960, classical Blitz. He likes to beat Gata Kamsky. Vincent Keimer with white very convincingly lost against Domarai Gukesh, and Nodirbek Abdusatorov beat Andrei Yesipenkov in a very interesting queen endgame.
Yeah, and I believe for that, actually, we also love Blitz because the games are going to be fast and also decisive. And here we have overall rankings. Of course, again, for the victory in the Blitz, people are getting 1 point. We have Gukesh still leading, Le Quang Liam on the 2nd place, Andrei Yesipenko on the 3rd. So basically, the rankings didn't really change.
Not much has changed,
Yeah, not
right?
much has changed.
So this is going to be round 2. Here in Blitz, Nadic, Yesipenko, Gukesh, Abdusatorov, Kamsky, Vincent Keimer, Le Quang Liam against Salem Saleh. These games should start shortly. Let's wait for them to start. We don't want to miss the start. I think it should start in a moment.
Yeah, I believe it's planned for the every 20 minutes the round starts. So
let me try to finally switch. So what was the rankings again? That is a bit strange, isn't it? Nadic, Yesipenko. We get the same we get the same games as in the previous round. Okay, let's just wait. We'll just wait.
Maybe just wait. It should be updated.
Yeah, maybe I'll just refresh.
We can see the players. We see that the games have not started yet, so it's
refresh always does the job, no?
Not really.
No, not really. No, not this time.
Not really.
Not this time.
No, we just have to wait.
We have to wait. This is not a game of Nadic against Yesipenko.
But as well as we were waiting earlier, there were just basically blank boards. So now we also have some position from the previous round. But once the players are making their first move, everything should get normal. Again, we're using the backup source in order to see all the moves immediately being played immediately, because if you follow the same broadcast, then we'll have a delay.
Right.
And we don't want that.
Right. All right, let's just wait for a second. I think the players are going to start in a moment. Usually, I mean, the start is a bit slow because, I mean, you need to still get in the rhythm also for the arbiters. There's sometimes in the beginning some technical issues, but once you get the flow, it goes very fast. Yeah, this break is a bit, to be honest, a bit long. Okay, officially it's scheduled at 14:20. Maybe that's how it's intended, right? Every 20 minutes a Blitz game.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
But yes, there is also open tournament. That's why it also can take some time for that. And I don't know how many rounds do they have actually in the open tournament, in the open Blitz tournament, but they.
All right,
Yeah.
let's wait for the start of the game. I think the players are ready. They're waiting for the start signal. So we are going to be following game Nadic against Yesipenko. Yeah, look at that. Yesipenko is so relaxed. He took a short yawn. Of course, actually it's midday already. He should be rested. But
Yeah, I thought you wanted to say he took a rest or like some relaxing pill.
right.
Yeah, I just recall in the rapid it was also very fast. Every game started after another, and it was such a nice freedom for Yesipenko. He was winning one after another, and then he lost the game and he was just sitting and he was shocked. But here we see that. It looks like he's fine. Yeah, it can happen. So he just has to. He just has to refresh his start for the tournament. It's only one game.
All right. So let's wait. Round 2. Again, together there's 14 rounds. The time control is 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. The scoring system for every single point, they get 1 point, draw, half a point for a draw. Of course, no points for the loss. And then all that matters is the overall rankings. It's not only the Blitz tournament. Of course, it's nice to win it, but
Yeah.
it's overall ranking.
So we're going to follow the game Nadic against Yesipenko.
Right. All right, here we go. They have started. Okay, I hope we are going to see that just a second. For some reason, I'm not getting it. Let me try to. This is round 1. This is round 2. Okay, here we go. It fixed. Okay, all good.
Okay, great.
All good.
Wow, bishop d6.
Bishop d6. What is this? Just a second to go back with this move. Bishop d6 is a typical Blitz move because normally you don't play that. But the big idea is, of course, protect the pawn on e5 because after bishop c6, d takes on c6. Why cannot win the pawn on e5 and the bishop on d6 is where it belongs.
Yeah, because the knight is already on c3 and it was protecting on e4, so no tricks are working there. Yeah, usually, when the beginners start to play chess, such moves, are not advised to be played because the pawn on d7 is blocking the bishop on c8. So, yeah.
I wonder how Andrei's mind works because, of course, he is a big Blitz player, and maybe he specifically chose this continuation, bishop d6, to surprise his opponent and kick him out of the opening preparation. Bishop b4, that's a bit odd, because I think usually the idea here after this bishop d6 is short castle, rook e8, bishop f8, and then you play whatever d6, d5. So it seems to me some kind of improvisation.
Yeah, but once, bishop was away from b3, already there was an opportunity for bishop to be developed. Maybe it was his plan, we don't know.
Right.
But, yeah. Do you believe, Artur, that there is some special preparation for Blitz than the classical?
I think it's just basically the attitude. In Blitz it can go either way. You can step the left foot out of the bed and that's it. The game's going to be a disaster for you. Need to have a good sleep, in a good mood. Practice perhaps, couple of moves. This is actually quite important because when you arrive for a Blitz tournament, let's say you just immediately jump into the action and you start to play Blitz. Sometimes the hands are shaking and you cannot yet play very good and fast and precise Blitz. So that's why sometimes they even play between themselves, a couple of Blitz games just to feel the rhythm, feel the pieces, feel fingers, and then they are hopping in action.
Yeah, and we have already some trades on the board, and White is getting more space.
White has more space, black has more knights.
Yes. But yeah, since the position is closed, especially in the center, the bishop on b3, actually now it's getting open, but...
c6,
Yeah.
So yeah, Yesipenko felt that the space advantage might be important at some point. Rook f2, look at that. Nadic is clearly thinking about some ideas at the file because the bishop on b3 is having this very nice long diagonal. And I think Yesipenko is going to push d5. Close it, exactly, he plays it.
Yeah, and now d5 immediately challenging the center. So yeah, Nadic has some decision. Wow.
Nadic insists on the file. So again, I guess black is not interested to capture on e4 because the pawn on f7 at some point could be problematic. So queen d6, he's going to keep the pawn on d5 as long as he can.
Yeah, so what is the plan for White? I don't think that White wants to take on d5 for sure.
Maybe he's thinking something like e takes, d takes, e takes, c takes, and d4, but that's a very, very responsible move.
Yeah, after e4 from black, it will be very, very nice pawns for the black, and not
King
so
G2.
clear.
Yeah, King G2 next. Yeah, just
Actually,
in case.
King G2, yeah, this is the grandmaster move.
Yeah,
like
just
this.
in case, secure the
in
pawns.
case.
Because one of the rules in chess, I mean, to be successful, especially in Blitz, is you do not blunder. You do not blunder anything at all. So knight is just in case. Play King G2. The pawn on H3 somehow is not missing.
And King G2 is followed by King H8, so both players took this move in order to play these prophylactical moves, and yeah.
Wow, that's deep. So Arkady is preparing knight f1, knight e3, knight f5. He's seeking some possibilities to improve the knight. Rook e1, knight f1, knight e3. And in chess, it's really important to give yourself the ability to play the easy moves.
Yeah, and if you just have to find the easy plan, easy remaneuvering plan for the knight, and then you can already play a few moves, basically blitzing out them.
Yesipenko is like, you play knight h2, I play knight h7. Okay, let's do this.
Okay, that's interesting.
I don't know where his knight is going. I mean, maybe he wants to play... maybe he wants to play f6, so that there's not a problem with f5. But just a second, isn't the pawn on f7 under attack? Take, knight f6,
pawn.
trapping the rook. Is it bluffing?
But then rook e7 at the end of the story.
I think it's something like take, knight g5, take on e4, queen d2. Yesipenko is tricky. h4, he secures the g5 square. Look at that.
Yeah, immediately restricting that knight, so basically saying, okay, your knight is on h7, but where does it go?
I'm not sure I like Yesipenko's idea. Now look at him. I mean, his body language. Does he want to play f6? Because f6, white plays knight g4, knight e3, knight f5. Those light squares are incredibly weak. And he plays it.
Wow, d4 being followed immediately. The whole center is hanging, basically. All the pawns can be captured. What is going on?
Look at this long diagonal, b1, h7. So if white positions the queen on d3, bishop c2, think about ideas like capture on d5, mate on h7.
Yeah, indeed can happen. So what is happening?
Knight is just pressing, that is clear. Knight is just pressing, but he's low on the clock. He's down on 36 seconds. This actually really, really matters in Blitz.
Yeah, and that can be really nicely used by Yesipenko. It's like, yeah, I mean, in classical chess, usually something like this cannot happen. Okay.
D takes, F takes, knight g4. Yeah, very annoying move. So white is at the same time thinking about applying pressure against the pawn on e5, maybe queen e2, a bishop c2. Very easy game for Nadic, despite the fact he's so low on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
I think Yesipenko has to trade all pieces. Rook f8, trade all pieces. He knows, I mean, otherwise this attack would be dangerous. His only advantage is on the clock. That's it. Everything else is against him.
Yeah, and at some moment he has to remove that knight from h7 because, as we said, there can be some ideas to put the bishop on this long diagonal b1, h7, something like queen d3, bishop c2, as was said by Arthur earlier.
Maybe he's thinking about d4, try to close the bishop, so he's evaluating. d4, c takes, I cannot play e takes because there's e5. He opened this long diagonal, so d4, c takes, queen d4, I just ruined my pawn structure. If I don't play d4, what do I do?
Is it possible to play c5, but then again pawns will be ruined after...
h5, wow.
Wow.
Very responsible move. Knight f6.
Knight f6, yeah.
Take, probably knight is going to snatch the pawn on d5. No, queen e2. Look at that. I mean, wait, is this a mate? D takes on e4? You're going to sacrifice the exchange on f6? Probably not.
I mean, it looks very dangerous. Knight f5 is allowed by Yesipenko.
Now, the question is, where's the mate, right? Because the knight on f6 barely protects the pawn on h5. There might be some knight g4 counter-attack ideas. The pawn on a6, by the way, is under attack.
Yeah, pawn on a6 can be always took, but yeah, knight is just saying no. Bishop c2, I'm going for the diagonal. Okay, few moves are played. Knight g4, rook f3, knight f6.
So far, black is leading good defense. g6, king g7 is something he also wants to play.
And again, both players are very low on time, knight especially, but yeah.
So knight e3, he's trying to get to the pawn on h5. Rook f5, very annoying move at some point. Think about white's move. Rook f5, knight g4, rook h5 might be a checkmate.
Yeah, and it was played. Queen d7 immediately putting pressure on the rook. Rook g5, queen e6. What is this?
Seconds are ticking.
Wow. The bishop was placed first on c2, now to b3. pinning the queen. Okay,
Knight is still
take.
pressing. He's still pressing. Queen e3, queen d4, h5, h6. He still has this attack. Bishop d1, bishop e2. A lot of easy moves to make. Yes, Penko is in trouble.
Yeah. So what to play here? The bishop is somehow cut from the game. The
Now
bishop,
it joins. Now it's attacked pawn on g4. So yes, Penko defends it. So again, how is white going to progress? Bishop e2, b3, c4 maybe.
yeah.
And yes, Penko is basically playing with increment. No.
Wow. Wow, now Yesipenko is very low on time because it got very, very tricky for him. Now the pawn on g4 is hanging, but okay, c4 was played. Very nice move, closing the c-file diagonal.
b5, b6, now it's just creating a pass pawn at the queen side. At the same time, he's trying to attack black. Think about bishop g4, bishop 5. Where's the mate? Is there a mate?
e3, discover check.
E2 trick.
Oh my god.
Bishop e7, e1 queen. And black just lost the pawn for no good reason, is it? Just a second. Very unclear. So again, the players are playing on increment.
What is going on?
I mean, black already is doing fine because there's no checkmate. Maybe this game is going to finish with a draw. Queen d8, queen d3. You see? Yes, Penko is like dancing, right? He feels the rhythm. He feels the rhythm.
Yeah.
The worst is behind him.
Both players are playing on the increment.
Rook e2. All that matters who is be the one to go for the attack. H takes, king g7. The black king is exposed. Think about rook e5, rook g5. No,
Yeah.
knight goes defensive.
Knight just protecting. He for sure had some chances before.
You can
Queen
feel
d8.
the tension here.
Wow.
Queen d3, repeat the position. Maybe it's going to be a draw. No, no. They want to fight it out. Banging of the clock has started.
Oh my god.
Knight g4. Yes, Penko goes for a counterattack. He takes on g4. Knight's in trouble. The king is weak. What do you play here? Knight h2. He resigns. I think he lost on time. He lost on time. Yes, Penko wins. Knight h forfeits on time.
Incredible game. And we actually have all the other games played. We have...
Wow.
Wow.
I feel like I'm playing there, actually, to be honest. You know, so much tension, so much action. I mean, okay, very, very quickly, let's go through all the games because I think... No, actually, we have some time. We have something like 8 minutes if they're going to keep the original schedule.
Yeah, so Gukesh lost to another back of the Satorov. So let's see what happened in the game.
So Gukesh lost a very important point. All right, this might hurt his chances.
Yeah. Okay, so this was like a Tarash, yeah.
I think this is what they played, actually. Remember Vincent Keimer's game yesterday against Abdusatorov? They're repeating the same game, except Keimer played bishop d2 yesterday in classical game. Now here Gukesh tried a3.
Yeah. And
all of this is normal.
Looks normal. Yeah, so, and actually the idea is normally not to take on a6 first. The idea is to wait first.
I mean, usually black trades the slot square bishop here on a6, but white tries to expand at a king side. Think about moves like remove the knight, f3, g4, or e4, and I think this is what happened. No, it did not happen. And right, knight e2, very thematic idea, and yep, there you go. At some point, white does play f3 and e4.
Yeah, now preparing this push first, protecting the pawn on e3, and then bringing the rooks to e1.
I actually wonder, was bishop g3 possible to sacrifice the pawn and play bishop e5, activate the bishop? All right.
Close the rook there, yeah.
Pawn sacrifice above the Satorov.
And pawn all the way on c3, wow.
Now Gukesh activates the bishop, puts him on e5, a6, queen f2, rook b4.
Yeah, and some danger on the second rank, but everything is getting eliminated.
Should be about balance, to be honest. It's difficult to imagine that black can really make a progress. Now white made a breakthrough in the center, so let's just fast forward what happened here. Pretty sure queen g6 wasn't anticipated by Gukesh. So look at that, he spent what, something like 16, 17 seconds on the move. Rook f5 was played, queen g4, rook f4, already happy with the draw, I guess? No, h3, h5, king h2. But this actually asks a question, could he have... Ah, wait, I was thinking about d takes on e4, sacrifice the queen and play c2, but there's bishop f4 in there.
Yeah, and then bishop f4 saving the day. Okay, trade, and Yeah, I was told that queen and the knight is better than the queen and the bishop. Wow.
Knight x on d4, what a shot, because bishop x on d4, queen f4 check, king on h2, so you already see the players were down on the last seconds, queen c3, knight f5, and this is how Abdusattorov tricked his opponent, and in the end, still looks actually pretty equalish, to be honest.
Yes, I believe that then Gukesh actually went for, he didn't, yeah.
So they were repeating the moves.
Repeating.
I think both of them were playing for the win, right?
Yes, yes. But you know, queen and the knight are just simply better.
Yeah, usually it's very tricky. You know, in Blitz, I guess you always want to have the knight. I mean, not the bishop, because the knight is always sneaky and giving a lot of checks. So here Gukesh already, I think already had a perpetual check. He didn't want it.
And
Check, 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 take.
Oh.
I'm not really sure what is this. Queen d3, king f2. We'll miss some drama here.
Oh my God.
And he blundered the
Blundered the
mate.
mate. Oh my God. He should have repeated with king h2. Yeah.
Right,
Earlier.
but already this, he needs to be very, very careful. Queen d8 maybe already seems to be the only move. And in seconds, he played bishop d8, leaving the king exposed. And queen e3, king f1, knight g3 is checkmate. This was missed by the Indian star.
Yeah, incredible, incredible game. Okay, so far we have a little bit more time. We can maybe check what happened. Gata and Kamsky played draw. What
Very
happened
quickly.
in the game?
Very quickly, Gata stayed true to his typical London. Bishop e2, rook d4, bishop c6. The position looks like, I mean, every single piece is going to disappear from the board. This is exactly what happened.
Everything looks very equalish.
Yeah, Gata much more space.
Yeah, but it's not enough because in that repetition made it to a draw.
Looks like a perfect draw to me, to be honest.
And the third one, we had Lek Van Liam winning against Saleh Salem. Yeah.
And that's almost like a checkmate on the board.
Yeah.
Like one Liam. Okay.
What happened? So we have Queen's Gambit declined.
Look at that. I mean, I love this because Liam yesterday lost exactly the same line against Domarai Gukesh, and he stays true to his opening. It's like, no, I mean, you didn't convince me. I'm still going to continue. Right, this time they played something else. Yeah, knight e2, very tricky line. f3, e4, or g4 are typical ideas for white.
Yes, pushing for
go.
e4 push, yeah.
a5, a4, black is seeking some counterplay, but it looks a bit strange. I mean, position the bishop on a6, but b4, I guess, is incoming.
Yeah, so finally white managed to push for e4, e5. It's the main idea. And now, you know, the pawn on e5 basically is controlling the whole board and dividing in two parts.
So white is attacking. White has the bishop on d3. Think about ideas like queen g4, queen h5, queen f5. So again, it really matters if white can control the initiative. And that's why, of course, here Saleh felt that the bishop on a6 is not very good. b4, he traded this bishop and tried to win back the pawn. However, as it appears, he didn't really get it. Or did he? No, he did. He did get.
He did get something, but c4 immediately, wow.
Yeah, this actually
C4,
already looks
C5.
like black is doing okay, to be honest.
Yes, because there is big counter strat, like taking on d4 at some moment. But queen went all the way to d7. Oh my God, queen f5, queen d7.
Look at that. I mean, this is how Kwang Liam started his counteract. Queen
Wow.
f5, queen d7, rook f1, and still going for the checkmate. What?
What?
He gave up the pawn just like that? Whoa, that finished pretty fast.
Oh my God.
King h7, queen f5, that's going to be a mate. I think what we missed, king h7, queen f5, g6, queen f7, knight g7, sacrifice the queen. Or maybe just queen g8 checkmate, right?
Yeah.
Also, that's a mate. Beautiful, beautiful end, but something happened here. Something happened here for the Emirati Grandmaster because suddenly, you know, this queen d7, again, looks so scary. So the players are about to start their games. Very, very quickly, let's check the results of today's round. You see Yespenko, Nodrbek, Abdusattorov, and Kwang Liam score victories. And you are seeing here also the overall rankings. So Gukesh is still in the lead in the overall rankings, but Kwang Liam is now within half a point.
Yeah, so only one draw is between first two places.
So which game are we
So
going to
we're-
follow?
So
Maybe, I'm not really sure. Abdusattorov against Gatakamsky, perhaps. We'll try to follow everyone, right? I mean,
Yes.
there's so many exciting games, and we have to choose. We have to choose between one of the 4 games, and if that game finishes very quickly, we can change it. But we will try not to jump too much between the games. Otherwise, you cannot really follow one game until then. So in this round, we are going to follow Abdusatorov, the reigning world rapid champion, against the last year's triathlon winner Gatkamsky.
Yeah, and Abdusatorov was feeling comfortable, right, after his game.
You also see in the rankings, in the Blitz rankings, Abdusatorov is 2 out of 2. Like Wang Liam is also 2. Agata so far has only scored half a point, so Abdusatorov knows this is important. So far, the classical tournament for him started with a total disaster. I mean, he lost the first 2 games with white.
Yeah, and also the rapid was not very, very happy one for him. So yeah, we will see. We will see. I mean, what is going to happen here? Maybe quickly you can say the pairings who are going to play in the round 3.
Yeah, we can do that. Just a second.
Quickly.
Here we go.
Just quickly before the first.
Round 3. Give me a moment. There you go. This is round 3. Salem Select Nadic, Vincent Kaimelik, Wang Liem, Abdusatorov, Gatakamsky, Andrei Yespenko against Domarai Gukesh. 4 exciting games. So, yeah. Let's wait for the start of the game, and the game already has started. We do not have yet the moves, however.
Maybe refresh.
Yeah, I'll try to refresh. That's
Refresh,
always brilliant solution to all the technical problems is the refresh. Nope, not yet. Let's wait.
Okay. We are waiting. We can see already some moves being played, but
Yep.
I don't know actually what we can.
Now we can enjoy this empty board. It's pretty empty.
Yeah. What if we check some maybe other?
No, I'm not really sure if that's gonna help. Let me check. No. There's just no moves yet.
No moves yet. Okay. Then we are waiting for the moves.
Of course, we can always try to zoom in and see whatever happens.
Yeah, I mean, in case there will be no moves for a longer time, we will have to move.
Let's just enjoy the speed they're
Yes.
showing, right?
Yes.
Look at that. I mean, this whatever he took on C6, I'm not sure what it was really.
What was this move?
Something was grabbed on C6. I like Abdusatorov's body language. He looks very focused. He likes the start. He is looking really towards.
Yeah, just won 2 games. He just won 2 games.
Something
And-
on D2.
And he is a world rapid chess champion, so we don't have to forget about that.
Right. All right. Wow. Okay. We got some confirmation. There is no games round 3. There's some technical issues. Okay. No problem. We can try to zoom in. We can try to
Yes.
zoom in. Unfortunately, technique sometimes reminds us in the wrong moment. Can try to zoom in.
You didn't click the preset too.
Let me try to zoom in very, very closely. Just a second, so that we at least have some sort of a clue what is happening there.
Wow.
So what is it? Oh, it's also, oh my goodness, this is so slow. At least we
can
see the clock
time.
correctly.
We can see the time.
You see the clock correctly. All right. Please respond, camera. Oh, it's such a delay.
Okay.
Please apologize me because I'm like a rookie camera mover here.
Okay, we have a pawn on e5, pawn on f4.
Oh,
White hasn't castled
no,
yet.
go back. Go back. Oh, okay. Also, cameras have an off day today. Okay. What is this?
Bishop c3, queen not taking with the pawn. Okay, what is
Bishop
this?
c3, bishop c3,
94.
94. Some sort of Paulsen structure. Okay, here we go.
bishop
I
takes.
cannot get it better. I think this is almost ideal, but
Yes.
unfortunately, I cannot like NASA supercomputers from space check what's happening there. Yeah, definitely, this is some sort of a Sicilian, and you see that Here, bishop d4 has been played. I see, if I see correctly, it's obstacle bishop. So some sort of Sicilian pulse, and black has very nice control of the long diagonal. And yeah.
And actually h3.
H3, H5, secure the g4.
Interesting. Yeah.
Maybe black is also have some ideas at some point to bring the rook on g6, because if you get the rook on g6, I mean, look at this pressure on the pawn on g2, right?
How do you bring the rook to g6?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm just good at suggesting ideas.
Yeah.
Maybe king h7, rook h8?
I thought, yeah, king h7, or maybe rook g8 and f5. Okay, no. He's going for the queen side.
Right. Yeah, we got some information that unfortunately there's no games on the live cloud for the third round. Something happened there again. Let's just stay tuned and follow the games here. It's going to be fixed for the round 4. Don't worry about that. Sometimes this happens. And maybe later in the break we are going to get the chance to see the actual game here. You have at least some sort of a view.
Okay, so the pawns on the queen side got eliminated. There is only pawn on c3. Okay, trade of the queens.
Queens are traded, right? The position looks pretty coolish, I guess. King h4,
opposite colored bishops, but there are still rooks.
Still rooks, rook a1, right? g4, white's very aggressive, h takes, Pretty sure this is going to be a draw. Rook f1, stopping at f5 ideas. The position is material equality. You see white has the pawn on c3, black has the pawn on d7. Right, f6, yeah, I think every pawn will be traded. Unless, of course, white will establish the passed g-pawn.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there is still something happen because, you know, the rooks are still on the board. But once they're getting trade, that's a going...
No, Kamsky doesn't want to draw.
Wow.
Kamsky insists to play the game because you saw this rook d3 check, rook e3.
Wow. What a game.
Yep, he's pressing. He's pressing, so Abdusatorov now needs to be slightly careful. The black rook on c2 is very strong. You see the clocks as well. So we have the perfect position. Unfortunately, we don't have the analysis board, but all right, at least we can follow this way.
You know, earlier we couldn't do arrows on the board, but now we also cannot.
Oh, we don't have the board itself, right?
We don't have the board.
What to do?
Yeah, sometimes we have somehow work out it like this, and it looks nice.
f5.
Something. Wow.
f5, more pawns get traded. No, okay, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a draw.
Yeah, the pawn on c3 looks weak, but okay, bishop g2.
I'm slightly afraid to move to another board because I will again have to fix the cameras and zoom in.
We're just going to continue following this game, and once they
Until
finish,
then, bishop d6, bishop e4. Wait, I mean, did white just blunder the pawn here on f5? Bishop d3 attacks the rook on d3 and the pawn on f5. Abdusatorov just blundered the pawn, did he?
But he just took on d6.
Ah, he took on d6, okay.
Okay.
He didn't blunder a thing, right?
But what is the idea? The idea is rook e3, rook h1, king g3.
Rook e3, I think he just takes on f5. Unless, wait, you can take on e6. Oh, I'm not seeing anything from this angle. I'm not seeing anything.
Getting traded. Okay, this is.
Okay, that's a draw. Okay, let's switch because I don't think there's going to be anything else.
Yes. Hey, handshake we just seen, so the game has just finished.
Okay, perhaps Salem Salek against Knight Edge. Let me try to zoom in again. Let's see. Oh, why is it not moving? Just a second. Why is it not moving?
It's moving. It's moving.
Is it?
Yeah,
it's delay. It's some delay. Okay. Yeah. I'm very impatient.
Wow, we can see so many moves. Something on the second rank. We see some issues for
zoom in. Come on, zoom in. So in something like 1 minute, I'll be able to zoom in. All right, I just want to see the action, want to see the clocks. All right, you see, Knight is really low on time while I very slowly try to zoom in. Oh my goodness, this is so slow.
Okay, we can see.
Yeah, unfortunately, this round is difficult to watch for us. We apologize for that. I mean, I'm trying to fix it by zooming in as much as I can, but there's a delay to every command I'm executing. So,
So yeah, unfortunately, it's not like some special NASA computer, which is immediately.
It'd be great, right? To
fulfilling.
zoom it from Salem Select's perspective, right? I mean, you
Yes.
just see what's happening there. I see a
Maybe
lot of
giving
trades.
some lenses, you know. If it's possible, yeah, a little bit more closer would be better.
I
We
mean,
will see.
it's responding really slow. What can I tell you? All right.
Okay,
Can you make out the position
maybe a little bit, yeah.
a little?
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
now looks better.
Well, I see the black king is in danger. I mean, the pawn on h6 is there. White has a passed pawn.
Knight on f7 for black is not really protecting anything.
No, the passed pawn is gone.
And the time, what is with the time? Both are very, very low on time.
But Nadic has an extra piece, no? No, that's not an extra piece. It's just an exchange.
That's an extra exchange for white.
Yeah, from this angle, it's difficult to tell. Salem Selek is about to score the victory, so it seems h-pawn is marching forward. That's it. Rook f7 is killing, so Nadic already knows. Yeah, there's no salvation for this game. 4 seconds, 6 seconds, you see it on the clock. Easy stuff for Salem Selek. King c3, maybe some final tricks. King h6, how do you win the game? How do you win the game?
There are still two pawns. For white on e3 and g2. So he's giving up the pawn on an h7.
Yeah, so now white is up in exchange. Could be still tricky. King g6, knight f7, maybe knight h6. So, wow, thank you, Dina Belenka, for the raid. Really appreciate that. Awesome timing. Just as we are experiencing some technical issues here with the relay. But anyway, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I guess a knight f7, knight h6, this still could be really, really tricky. I mean, oh wait, there goes the pawn. Rook f6? No, I felt it might be a fortress. King d5, knight g4. No, knight c4. Tricky Arkady.
Okay, King g4, trying to get that pawn, but
Oh, this is game over.
This is game over, yeah.
This is game over. White is simply going to promote e-pawns, but like king f6 or king f5. Final tricks from knight h. G-pawn goes forward. King e5, e7
Just stopping
promotes.
any knight jumps. Nice.
That's it. That's it. E-pawn promotes. Resign. That's it. He knows.
Yeah.
Knight resigns. Knight resigns. So let's check very quickly if some other games are ongoing. That's a draw. This we saw. This game finished, and there's another game finished. So what we're going to do now, we are going to try to fix our problems. So I think we are going to make a short break of something like 5 minutes. So again, our apologies for some of the technical issues, and we are going to try to resume them as quickly as possible. So please don't go anywhere, and yeah, I hope you're going to be back in 5 minutes and following us action here from Biel, the GMT Blitz tournament. We are back live from Biel. Round 3 has finished with some technical issues, which I hope are going to be resolved. So let's check very quickly the results of round 3, because round 4 is going to start in a moment. And here you see what happened in the previous round.
Yeah, so Saleh Salem won against Arkady Nadic. We have chance and follow some game, and otherwise there were draws. Vincent Keimer against Lek Wangliem, Noderbek Abdusatorov against Gata Kamsky, and Andrei Sibenko against Gukesh. All 3 draws.
In the overall rankings, Gukesh keeps his lead by still half a point leading against Lek Wangliem, 7.5 points, but Yesipenko has 16, and Abdusatorov is using his 2.5 points in the Blitz tournament, because he is leading it together with Lek Wangliem. So really a lot of exciting action ahead. So let's jump back to the boards, and I hope that this time we are going to have the games on the big board.
Yeah, we have already players there, magically appeared, and yeah.
They love to appear magically, at least here in Biel. Right? Also, what were the other pairings for this round? I didn't really check it. Maybe Angelika, you could read me who is going to play.
Yeah, so we have Arkady Nadic against Gukesh, Gata Kamsky against Andrei Sipenko, Lek Wangliem against Abdusatorov, and Saleh Salem against
But
Vincent
then we
Keimer.
really have to check Lek Wangliem, right? Because that's a leader fight. Right. My apologies about that. I didn't realize that's a leader fight. So maybe indeed let's switch to, where are they really? We have to find it. Oh, wait. That's which board again? Okay, I have, oh, there you go. Okay, and that was, I think, board 2, 3.
Board 3, yeah.
Board 3. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right, let's follow the leader game, because Abdusatorov against Lek Wangliem is going to be fought out in this round. They're the 2 leaders, as you're seeing in the rankings, in the Blitz at least. And Liem really needs a victory here. Of course, so does Abdusatorov.
Yeah, and it's very nice that we have already matched up against 2 players so early on, because there are still 3 rounds to go. So we will see who of them. I mean, Blitz games usually end up with a decisive result, so that's what he can hope for here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of action is ahead. In the last game, we were able to follow it, at least very closely zooming in, by seeing how Abdusatorov had to be careful against Kamsky. He never really was in trouble. Kamsky tried to play for the win, didn't really work out. Draw was agreed. All the other games we didn't really see. So let's hope that the board is going to spring to action in a moment.
Yeah, so...
Wow, they're playing so fast that the digital board cannot even keep track.
Maybe we can refresh and hope to...
Let's check. Refresh. Where's my game?
Where is the game? Okay, maybe in a few moments it will appear. Let's hope.
All right. Oh, this is so frustrating, because I want to follow it here on the big screen and we are not getting it. Refresh again. No. Are we really going to zoom in? Just stay tuned.
Just going to start.
Fog of War. There's a suggestion in the chat. This is Fog of War. I mean, right? You cannot see the board. I mean, yeah, this is how we feel. So at least we can appreciate the players, their body language.
Yes, and sense of humor of our viewers. Thank you for understanding that.
Am I really gonna have to zoom in again? Really? Okay, here we go again.
Let's zoom in.
Oh, here we go again. I can do it all day.
Go.
Here we go again. Here we go. Zoom in, zoom in. I have very basic commands here. I don't have a joystick. So I can pretty much click one button at a time. And it's slightly lagging, so...
Now a bit left, maybe?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm really trying.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe slightly closer.
Yeah, slightly closer. And okay, at least we can see something. So what is actually on the board? We can see the pawn on e4, pawn on d5. And actually very nice bishop for black, I would say, on d6, blocking those pawns. Knight on c5.
What is this? I mean, I couldn't even make it here. This is some sort of Sicilian. Rook b1. We have been told that the organizers are working on the problem. They're going to try to fix it. They're going to send us a new link while we still don't have it. We are going to try to zoom in as this. I see white has a bishop on d7. Cannot really make it. What's it doing there, really? Yeah, now it's gone. Yeah.
And now it's gone. Now it's gone. Or maybe you could change the round because it's not right round there. So we have the names of the players. Okay. So Abdusator is taking his time.
Right. Yeah, he's thinking about it. At least you can see in the clock he has 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay. What is this? What is this?
What is this? Maybe you could change the round and names because we don't have the correct names we are following.
Where?
No. Because on the screen we can see that Arkady Knight is
Oh.
Just so people know which game we are following. At least, yeah, another backup, the Satorov, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my apologies, of course, but it's still not fixed. At least we can follow clearly the clocks. White is slightly below. I couldn't really make it what even opening it was. Was it some sort of Sicilian? Queen goes to b5, attacking something.
Usually it's very hard to evaluate the position, but when you're looking at it like this, it's also not very easy. But I would say, it looks kind of balanced, although first I saw that black should be better because of this bishop on d6. I liked it very much. Knight on c5, and now we can see queen all the way on h4, pawn was pushed to h5. Some preparation for attack for Abdusatorov. Looks very interesting.
Right. All right. Now we can at least understand what's happening there. White has a passed pawn on d5, which is protected by the pawn on e4. Black has weakness on b6. At least visually speaking, it appears to me that Kwang Liem, who is playing with white, has the better position here, and the black has weakness on b6. At least that's how I feel.
But there is a queen on h4 and pawn pushed out to h5. Knight on g3 is trying somehow to hold the position of the king.
We got the word the broadcast is fixed. Let me try to check it. Not from us. Refresh. Round. No, not for us.
Yeah, actually, there are games.
Yeah, and why I'm not getting them? Why I'm not getting them? I don't have them here. So we got the word that it's fixed, but I'm still not getting it. Okay, at least will be something to remember, right?
Yes, something special.
I'm refreshing, dear people. I know how refresh works. I can try to maybe hard refresh. No. Round 4, no. This is round 4, right?
Yes. It is round 4.
Well, okay, you see that here black has taken over the A file, queen a7. Yeah, we got the word official website is working, but for some reason it's not working here. Maybe they have a new link, which I don't have.
Yeah. So queen c2 was played. Queen c2.
Queen c2 is played, all right. Rook c8.
Queen b1.
He's playing very fast. I mean, he's basically playing with such a speed like he is down on the clock, right? I mean, in like last seconds, 47, 46 seconds.
Yeah.
Queen a4. The pawn on e4 is under attack, is it? Yeah. Knight e2 defends the pawn.
Actually, queen all the way went from the h4 to the a4 right now. pretty exciting because now Abdustorf realizes he has to change the plans. He cannot do anything on the king side.
Who's even playing it for the win because White had a great position before. He had this outside pass pawn on d5. Rook b2, queen b2, b5. Black also reminds he has also on his own pass pawn here. Queen b3.
Queen b3, but black doesn't want to trade. Abdustorf doesn't want to trade indeed, and
so black is trying to push forward the b pawn. That's why I played knight b3 to make sure it's not going anywhere. Now the Satorov switches towards the king side. Targeted pawn on e4, f3, very responsible. What about something like h4, knight h5? You have a lot of weaknesses of the dark squares at the king side.
yeah, exactly. That looks, I mean, the very nice pawn structure. If black is not going to create something, it looks not good.
Right. Let me once again try to refresh. Maybe magically we get it. No, not yet. Bishop g5 is played. Bishop e7. Now, White would love to take on f6 because then he would get a beautiful knight on b3 against the bishop, but the pawn on h4 is not under attack. Queen b7. I like it. I mean, it's up and down in this game. At some point, it was black storming White's defenses. Now it's White who has at black's defenses.
Yeah, exactly. So everything is changing very rapidly, and since it's Blitz also, in one move basically can change the whole outcome of the game. But
look at that. Black goes for a counterattack at the king.
Wow.
Queen g5, knight g6, h4, knight f4 starts to look really scary. You're concerned about it. I think black is just mating. Queen f4, queen g3 mate, no? What I'm missing there? Queen e3. Why not queen f4?
Queen f4 immediately mates threat.
Here's
What was
Eins.
wrong?
Here's Eins.
Oh my God, what a game.
Yeah, so that means that Abdustorf is going to become the new leader of the Blitz tournament. And right, so let me maybe check very quickly if I can see any other game here. This is game number 2. It's finished. Game number 1, Arkady Naiditch is still playing. Can I? Oh, whoa, where did that go? Doesn't work like that. That is Winston having a drink, and now I have to like switch it back. Just a second. Here we go. Now they already finished. Naiditch is finished. And at the same time, also the fourth board is finished. Do we have results yet? We don't have the results. So again, so I got a word. We are going to use a different board from Lee Chess. So again, let's make a short technical break because I'm going to update the board so that you can follow, so that we can follow, you know. And we don't want to miss the action, and I wouldn't want to resort to the zooming in of the camera so much. So let's do it like this. Another small break, but the official break was after round 5, right?
Yes. I can maybe quickly say the results. So Gukesh won against Naiditch. There was a draw, Yasipenko against Kamsky. Abdustorf won against Lekmanglev. We just looked, and Keimer beat Saleh Salem.
Right. Stay tuned. We apologize for the technical problems. We'll be back in a moment. Bye-bye. We're back. We're back, and we have alternative source for the games prepared for you. So we are going to be using a Lee Chess board. Hopefully it works. There's something weird happening here. We're not really sure what's happening, but there you go. We have the board available for you, and in case something is going to happen, we should be able to see it just as you.
Yeah, and in a few minutes, the next round is starting. We can see the players are sitting back on the places. So let's hope now it will work for us. And
So maybe let's check the rankings and also the pairings for the fifth round. And there you go. So here's the round 5 Blitz pairings. So Vincent Kammer plays against Nadej, Abdusatorov against Alex Salem, Andrei Yesipenko against Le Quang Liem, and Domarai Gukesh against Gata Kamsky. Do you have a preference, Angelique, you would like to follow?
yeah, maybe we could follow Gukesh against Kamsky.
Gukesh against
we
Kamsky it
haven't
is.
followed Gukesh for a long time.
All right,
also
and here's the
Kamsky.
overall rankings. You see Gukesh is still in the lead with 19 points, followed by Le Quang Liem 7.5, and Andrei Yesipenko is in the third place.
Yeah, after the victory of Abdusatorov against Le Quang Liem, he pushed him a little bit below, but now Abdusatorov has some more chances.
Right. All right, let's hope that Lee Chess is going to work better than the live cloud. There's some issues. Again, I don't want you bored with the details, but the thing is something like computer almost exploded or something. They cannot restart it. At least broadcast Lee Chess is working, so we're going to stick to that, and we should be able to follow the games live. Maybe there's going to be some sort of a small delay. Cannot really do that, anything about that, but let's just see. Let's just see.
But at least we will have the board, so that's the most important. We can follow the game, and sometimes also draw some arrows, show something what is happening. So
and there's the Blitz rankings. You see, Nodrbek Abdusatorov is leading the Blitz with 3.5 points. Gukesh is behind 2.5 points. Le Quang Liem also 2.5 points. Yesipenko, Kammer, Salem Saleh have 2 points, and everybody else has less.
yeah, so we will see. So Abdusatorov with a victory just basically became first for now, but we don't have to forget that after this circle, so after this round, not after this round, but after the one round robin tournament, there will be another 7 more rounds. So yeah, still a lot of action to be followed.
Absolutely. So this is only, round 5. 4 games have been played. I think after this round, there's going to be a smaller break, something like 5-10 minutes for the players. Again, to remind you, the players are playing a GMT triathlon. This means 3 tournaments, classical, rapid, and blitz. So today they're playing 14 rounds of a time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. This is round 5 out of 14, and so far Abdusatorov is trying to catch up what he has lost in the classical tournament.
Yeah, really exciting to follow. I mean, a really exciting format of the event with 3 sets. So basically not only the classical part matters, which usually is the case in the tournament, but all 3 of them.
Yes!
And we have the moves on the board.
Yes, we
finally.
have a move. We have a move on the board. And finally, thank you, Lee Chess. I so love you. All right. All right.
Clip. Time for clip. Okay, so
All right,
we have
C4.
we have Chebanenko.
Yeah, something? It's symmetrical. I wanted to say the Grunfeld, but the white slice square bishop is on E2, short castle. The clocks are very small, unfortunately. Yeah, I had no time, of course, to prepare for you to see them. Better, maybe I'm going to do it until the next break, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to make it really special, very big clock, so that you're seeing what is happening there. So A6, A4, here's played. White normally plays something like B3, bishop A3. Yep, B3 is on the board.
Yes. So yeah, basically the action is happening on the queen side, and okay, bishop G4, bishop has to go out, and bishop A3. Interesting developing of the bishop since it's not get out of the pawn chain. F2, E3, D4. So bishop is going to A3, and there are some ideas of stopping this E6 or E5 ideas. So that's where rook E8 played. So there is no ideas of bishop attacking the rook on F8. Yeah, and at some moment F5, sorry, not F5, E5 can be played
Right.
to
right.
challenge the center.
Yeah, so rook e8 is played. Indeed, something like e6 or e5 is played. C takes. Now white gets with the knight access to the b5 square. Black in return can play knight c6, knight b4. Again, if you're following the action, yesterday, Domarai Gukesh became one of the youngest players in the history of chess to break 2700 E-low. One of the fastest players to do it, and actually somebody even counted there was something like within days. I mean, he was like number 3, was it, right, in the world to do it? Age 16, already 2700 is absolutely stunning, and he also became the 6th Indian player to break 2700.
Yeah, that was quite an achievement. And as he told us, he's not really aiming to be the youngest something, but he just wants to improve his chess. He just wants to play good. And yeah, that's the most important, I also think so.
Right. Queen b6. Now Kamsky activates the queen. He's going after the pawn on b3. I don't think white has much. f3 is a bit strange move. I guess secure e4, g4 square.
Yeah, because you don't really want to push for e4 since, okay, there can be some issues with the d4 pawn. Okay, knight f4, knight d3, knight goes all, tries to stop the c5 idea, but c5 immediately being played.
Right. So c5 is played. Kamsky, of course, gets rid of the weakness on c5. Now you see that I think white is actually slightly worse, at least visually, because the pawn on b3 is a potential weakness. The black pawn on a5 is holding. I think we can actually move something here. Oh, look at that. Yeah,
Yes,
I can actually move something here.
We can do arrows.
Right, so these are potential weaknesses here, and black has a chance at some point to play e5. And yeah, create himself a pass pawn in the center.
Yeah, I mean, pretty interesting idea. And, you know, considering this pawn on b3, it's an extra pawn on the queen side, but it cannot be pushed.
Right, right. Cannot be pushed. So after rook takes on c5 here, Gukesh is thinking about his choices. I don't think he's really feeling pleasant about the position. Maybe something like queen d4 could be played because queen d4 is attacking the knight on f6. Most likely, yeah, knight e7, of course, Kamsky already anticipated this. Protects the rook on c5. As you see, there is a small delay. There is a small delay, unfortunately. Again, we cannot do anything about it, but at least we can see what is happening there.
Yes, and once they play the move, we can already assume what was played, and it's much better to see it on the board. So knight d3 immediately attacking the rook. So basically, there is an opportunity already to trade the queens, to remove the queens off the board. Is Ivkata going to do it?
I guess you have to move the rook, right? Rook c1, rook c1. The queen on b6 is protected. Actually, knight d3 is a very powerful move. Maybe he's thinking about rook c6, that he needs to secure the c file, because after rook c6, he needs to evaluate queen b6. Once again, I think I can draw arrows. Queen b6, rook b6, and the rook on b6 is targeting the pawn on b3. And also he needs to evaluate what happens after rook takes on c6 and rook c1.
So rook c1, the pair of rooks being traded, and he decided to take the pawn. He said, okay, the pawn is a pawn, so he's giving up on the 7th rack, actually. So rook c7 can be played almost instantly.
He has to. I think he has to play rook c7. Now this pawn could be in danger. h4, look at that.
First securing the space for the king on h2.
And h5, h6 is the idea. Also go for the mate.
And now queen f4. And basically there is no way to stop rook c7. Yeah.
Rook c7 is incoming, and I don't think really it matters so much that Gukesh is down a pawn, because he's the one controlling the initiative here. I would say if the black knight leads the d7 square, so white will have access, for example, something like knight f5, white will have access to knight e5, queen f6, think about g4 ideas. This could be unpleasant. So I'm pretty sure that Kamsky is going to try to keep the knight on d7 with something like rook d8, or maybe rook a7, actually.
Yeah, very interesting. So
g4.
G4, wow, opening everything there. But if we just remember, the pawn was on b3, also doing nothing there. So basically, why didn't even lose the pawn in that regard? Wow, takes g4, h5.
h5, Gukesh is fire. I mean, e5 counterattack by Kamsky, so he doesn't want to find out if there's the checkmate.
Gukesh is going for it. Gukesh is going for it. So queen No, queen h6.
Knight e5, queen
Or
e5. I
six,
don't think
yeah.
black is in danger here. I mean, white needs to be really careful because he's missing a number of pawns.
Yeah, but look at this position. King is really open, but also for white, king is open. So
Definitely. I mean, Gukesh is in danger here. Queen g6 can be played. Kamsky, it is on the board. Kamsky is controlling the situation. So the only question here is if Gukesh can try to save the game.
yeah,
F takes, H takes, king. A rook h1 could be an idea.
rook h1, very interesting. Idea is a checkmate on h8. Queen g7, the only move stopping it. And now, okay, there was an idea already to take the pawns, but queen f5 was played.
Wait, what about rook h5 here? Rook h5, rook g5. How do you stop that?
Queen b2.
Queen b2 check. King g3 is rook e3. Kamsky saw this. Where do you put the king? King f1 is played very quickly.
Queen
Check.
check.
King g2, queen d2. Wait. Is
What?
black winning the pawn on e3 with a check? Is he? Queen d1 forces a queen trade at least. I think Kamsky could do it if he doesn't find anything else. At least there's queen d1, queen f3.
Yes. This
Maybe
is an
that's a draw.
idea.
Maybe it's just a draw. Maybe there's no win. So Kamsky
Yeah.
sees. He says a draw. But maybe it's not a win. He wants to win.
Yeah, Kamsky is looking for it indeed, and we can see that there is still some time. Gukesh is very low on time, so Kamsky has extra few seconds, and he's using it in order to calculate. It's very hard in the Blitz, and he's going for the checks.
Check,
Check,
check.
check.
Does it change anything?
Is it a
Changes
draw?
nothing. I think it's going to be a draw. I mean, of course, he has to try queen d1, queen f3. It's giving him up an extra pawn. Gukesh already anticipated that. Rook g5 is
Wow.
a too big threat. No, g3. G3 we missed.
Wow. King g2.
Didn't he blunder queen e2, king h3? How do you continue after king h3? Where's your checks? Queen h2 check, king g4.
King g4. What happened?
Queen e2 check, king h3. Is this a draw?
Looks like a repetition. Yeah.
But wait, I mean, look at the clock also. Gukesh is down on 7 seconds. Kamsky has 20. He cannot find anything else. He's a bit shocked. I mean, where's my victory? Maybe g2? Can I play g2? Rook h2, g1, queen. He needs to see these checks here. No, I think he's going to go for the draw. He doesn't see. He's looking at the clock. He doesn't see the continuation. Yeah, that's going to be a draw.
That looks like a draw. Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like a draw, and Kamsky doesn't want to draw. He doesn't also want to lose, so he agrees. That's a draw.
Yeah. So we have a few games coming. Maybe quickly we can go to the Chimer against Najdij. Some action is happening there, and
Which
yeah, I
which
mean,
board is it again?
it's okay. Just resigned. Okay.
Just resigned.
Just
Okay.
resigned.
No
yes.
action there. And I think
Isipenko game also finished. Okay, we have all the games actually
we
finished.
have
yeah.
all the games. All right. We
have
have
all
all
the
the games
games.
here. So maybe let's check very quickly what happened in Vincent Chimer's game against Arkady Najdij. So it was a King's Indian.
Yeah.
Takes, C takes, A takes, Queen C2, Bishop B7, A3. Okay, I mean black is doing all right. That I can tell, at least immediately.
Yes.
A4,
B4.
B4.
And basically weakening the C4 square.
Yeah, but he gets the access to the knight takes on E4 idea, so white doesn't want to give up the pawn on E4. Right? That's why Queen C4 was played. C5, you see the engine is not really impressed. Knight E2, Rook D8, Knight C3. So far, Chimer was doing great. He won a pawn. Bishop F8, Knight A5, Knight E5. So what was doing okay?
F5, wow.
Queen C2.
Queen C2, and where does the bishop go?
For some reason, I'm not really sure why this should be a huge blunder. Takes, E4, Knight F6. So black started to go for some counterattack. Look at this. Every single piece starts flying towards the white king. Rook G1, Rook B3. Black started to take over the game. Yeah, a lot of action here. And black. Wow, Rook takes on
Wow,
E3.
Rook is 3.
Check. Knight E4. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That's how you do
That's
it. I
how
mean,
you go for it.
yeah, incredibly sharp
Oh my
game.
God.
And
Yeah.
White simply lost the queen, and that's why here black started to push forward the h-pawn and was able to secure the victory.
And a very interesting turn of events. Abdusattorov lost to the Saleh Salem. Maybe
Yeah, let's check that, of course. Abdusattorov's
quickly,
game.
let's check the game, what happened.
So I think we still have Ah, wait, we have slightly more, right? It's
Yeah, we
only 7 minutes.
Yes. So we can check the game.
Yeah, we can check.
quickly.
We can check. Can you check when's the next time? When is exactly the next round starting?
I mean, according to the schedule, it's in 6 minutes, but it's most likely will be longer.
Right. So we don't want to miss that. G5, bishop G3, H5. Wow, that's really aggressive. And black is threatened to play H4, attacking the bishop here on G3. So H4, G4, knight G1, knight E7. Now black is threatened to play knight F5. I already start to like black's position.
Yeah. And E5 immediately pushing
Bishop
forward.
F5.
Bishop F5, very powerful, trading the bishop. Knight on F5. Yeah, I mean, bishop on G3 is not happy.
Right, D
Bishop,
takes, yeah, long castle, but black already feels so good. I mean, look at these central pawns here on D5 and E5. The bishop on G3 can be traded at some point. Black can play bishop G7, king B8. His position already feels to be preferred.
Yes, that's a case where the hanging pawns are actually very strong because they're in the center. Okay, knight D4, there is some idea.
But here, I start to like suddenly Abdusatorov's position because he managed to ruin black's pawn center, get some access to some squares after C4, knight C3. Knight E4, still not very clear. Is this bishop trapped, by the way? No, it's not. Of course, you can take on D2.
Can take.
He just gave up a pawn for some reason. A3, bishop D2, knight D2. I guess rook takes on D2 was missed knight B3. This is my
Yeah.
best guess, right?
Yeah,
Take it.
knight B3,
Here.
it's immediately attacking the rook and the pawn on C5. So he decided to give it up like this. Yeah, but it's already not what was expected.
And now black has
Somewhere-
an extra pawn.
Yeah. Wow.
Another brilliant move, G3 to secure two passed pawns in the center. King C4, take it, and the rest. Okay,
What?
definitely not. Definitely not King D4, but black was able to win the game.
Yeah, so resigned here. And the last game, which we haven't looked, maybe briefly, we can see Yasipenko against Lech Van Gliem.
All right. So it was Rai Lopez, B5, bishop C5. Quite thematical stuff. Yeah, A5, this is actually really interesting because in knight A5 or bishop A5, usually there's some sacrificial ideas on A5, D takes knight E5, and all of this already has been played in practice many times, so bishop A7 is the move. Knight
Yeah.
E2 here, take. Yeah, this is highly theoretical line, I think. At least I've seen it before.
Wow.
Queen E3, Queen H4, F4, F5, and white is doing awesome because he's up a pawn and the knight on F4 is not doing anything. Rook G4, as they say, white has the pawn and white has the compensation for it.
Yes, incredible. Yeah, and this double pawns on F-file, they know, I mean, sometimes can be weaknesses, but in this case, look how wonderfully they are supporting all each other.
How do you call this?
I don't know.
How do you
it's,
call this structure? It's not very common, right?
Yeah.
All right, C4, D5, black tried to seek some counterplay, but white kept his extra pawn.
Okay, and yeah.
Yeah, and then Yasipenko
endgame.
won the rook endgame. There's some question marks in the middle, not really sure what's going on. I mean, it was a time trouble. Rook C8. Apparently a mistake. Okay, I mean, the player's already so down on the time. I mean, 6 cents for white, 7 for black, H6, G takes, and white just promoted. Not really sure what black was supposed to do here. Maybe something else. Right, so either way, Yasipenko wins. And,
that means actually that we have already, I want to say new leader, but no, people are starting just to catch up, right? Because Abdusattorov is still leading with 3.5 points, but there are 3 players basically breathing in the back, Yasipenko, Gukesh, and Saleh Salem with 3 points. So we're going to do a break now.
think so. Very, very short break of something like, again, we
5.
don't want to make those breaks, but we want to make sure everything is working. So Be back in 2 minutes. We don't want to miss the action again. And yeah, the round 6 of the GMT Blitz will be here in 2 minutes. Be back shortly. And we are back live from Biel. It appears to be that the technical issues have been resolved, so our team was working very, very hard to bring the games back to the digital board, and from the live cloud we have it. So in case you are wondering what's the new link, I can send you over here in the chat. There you go. You can also follow those games. In case something goes wrong, of course, we can always go back to the alternative source. So again, apologies about the technical issues, but the next round, I had the wrong information before. The next round starts in 2 minutes. I mean, it's not yet started. And before we move on, maybe let's very quickly check what happened in the previous round.
Yeah, so we had quite a few decisive games. Naidic won against Kaimer, Saleh Salem against Abdusatorov, and Andrei Sipenko beat Lekwang Liam, and we have one draw, Gukesh against Gatakamsky.
And this is the overall rankings. Gukesh increases his lead to 2 points by 9.5 points, leading the tournament quadriathlon, triathlon, over Andrei Yesipenko, who is trailing behind with Lekwang Liam with 7.5 points. Salem Saleh is also within the striking distance, and also Abdusatorov and Nadic are not so far behind.
But as we can see, after this victory, Andrei Sipenko managed to get higher, so now he's tying for the second place. So some action will change today's standing. I feel so.
Yep.
I feel so.
This is basically a leader fight because Gukesh is again a leader in overall rankings, 9.5. Lekwang Liam is trailing behind 2 points. For the victory, they get 1 point. So Liam, for him, this is the revenge time because he lost yesterday with the same color against Gukesh. With this historic game, and Gukesh was able to become one of the youngest players in the history of chess. So you see, the board is working.
Yeah, and we have already the moves on the board, and we have Ragozin, right?
They're sort of repeating it, no? I mean, slightly different ordered moves. Bishop
Yeah.
G5? Really? Wow.
Oh.
That's a repeat. That's a repeat of the classical game.
Okay.
And now he plays something else. After bishop h4, instead of g5, what was played in the classical game yesterday, Gukesh very quickly played bishop f5.
Yeah, he is changing the strategy because, yeah, indeed, in Blitz, this g5 move can be somehow maybe used. Yeah, players have to be as solid as possible.
Right. Queen b3, bishop a5. This still must be preparation for Gukesh. The pawn on b7 is usually risky to take due to rook b8, rook b2, and suddenly this knight on c3 is pinned. However, after white castle shot, black already needs to watch out for queen b7, and that's why queen b6 is played.
Yeah, and of course, the thing is that white doesn't really want to trade the queens. I mean, neither does black, so yeah, basically the queens are just standing there, and at some moment something like knight a4 maybe may challenge the queen and say, okay, please take my queen to open the a file.
I don't think white wants to take on b6 himself, because then after queen b6, a takes on b6, followed by b5, black gets very aggressive at the queen side, and also black doesn't really want to take on b3, because then after a takes on b3, white opens the a file and can do something. But look at this. After knight e2, already white, I think he's preparing the idea of a3, knight b3. Scratch
And
that. There was a trade.
Yeah, and look, the trade happened, and actually white took with a knight. Interesting. Didn't go for the idea of taking with the pawn and creating attack on the a file.
Right.
So bishop g3.
Bishop g3. So the structure is what we call it in chess, Carlsbad structure, right? Pawns on f2, e3, d4. Always, I mean, most of the time, the idea is that white is supposed to play at the queen side, a3, b4, and a5 is a very nice move, trying to stop white's ambition at the queen side.
But there is not the only one plan which can happen here. There is also opportunity to push for the f3 and e4. But in this particular case, we can see that bishop is on f5, knight is on f6, rook on e8, everything basically stopping that e4 push. So, actually, okay, he's not going for the minority
Wow,
attack.
what?
He's
a4?
a3, a4, a3, bishop e7, and a4. Wow.
That's interesting. Just a second, let's go back again. a3, a4. This is a rather unusual move
Yeah.
because I would expect b4. No, a4, bishop b2, knight a2, bishop f8, bishop c7. He goes after the pawn on a5.
Wow, what an interesting idea. And now b6 would drop the pawn on c6. So how to protect the pawn or what to do?
It's
Is there
difficult to tell.
something? So bishop b4 is possible, but then knight. Okay, Lukash is again. I mean, if he's also did it against Gata previous round. He's giving up the pawn.
Yeah, but now that's the idea. He played rook c8 to protect the pawn on c6, and now after b6, white's dark bishop it goes away, and black recaptures the pawn on a4, and again enjoys the normal position. But the critical moment is, for example, what happens after rook takes on a4, knight c3, and something like rook b4. So the knight on b3 is under attack, and so is the pawn on b2.
Yeah, and suddenly, we see that even though white couldn't manage this to push forward with a minority attack, now black is
Wait.
someone.
There's bishop b5. Rook a4, bishop b5. That's why
Wow.
Gukesh is not making a move. He just noticed. He noticed. Rook takes on a4, bishop b5. You cannot take it because the rook on c8 is pinned. And if you go away, you'll lose the pawn on c6. I think he just blundered this.
Wow, it looks indeed like a blunder.
So he's calculating. He's calculating, oh my goodness, what I'm going to do here, because if I cannot take the pawn, white just pushes forward the a pawn, a4, a5. And I think by now already, like Wang Liam sees this.
Yeah, and it looks okay. C5 was played, bishop b5 immediately taking that square, protecting the pawn on a4. Very important move by Le Quang Liem.
This might be also a golden chance for the Vietnamese top grandmaster to take the victory here, because once again, in the overall rankings, it's Gukesh who leads the overall rankings by 2 points, and it's one of the people who are following behind him. It's exactly like Wang Liam, so he could diminish Gukesh's lead to 1 point.
Yeah, now we can observe that there is an extra pawn, a healthy extra pawn on a4 for white, and there are this hanging pawns for black, and actually pawn on d5
The
looks
pawn on
like
d5 is
hanging.
definitely under attack. You need to calculate bishop e6. So knight e5, bishop e6 is your knight on b3 not under attack. Rook d1, rook d8, right? And again, very big decision. I don't think white needs to do that, so that's why he took on e4.
So yeah, knight e4, not taking that pawn, and now probably bishop should take.
I think so. I mean, d takes also is a move,
takes,
knight e3, access, bishop e6, access. So, not really sure what he's supposed to do. He took with the pawn.
He took with the pawn. Okay, he's trying to a little bit change the structure and to go for some other squares such as d3 or sometimes also f3 can be weak. So yeah, knight d3 immediately played, and now, okay, like this d3 pawn, is it like a pass pawn? It looks like rather a weakness, to be honest. I mean, for now it's absolutely blocked.
Yeah, but look at these monster pawns on c4 and d3, because if somehow black, for example, he managed to remove the powerful blockade on c3 and d2, then black is actually doing all right. So white has an extra pawn on a5. Black is very active with the bishop, so it's not very clear. It's not very clear.
For sure not clear.
Right, so Liam tried to simplify the position, but this actually looks like all three results are possible. Rook a4, bishop b4, is that the idea?
Yeah, the problem with a5 pawn and b2 pawn are separated, so there is no easy way to protect that a5 pawn. And if it's not pushing, if it's not going forward, then what to do?
What to do? So that's what exactly Gukesh is thinking here, what to do. And he did play, I think, bishop c5 with the idea to play f4. Unpleasant news, so immediately responded here by Liam, bishop d4. He initiates the trade. But wait, now I have a question. Isn't your pawn on b2 a weakness? Because if I trade it and play something like rook b8, you need to calculate that.
And pawn on a5 as well. After the trade, there are some ideas to attack the pawn on a5 also.
Takes
Possible.
f4. I love this move, so it presents the white king on f2, so black is always ready to play g5, and you never know, because you look at white's kingside pawns, f3, g2, h3, in any endgame they might become a weakness because black has the last square bishop.
Yeah, but also their e4 square is now available for the knight because pawn pushed on f4. So yeah.
As soon as the white knight leaves d2, black is going to play rook b8, attack the pawn on b2. So that's why he didn't play rook b8 right away, because white would take on c4. f4 is a very powerful move. And now knight e4. Okay, what happens now after rook b8? Rook b8 is on the board. Rook a2 immediately. No, rook b1 responded.
Okay. Because now after knight e4, the idea, yeah, was to block the c4 pawn. C3 was not possible.
I wanted to suggest, to be honest, c3, bishop b3, bishop c2, but I had no time to calculate that. No time to calculate that. Rook c8.
And the players also don't have so much time to see all this through.
Right. So once again, in case you missed it, you can follow the game in the live cloud. Again, I sent you the link. All of the games are available there. This is round 6. We had some minor technical issues before. They're resolved. There's no evaluation bar, so let's try to indeed figure out ourselves. Because also we would imagine we feel like a player. Wait a second, the pawn on b2 just got lost.
What happened?
I don't think Gukesh is in danger here anymore. No, wait, just a second. Wait,
pawn
what?
on c4
Pawn on c4 is
disappeared?
gone? Difficult to understand. D2, okay.
But wait, what is happening with this d5 pawn?
Maybe nothing. Knight e4. No, okay. Already here it's quite clear that Gukesh is in trouble. Knight e4. C pawn fell. D pawn is about to fall. This is winning.
This
is
looks
winning.
like winning for the Vietnamese grandmaster. Wow.
Just 3 extra pawns.
Yeah, incredible.
And Gukesh goes down. Le Quang Liem takes down the overall reader and gets a small revenge for yesterday's loss in the classical tournament. And that's why this is such an important result for him. Let's move on. Let's check more games.
Yeah, we still have some games ongoing.
So I see all of the games have
Yeah.
been finished. So let me see if the ranking is updated. Not yet. So I think we still have some minutes.
Yes, but I can already tell you the results. So we have the victory from Gata Kamsky against Naidic. Lech Van Gliem won against Gukesh, as we just seen. Saleh Salem won against Yesipenko. Wow, what a turn of event. And Kaimer won against Abdusatorov.
Right.
What a turn of event. Our leaders, Yesipenko and Abdusatorov, have lost in this round.
Yep. So it seems. So let's start with that game. So Vincent took down one of the leaders of the Blitz tournament. Knight f3. All right. This is what I played. Again, I mean, we have to choose basically every single round. We are sticking to one game. E5. Some sort of a Grunfeld reverse, no?
Yeah, it looks like, yeah.
That's a pawn sacrifice. Quite typical, by the way, idea in the Grunfeld. Very often, usually black, like this, sacrifices the pawn on c6, then he plays bishop d7. The white knight has nowhere to go.
E3, immediately challenging the d4 pawn, and, using the fact that king is still in the center.
And now white wants it. Yeah.
Right.
Now white wants it. Now he
Yes.
wants to take the pawn on c6. Like he took it.
So Yesipenko, Yesipenko, Abdusatorov just gave up the pawn.
He gave up a pawn. He sacrificed it in order to gain some time, because you look at this position. The white pawn on b2 is a target because white cannot easily develop the dark square bishop. So he pretty much traded this pawn. And was that a blunder? Just a second. I mean, f5, queen e5 check. Was this intended? So black seemingly blundered a piece.
What? And rook c8?
Now, he decided not to do it, actually, because rook c8, you take on d4, now you're just down 2 pawns for pretty much nothing. So he tried to complicate, and
So that was just a blunder of a piece?
just a blunder, yeah? Just a blunder, and white just
Wow.
played b4, b5. We go back to this position, I think, here after queen c5, rook c8, he realized that after e takes on d4, he loses so many pawns that he tried to complicate the position, but after b4, white just keeps the extra piece. And there's nothing.
Yeah.
So major blunder by Abdusatorov. Again, remember here, this moment, f5, queen d5. This is how you lose a piece of Blitz.
Yeah, probably. Probably he saw that there is some rook c8, but after calculating a little bit, he realized it's not working. And we have again Saleh Salem against Andrei Yesipenko. Also unexpected result, and quite a change of our standings.
Right, so finally we got our IQP. We are following it yesterday as
Yeah.
one of the potential continuations in Vincent Keimer's game. Knight c3, b takes, c4. It's a good choice because in Blitz you are looking towards some attacking chances.
Yeah, and hanging pawns can allow some attacking chances for both sides, to be honest.
Look at this. Boom, rook b5. I love this move.
Where does it go? To h5?
h5.
To
Yeah.
h5. all the way.
h5, g5, something. That's why bishop f4 followed. Bishop a3, black declines. I mean, white declines. And there you go, rook h5. Oh, I'm so sorry. I spoiled it. So, white just lifted the rook to h4.
Wow. What a rook.
Bishop b2, knight e5. So you already see bishop b2, bishop d3, knight e5, rook h4. White has so many pieces attacking. And some maneuvers were made, and here, oh, this is actually interesting. So Yesepenko decided that he can win the pawn on d4. He took on f3, he took on d4. Apparently, it didn't work for some reason. Queen d6, boom, that's why.
Oh, wow.
Take it, check, here, oops. So this was very nice, actually, because, I mean, you look at this once again, right? So white just play bishop b1, and black thinks that he is winning the pawn on d4. However, specifically here, he probably already realized that he missed queen c2, queen h7, and bishop g6.
Yeah, but bishop g6 was a move, yeah.
Huge move. King e7, yeah, and when the king walks in the middle, it's bad news for black.
Yeah,
So
it looks like, it looks over, yeah.
that's how the game finished.
Yeah, incredible.
When does the next
victory.
game start, by the way?
The next game should start very soon, in 1 minute. But
In 1 minute, right? And not in
but,
5. Are you
but
sure?
Not,
There was a break. A 45 started previous game.
I have no updated schedule, so I don't know. Maybe,
All right.
maybe the game starts later.
I think it's in 5 minutes because you see no players still are sitting on the board. All right, so this is Arkady Neinich's game against Gada Kamsky.
So to say, the match of the older generation.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This is something I can relate to. The Sicilian Paulson variation, or Khan, so to speak, knight f6, bishop e3, b6, d6. So I think Kamsky set up the hedgehog.
Yeah.
White played it out very aggressive, f4, f5, knight b3. White has a lot of space advantage. As you see, the final result, it didn't help white.
Yeah.
Wow,
D5.
I love this.
Wow,
Yeah,
this
that's
is a
great.
break in the most protected square in the
Right.
position.
So black goes for a counterattack, opens the docks with bishop here on e7. The pawn on b4 is falling. Actually, this is one of the typical ideas in the Sicilian Khan. Either b5 or d5, black activates a piece, and this is exactly what Kamsky did.
Yeah, bishop b4, bishop a6, trading the rooks, and knight e4, counter chances.
Yeah, looks great for black, unless he's losing a piece right now.
Yes.
Knight c3. Knight f6. Wait, it's not very clear, is it? Of course, that's why it's Blitz. Knight e5, and somehow black
Bishop
kept the
g5,
pawn.
yeah, and the pawn is still...
I mean, to be honest, if I look at this position, it's not very clear because, I mean, this entire sequence, once again, d5, knight e5, you take it, you take on b4, you take on a6, you take on e4, and in the end, I mean, you have to calculate that you're not losing the piece, right? This is incredibly difficult.
Yeah, it's very difficult, but at the end of the story, it was actually working out.
And black just normalized the position, traded some pieces, put the knight on f6, and there you go. You see that he simply enjoys the better structure. He has an extra pawn, and the white king is weak.
Yes, and very technical win by basically converting, slowly pushing forward. Yeah.
Beautiful victory, right? Slowly, gradually improving the pieces. Rook d1, queen c4, a lot of threats are here, and that's why here he had to resign. And once again, I think what we're going to do here very quickly, have a peek at the results. You already said, what are they? No draws. This round, 4 decisive results. And here is the current, I don't think it's actually pretty correct. No, it is correct. No, it's not correct. So Gukesh leads.
Gukesh still leads with 19.5 points. Overall rankings, Sadek Manglem is on second place with 18.5 points. And in third place, we have Andrei Sibenko, slightly behind Sadek Salem, Norbek Abdusatorov, and others. So yeah, this Blitz is actually changing a little bit the standings and making some players coming closer to the to our top 3. And here we have the round 7 It is actually the end of the first circle. Norbert Satorov against Arkady Nadic, Andrei Sipenko against Vincent Heimer, Gukesh against Saleh Salem, Gatakamsky against Le Conglier.
Maybe we follow Gukesh's game against Salem Saleh. What do you think?
Yeah, knowing Saleh Salem as a player and also Gukesh a recent achievement, we can already expect something from this game, something very nice.
Oh, wait, I have,
Because
I have the old zoom in. I think I should be able to fix that in more. Oh, there you go. Lovely.
there we have Saleh Salem and the Murai Gukesh.
Right. So, yeah, round 7 is about to start, and that would actually mark the equator of the Blitz tournament because, once again, the GMT is part of 3 tournaments. I mean, not GMT, but GMT Blitz is part of 3 tournaments. It's a classical tournament. It's a rapid tournament. Today is the Blitz tournament. And, yeah, they're getting 1 point for every victory, half a point for a draw, 0 for loss. In classical tournament, it scores more, but there's less games.
Yes, and even though it's a blitz and for one game for victory, players can get only 1 point. For that, they have basically 2 round-robin tournaments, so 2 circles. So they're playing with each other with both colors, and we have the first moves in the game.
Actually, Salem Saleh is the leader of the Blitz tournament. I'm not sure he really knows that unless he has seen it on the big screen. He's just trying to play some exciting chess. So far for the Emirati top grandmaster, the triathlon is not very successful, but he already said a couple of times, also during the opening ceremony, that he loves Biel. He loves coming back here. He's been here. This is the 9th year, was it? Right? So he should actually get some kind of honorary Swiss citizenship or something. I don't know.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, somehow unexpectedly, Saleh Salem became the top seed for now. Okay, so what do we have? What do we have here? So again, Carlsbad structure.
Carlsbad. They love Carlsbad. Maybe Carlsbad, they love it for the reason it's simple to play in Blitz. Again, white goes b4, b5, tries to create a weakness on c6, and black says, I have the powerful darks with bishop on f6, and I should be happy. Is he? I don't know.
I think that normally black is playing something like a6 in order, to eliminate also pawns on the a file. But okay, here, actually,
Nice
he
c4.
took the pawn on b5 and knight c4.
He took on b4, and I guess his idea is to play a6, b5, establish a pawn majority at queen side, and then maybe with the help of the darks with bishop, he's going to claim he's doing all right. And actually, visually, it looks okay.
Yeah, indeed, visually it looks fine. But black has to be careful about some a4 pushes at some moment to build some pressure on the pawns. There can be also push on e4 as well. And now after trading the light square bishop, yeah, the pawns may be attacked on the light squares much easier.
Actually, I expected instead of queen b3, queen f5, I had a feeling, I mean, a move ago here instead of queen b here, right? I thought that you could play queen f5, go after the pawn on d5. Maybe that would prompt black to play something like knight b6, or maybe even something more energetic was possible. Either way, queen b3 is played with the idea to play a4 and establish some weaknesses in black's camp.
So queen d6, black is trying to centralize the queen, very nice square on d6, and yeah, now Cash has to decide what he wants to do, and he's doubling. He's doubling the rooks on the c file, logical.
Right, so black needs to watch out for this a4. I mean, he also can double the rooks. He can play rook c6, rook c8. The knight on c4 is perfectly positioned.
Yeah.
We're gonna see. So
We're
here you
going
see,
to see.
yeah, he's thinking. A lot of time on the clock. 2 minutes 20 seconds. Bishop e7. I guess his idea to play something like queen b4, queen a3.
Yeah, bishop e7.
Bishop e7, and what is it?
Controlling the dark squares, maybe some knight a3 at some moment. I don't know.
I think black already is sort of looking better. I mean, with the knight on c4, if white cannot push it away, he has pawn majority of the queen side. White did not yet manage to get to the pawn on d5 because, I mean, if you visually look at black's position, he has more so-called pawn islands, right? The pawn on a6, b5, d5, then all those 3 pawns at the king side. White has the better pawn structure, but it's that knight on c4.
Yeah, it's very annoying. It's controlling the most important square, so to say, in the position. And yes, if we compare the knight on c4 and 2 knights of white, we can even say that maybe this one knight has a value of both those knights because they're doing nothing on f3. And okay, they're putting some pressure on d5, but they're not doing much.
h6. This was reminding white that there might be g5 ideas at some point later, so Gukesh, just in case, plays h4. Make sure there's no g5 and also give some luft for the king in case there could be some background issues. This is something you're going to always blitz out. Maybe g3, king g2 could be the next moves for white as well.
Yeah, for sure. And queen d7, so being flexible and watching out for some light squares on the king side.
I think I love how Salem Salek is playing here this game. He's slowly but gradually improving his pieces. So the bishop on f6 was not doing anything. He played bishop e7. I was looking at something like queen a3, queen b4. So here Salem is going to position the queen on f5 or g4. Then again, threaten white with ideas like g5. And this is starting to feel really uncomfortable for Gukesh.
Yeah, after queen g4, how do you protect that pawn on h4? That's a question. Pushing forward to h5 may create some weakness, no?
Queen d3 defensive move, but I guess his idea is queen g4 to play knight e5. So Salem Saleh already sees, okay, I could play queen g4 in a heartbeat, knight e5. Do I want to take on e5? He's trying to evaluate. Probably he's gonna play something simpler because these players, they are very, very practical. They try not to do funny business and do something which makes a lot of sense.
So even if players see some potentially winning lines, but there is some risk there, they would rather go for something else. And yeah, start to say it's more practical. So,
but what? Right? That's a big question. What? Because white might still want to play knight e5 later.
Yeah, so maybe preparing somehow bishop d8 and rook 6 to c7. Okay, wow.
Well, wait,
bishop
what? Rook c4? You didn't blunder this? Wait a second. Rook c4. Rook c4 and bishop c1. Amazing. Good calculation.
Okay.
Knight b2. Can I do that? Knight b2, queen a3, knight d1. I need to calculate that. Knight b2, rook b2, bishop b2. I need to calculate that. There's a fork on e5. Again, you need to calculate. You're doing all this calculation very quickly.
But even though afterwards there can be the c file for black, actually could have worked.
Okay.
And now pawn on d5 is hanging.
He decided it doesn't work on knight d5. I guess there should be a reason why knight d5 is impossible. Knight d5 at the moment looks like an extra pawn. Gukesh is looking at it. Wait, I mean, it's just an extra pawn, right? I just take it.
Knight e5, knight e5
I just take it.
Doesn't work, right?
He took it. I think it was a blunder, no? Knight e5, queen e6. So Salem Salek pretty much confirms it was a blunder. I'm not sure what he intended, really. e4, f5, unless it was a very sophisticated sacrifice. But he looks cool. He's happy.
Yeah. Maybe he wanted. I was thinking about something like knight e5, but the problem is that pawn simply takes on e5, and after rook c2, bishop is hanging on d6, so it would not work. It would not really work.
No, it was a sacrifice, I think. I mean, it wasn't a blunder because as soon as he played queen e6, f5, I think I understand his idea. Now he is relying on his piece activity here.
Wow,
knight b2. Wow, what a move, what a move.
Wow,
Rook b2, rook c3, the pawn e4 is gone.
Trading basically the knights like this. What a move, incredible.
I think black is taking over this game.
Yeah, it looks like.
Take.
Winning the c file, taking back the pawn on e4. I mean, Salem looks very confident here.
Looks awesome. Yeah, rook takes on c3. The white queen has to go away because white going to take on f5. Rook d3, rook d1 to be lights out. Queen b1. I guess Gukesh is going to push knight e5.
Actually, there is already a result. Abdusattorov won against Knight pretty quickly. Wow. Unexpected.
But also look at the Gukesh's clock. He's down on something like 4 or 5 seconds. Every single move he needs to make a lot of big decisions. Gukesh is in danger here.
Gukesh is in big danger, and we can see that already black is really pressing going forward. So yeah, it feels like Blitz is not really for Gukesh good time control.
And he's blitzing it out, and that's it. Where did his piece go? So black just won a piece for free. Just a second. I mean, I have to see this. Knight e2, bishop h3, d5, queen e5, knight e4.
Yeah,
he miscalculated something. That's it. I mean, he loses a piece. Gukesh going down. I don't think Salem Saleh is gonna miss this opportunity.
And the pawn cannot simply be promoted, and the extra piece is a piece. It's still a piece, so...
Of course, some practical issues. The pawn on a6 on b5 needs to be protected. Wait, what? He gave up the pawn on a6 for what exactly?
And now...
I think that was a minor blunder.
Wow,
So
queen
he's
e2.
trying to go for a counterattack. He's trying to get to the
Wow.
pawn on f2, but it's getting tricky. And now the pawn on b5 is weak, and you're down on the last seconds, and it's not getting easy.
It's not getting easy. It's not easy for both players. Wow, rook f5.
Rook f5, queen e7, you're going to trade the rooks. I mean, you already saw he literally slammed the clock in the last seconds. I mean, Salem Saleh is
God.
losing control of the game here. He's completely losing the control. Just a second, because white is about to checkmate black. So who is even playing for the win here? Rook e7?
Rook e7, oh my god.
Rook e7, rook e8. Is this
e8.
going to win the game?
Okay, still
Rook
protecting.
e8, queen e7. It's impossible. This already is getting incredibly exciting. They're
Wow.
blitzing it out. Queen
They're blitzing
c4.
it out. Everything is so changing so rapidly. Oh my god.
Right, so he managed to put the bishop on d8, so relative safety for black. Now the danger is over if he's not going to blunder some shots on g7, some perpetual check. Now black again is winning. He had some chances. Gukesh had some real chances to escape here, at least visually.
f6, but it doesn't. Okay, f6 actually at the same time controlling the oh,
f6,
very
rook f6.
nice idea, yeah.
You couldn't
but-
take it. There was a mate on h6, right? Rook
What
b2.
is it?
And that's, I want to say it's a draw. Is it a draw? I don't know, really.
Oh my god. The pawn on b2 and the king is very naked on h3.
Oh,
What?
what? He blundered the rook.
Oh no.
He blundered the rook. Queen b1 was played by Gukesh here. I mean, trying to win back the pawn on b2. We also missed it,
Oh,
actually.
no.
Queen b6. Gukesh goes down. He blundered the rook. But we have to go back very quickly
Incredible.
to that moment. You could feel there was so much tension. I mean, Black was desperately trying to hold on despite the fact he was handing up a piece. And still deserved victory for Salem Saleh.
And that secures him still the lead in the tournament. So we have
all games finished.
all games finished. So as I said before, Abdusatorov quickly won against Naidic. Yesipenko won against Keimer. Gukesh, Saleh Salem won against Gukesh, and Kamsky beat Le Quang Liem.
All right.
So those are the
And the next round, when does it start? Do you have it?
I assume in 9 minutes.
In 9 minutes, right? All right. So round 7 is finished. While we get the updated of the results, let's go through all of the games. Again, we had a lot of decisive games here. This is some sort of a London again. Gata really likes London. So this game we didn't see. So b3, c takes. Okay, this is always tricky because after black's b5, you need to watch out for a4. That's why c takes, a takes was played. b4, great move. Knight b3, knight c5 is the common idea here. Maybe sometimes even push b5, c4.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Queen
exactly
d6,
what
knight
happened.
d7, and pawns are getting pushed forward. b6 blocking.
So far it's clean.
So far it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, Gata definitely got a better position after the opening. He's one of the, I guess, world reading experts in the London because he
Yeah.
plays it all the time. Rook a7, there goes a pawn. White just won a pawn. And was the rest really a technique, or there were some adventures in the game? Let's just find it out.
Yeah. g4, bishop goes back, knight e5. Yeah, just it's like extra pawn.
It looks great. Knight g6, rook a7.
Yeah. It's not only an extra pawn, but also active pieces, and that's the most important for the end game.
Very
Yeah.
clean game. Very clean game by Kamsky. So bishop e4, bishop c6. Look at that. I mean, in the
Yeah.
Blitz game, he even remembers to activate the king. Actually, this was tricky. Look at this. Because if you take on b6, king c7, you lose a piece. It's very nice,
Yeah,
right?
so-
Rook b6, king c7, rook a6, take. You blundered the bishop on c6. So king g2, he was careful. h5, he was careful. And then now he takes it because after king c7, there's rook b7.
Yeah, now
Beautiful.
it's working. Now it's working. Okay,
he
so
won the game.
yeah, the rest is just technique, and of course Gata is good at it. So
I think
Yeah.
3 extra pawns
Yeah.
doesn't hurt, right? You're supposed to. You're
Three
supposed to
extra
win the
pawns
game.
should be enough for sure.
All right.
So let's see what happened in the other game. We have a quick actual victory by Abdusatorov against Nadic. So this
All
game
right.
finished somewhere in the middle of the game we were watching.
Italian game. So Abdusatorov again repeated knight c3 system, which he played against Wang Liem in round 2, I believe. Didn't work out for him. So this means it's more than just for one game. It's basically a concept he has prepared.
Yeah, and we have a4 stopping the b5 idea, so everything looks normal. d5 square getting taken, yeah.
Yeah, knight e5 is very committal. d4 and bishop g5. Wow, that's very energetic. d4.
Not taking the pawn, but bishop g5 first.
Right. Check. That's a very powerful sequence. I love this. I mean, how to exploit the black king in the center. You play d4, and instead of automatically grabbing the pawn, bishop g5, threatening to double the pawns, after knight g6, rook e1, the black king has to walk.
Yeah, and then black just missed a castling opportunity. So bishop d3 takes. Wow.
That's already looking dangerous for black because I guess h takes is knight g5. You cannot take on g6, is knight e6 fork. Beautiful idea. F takes, bishop f6. Oh, this looks already so dangerous for black. Very powerful game so far by Abdusatorov.
It feels there are two moves to be played, like king g8, king h7, and to hide the king there, but simply black is not in time.
It doesn't work like that, right? You never get 2 moves for free.
Yes.
Queen f5 wants to trade queens. White didn't want to, and now this is just a very deadly attack. And that's
Yeah.
it. King g8, rook e8 check. Black loses the queen.
Oh.
Beautiful idea.
Yeah, very nice game by Abdusatorov. And let's check another game. Yesipenko against Kaimer. Yesipenko won. Let's see what happened.
Right? So that was Karakin advanced variation, knight e2, knight b3. Yeah, usually this stuff happens when black is not really interested to enter a theoretical debate of early c5 ideas, which is quite good normally for black.
Okay, everything looks normal, so...
And now he goes back, right? Now that the center is secured, the white knight goes back. This actually, I think, was played in one of the rapid tournament games. Vincent was playing with black against Salem Saleh, if I remember correctly, and one of the most beautiful games of the rapid tournament was played. I don't remember which round was it, but Vincent definitely was with black.
Yeah, so maybe this, c4 in some way it's also letting the pressure on the d4 pawn, but of course black has another plan to expand on the queen side, and bishop all the way is on d3. Wow, what a bishop!
Actually looks great for black. I'm not sure
Yeah.
how he lost it. b4, a sacrifice by Kaimer.
And now knight has...
I'm not sure why he didn't really take on d4, by the way. Bishop d2, knight e4. Is there something wrong?
maybe
Just a
some
second.
knight f5 idea with... No.
Is there some knight e5 ideas?
I saw knight f5 and bishop e3.
No, I think it's knight e4, knight e5. If black takes on f3, queen f3, d takes e6. Somewhere e6. I think this is what he realized because his idea was to get to the pawn on b4. The Yesipenko decided, okay, you can have it. And now Kaimer realized that there's this tactical idea of some knight e5, p6. That's why he decided to play here, and he simply gave up a pawn for nothing. This is what usually happens on Blitz.
Yeah, that sometimes happens because players don't have enough time, and Blitz is very, very dynamic. Always the opponents has to take care of the time and at the same time check out the tactical ideas. Yeah, basically.
Right, so I don't think we are going to have time to check all the games, so maybe let's very quickly go to the results of the 7th round.
Yeah, and we have Norderbeck Abdusatorov win against Arkady Nadic. Andrei Yesipenko won against Vincent Kaimer. Saleh Salem won against Gukesh, and Gatakamsky won against Wang Liem.
And this is the updated rankings overall. So here you see Gukesh is still in the lead with 19.5 points. However, Yesipenko and Wang Liem are just by a point behind, and Salem Saleh is closing the gap. He is only 2 points behind.
Yeah, so we can see actually also the on our board.
I think we have to choose the next round's game, which we are going to follow. Here you see the pairings for the next round. It's Nadic, Lekwang Liem, Kamsky, Salem Saleh, Gukesh, Vincent Keimer, and Andrei Yesipenko against Abdusatorov. I think we have to follow Yesipenko against Abdusatorov. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. They are one of the one of the leaders in the overall rankings, for sure.
Just a second, let me try to find the game. All right, and be back.
So, and we also can see now the standings of the Blitz. We can see that Saleh Salem is still leading with 5 points. Abdusatorov is half a point behind. And after them, there is Yesipenko and Kamsky with 4 points.
Very important game. Like pretty much any else. We are following Gukesh's games for a while. So we're following what you're saying in the chat. I mean, we have to. He's the overall leader. And also, he was playing some of the critical games, but of course, we want to follow all of the players as much as we can. And what? Petrov in Blitz?
Wow. What is this?
How dare you? How dare you play Petrov in Blitz? I mean, this is... okay, I mean, very, very solid opening. I'm a bit surprised, but should be perfectly playable.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, knight b4. I mean, okay.
Knight b4? Wait. Did he miss this? Because bishop f1 is bishop f5. How do you deal with this? Just a second. I mean, look at Yesipenko's face. No? Wait, he didn't miss this, no? What? Knight f1, knight e3, bishop d3. Because here, after knight to d2, knight e6, this already saw being played by Abdusatorov here in Biel. I didn't remember which round was it. I think it was in the rapid tournament. Knight b4, now you cannot play bishop f1 due to bishop f5, and that's why Yesipenko had no choice, give away the bishop, and now I think black is just doing fine.
Yeah, it looks like having 2 bishops, and yeah. Again, we already discussed this position can rise from many openings, and yeah, the most important squares are e4 and e5 here to control. So bishop f4, sometimes knight e5 can be an idea.
Unless, of course, White is going to claim that absence of the light square bishop is not really important for the position. I beg to differ. But, I mean, I still see that he has these beautiful knights on f3 and g3. Also, the bishop on f4 doesn't really mess with the position. So, what? f6, rook f7, that's really deep.
Wow.
Taking care of e5, g5, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, the problem is, I believe, also for black, even though they have 2 bishop advantage, the bishop on c8 doesn't really have a clear way out. So, wow. Bishop
He
f8.
knew the idea. I think he knew the idea because this is something you just cannot come up in Blitz. So this idea to rearrange the bishop on f8, take care of the e5 and g5 square is known. And this actually bears some resemblance to recent games I've seen performed by young Krzysztof Dudak, who also occasionally plays Petrov. So here, black gets a nice control of the light square. So I definitely see that Abdusatorov knows Petrov in and out.
Yeah, and I mean, interesting, of course, the opening choice and for Blitz, creating some now uncomfortable decisions, so it should be made by Yesipenko.
After b5 here, White can play c5 or c takes on b5. He played earlier h4 to organize some sort of hostilities at the king side. Think about moves like h5, knight h4, maybe knight g6, maybe knight f5. This is usually how White plays it. There you go, h5 is on the board.
Yeah, knight is on c4 now. Wow. Very nice knight.
Wait, is the pawn on c5 under attack? No. Bishop c5, can I take it? No? Okay. Apparently not. I wasn't really sure. Why not bishop takes on c5 here, right? Once again, if I'm not blundering anything, bishop c5, you're going to play d takes, queen d3, and maybe after bishop c5 there were some complications with h6, right? So either way, queen d5 is on the board.
Yeah, so not accepting the pawn. I mean, I think that another back knows what he.
Yeah, but you can still blunder, right? some
course.
easy tricks like bishop c5. One opponent blunders, the other one doesn't notice, because this is how a human mind works. You don't expect blunders from your opponent.
Yeah. So rook e8 was played, bishop e7, very logical, and rook a to e1. So basically now pinning that bishop on f8 And now, what is the rook on f7 exactly doing?
What is the bishop on b7 doing? That's what I want to find out, because it's not doing anything. And normally the bishop, the light square bishop for black, should be standing on d5, because if he plays stuff like bishop e6, queen d7, bishop d5, black is doing great. But apparently here he had no choice, because the rook on a8 is pinned, and that's why bishop b7 had to be played.
Yeah, now something like rook d7, rook d8 maybe can be tried by black. I don't know how to get rid of this pin on the king, and yeah.
What about queen d7?
Trade.
Or
Wow.
trade and then queen d7. I think you want
Trade and
indeed
queen
get rid of
d7.
this rook,
Yeah, and
right?
he's playing queen d7. The rook has to go. Rook cannot really go to b8. Oh, it goes to b8.
Angelica said you're going to go to b8 and he
I
plays
was
it
scared.
anyway.
Yeah, I was scared it's getting somehow
Knight f5?
lost there.
Knight f5, what happens? I think black is in danger here. Unless, of course, rook e8. Wait, he gets rid of the rook. I
Yeah,
saw
rook
knight
e8.
f5, knight e6, but rook e8 is the big idea.
Yeah, rook e8 can be played. h6, wow.
Well,
Going for it.
if white is not going to be very aggressive in the next couple of moves, black has the chance to take over the game. So think about moves like rook e8. Once again, the rooks get traded, and black rearranges the light square bishop to e6. White is in a lot of danger, because black has a chance to organize an outside pass pawn at the queen side, a5, b4, a4, etc., while white's d pawn is not going anywhere.
Yeah, for sure. And so he decided not to allow it, not to push forward, but just let it take. And
So Jespek is creating targets in black's position again, staying true to the best strategy, best tactics, best approaches in Blitz. Go for the mate, try to create some threats. He has a lot of pieces around the black king, and black has to be really careful here. Knight h5, knight e4, these are all looking great moves. And you just have to guess basically like in seconds. Knight h5.
okay, so now there is a threat to take on f6, queen e7 or something. Queen
If-
e7.
If black is not going to play bishop c5 the next couple of moves, here Abdusatorov is in a lot of danger. So I think
Bishop
he...
c5.
What?
Bishop c5.
What bishop c5?
You said if black will not play bishop,
Bishop c8. Did I say
okay.
bishop c5?
Yeah.
Bishop c8,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
Bishop
yeah.
c8, and now he tries to trade some pieces. The bishop still is on b7. Quite dangerous. Of course, Jespek is not going to trade queens. He doesn't want.
And d5. Wow.
Beautiful move, activating the knight. Easy move.
But also helping a little bit with a bishop.
And also the idea after c6 is put the knight on d4. c6,
C6,
nice idea.
very
Look at
nice.
this. c6, bishop c6, queen c8. Again, we have to go back very quickly. c6, c6, bishop c6, queen c8, queen d5. Now here clearly Abdusatorov is very close to losing because white has two active pieces. The king is exposed. The c-pawn is so far away. I think that Jespek is going to do this. Queen d8, c7, knight e4, knight f5. I don't see any chance here for Abdusatorov.
Yeah, it looks very dangerous, and pawn on c6 is indeed very close to the promotion square on c8. So
Plus the mate threats, right? Knight e5, knight e7. You always need to watch out not to get mate immediately. Slammed move. What was it? Knight b6. You could see the heat. I mean, he's down on 6 seconds.
wow,
There should be already forced victory.
some knight f5 should
Yeah.
work for
Knight
someone.
f5, knight e7 or knight e6. I'm not sure. The pawn on a2 also is under attack, but I think if black gets mate, it doesn't matter. Maybe
Yes.
g4. G4, queen d3. I mean, there's so many interesting ideas.
Knight h4. I mean, everything is working.
But he still has time, 20 seconds. He knows this is the moment. This is the moment you have to search for the first victory. So you can afford to spend 10 seconds.
Knight
check, check.
e7, check, check. Okay.
You found nothing, no? c7, okay.
c7.
I think he wants to play bishop e3, trade the knight on b6, and then promote the c-pawn. But he needs to watch out for any perpetual checks. Bishop e3, knight c8 is on the board. Wait, did he miss it? Oh, knight f6, bishop
Wow.
d4. What a move.
Knight f6.
Queen f6, bishop d4. That wins the
Incredible.
game, so he couldn't take it, right? Now queen g8 is a big move. Queen g8, queen d8. And he resigns. That's it. That's a
G8.
mate on the board.
Oh, that's a mate. Okay.
Awesome game. Awesome game
Yeah.
here.
Incredible win for Yesipenko.
Naric loses against Wang Lian. We
I
are going
think
to check that game.
Kamsky, Saleh Salem, maybe they still play.
Kamsky, Salem, Select. Let me try and find a video. Hopefully. 1, 2, 3. Well, I don't see, to be honest.
They should be on the
Wait.
second board.
Wait, did he lose in time? Because I see zeros on the clock.
Yeah, and I don't see the result.
Yeah, and you can see Salem Select just passed by the camera. I think this game is finished, so I have a suspicion that Salem Select scored another victory. So what does it mean? It means that Gata Kamsky most likely lost on the time because he was down a pawn, but the position feels sort of drawish because he cast the bishop. It's very
But
unfortunate.
there could have been a draw offer, you know? There could have been a draw offer.
No, but
they
I would never
accepted
agree.
and-
I would never agree
okay.
having an extra pawn, right? No. I think he lost on time. Unless I'm mistaken, right? Somebody please correct if I'm wrong, but that's the
There are no
impression I'm
results
getting.
yet.
That's the impression I'm getting here.
But it still can be a draw. It can be also that Gata lost on time. We don't know yet.
Right. So maybe instead of reviewing the games, what we're going to do, we are going to go for another very short break. And we'll be back in 2 minutes because the games are supposed to start, what is it? It's up to like 7 minutes, right?
Yes, 7 minutes.
It's up to like 7 minutes. So we are going to make a very, very short break again. There's some things I need to do. And don't go anywhere. You see there's a lot of action. The games are really, really exciting here. And 8 games out of 14 can be played in the Blitz tournament. And we are going to be back in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. We're back. We're back from Biel. 8 rounds out of 14 in the Blitz GMT tournament have been played. A lot of exciting action. The next round is going to start very, very shortly. So maybe let's have a look at what happened in round 8 and what are the overall standings.
Yeah, so we have the results here. Lech Liam won against Naidic. There was a draw. Gata Kamsky against Saleh Salem. Gukesh won against Vincent Keimer. And Yesipenko won against Abdusatorov. So let's check.
Yeah, maybe let's check the overall rankings.
Yeah, quickly, we are having Gukesh still leading the tournament with 20.5, and 1 point behind is Andrei Sipenko together with Lech Liam.
So probably we are interested really to find out who is going to play one of the top 3 in the next round. So let me check very quickly the next round, which is round
Number 9. And we have the pairings here. Yesipenko against Naidic, Abdusatorov against Gukesh, Keimer against Kamsky, Saleh Salem against Lech Liam.
I'm not really sure what to choose. Perhaps we could choose Saleh Salem or somebody else. I'll leave it up to you.
We can choose indeed Saleh Salem against Lech Liam because at the same time we will watch someone who is in top of the overall ranking and also Saleh Salem who is leading the tournament.
Yeah, because this could be really, really critical also for the overall rankings. You see, they are very, very close. So Lech Liam is 9.5 points, Salem Salek is 18 points. So this could be a major possibility for the Emirati Grandmaster to try to get closer to the top 3.
Yeah, and let's see if we have already the players there.
I got some word that, you already said about the results, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So I see what they're writing in the chat about previous round games. I just need to find whichever board it is. I have no clue yet because they're not seated.
So it is the fourth board.
Which?
Fourth.
4. Board 4, all right. Board 4. Yeah, so once again, in case you just joined us, this is round 9 out of 14. The players are playing this Blitz tournament part of the GMT triathlon, which is 3 tournaments: the classical tournament, the rapid tournament, the Blitz tournament. Today they're playing a Blitz tournament. And so 14 rounds, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. 2 double round robin tournaments between the same player. This is already the second circle, so to speak, between all the players.
Yes, indeed, and it's already the second round, so to say, in the second circle. I don't see the player there at the board. I would suggest maybe we can quickly check the Lech Liam, how he won the previous game.
I don't think we have the time, really, do we? We can do it very, very, very quickly. Now I see that they're setting up the boards. I hope we are not going to miss the action. Okay, let's try to do that. So Lech Liam, where is he?
Just maybe quickly.
Yeah, very quickly, really.
Because someone was asking about the previous games, maybe we can just...
Right, so here d3, bishop takes on c3, b takes, d6, bishop g5. Yeah, this seems to be theoretical discussion.
Everything looks normal.
Bishop c6, very symmetrical, but black has some issues with the pin on h4, h3. Yeah, that's the trick. After g5, you need to make sure you don't blunder any knight g5 ideas and followed by f4. This knight on f6 could be problematic. Right, bishop f6.
Takes. I mean,
nothing special so much.
Yes.
For white, I mean.
For white, yes.
Rook
Rook
b7.
b7, trying something on the queen side. Queen f4, wow. And
Take.
yeah.
Knight e4, take. So white has a worse pawn structure, so black went for a kingside assault, I imagine. d5, rook f... Does it even work? Just a second, it's just a pawn, no?
Very interesting. What is this? Rook d6, rook d2, wow.
Very, very interesting, right? Once again, I mean, d5, rook f6, rook d6, rook d2. So two pawns.
With the tempo, basically, the rook went to the d2, but does it worse? Is it worth it?
How do you stop some mate threats like rook d1, rook g2? All right, let's switch back to the action because you see the game already has started. We didn't really have a lot of time. Somehow he made it.
Yeah, somehow he made it. And we have Salem with white pieces. He's so far leading the tournament with 5.5 points. On the second place is Andrei Sipenko, and afterwards with 4.5 points is actually Lech Liam together with Abdusatorov and Gata Kamsky.
And what you're seeing on the screen, that's the Blitz rankings, so that you see who is doing best in the Blitz tournament. So far, it's indeed Salem Saleh, Yespenko, Abdusatorov, and for Nidic, the Blitz tournament is not really working out.
Yeah, so what do we have here? We have the
Nimzo.
Nimzo and the Ace3 variation.
That is very aggressive. I think it perfectly suits for Salem Saleh, who is a very aggressive player. It gives White a chance to get a lot of space advantage in the center, backed by two bishops. However, Black has lead in development and sometimes tries to get to the pawn on c4. So bishop a6, knight a5 is a very common idea.
Yeah, and normally actually the white is getting the square e2 for the queen to protect the pawn on c4, but for now knight e5 it feels like immediately attacking the pawn, and I don't see the way to protect it, but
I
maybe
think he's going to sacrifice it.
just doesn't want to protect.
Yeah, it's a sacrifice. It's a known idea. I mean, you sacrifice the pawn, and that's why you see that like Wang Liam is not even rushing to take the pawn, because White very aggressively pushes forward everything at the king side. Think about bishop g5, a5, e5, f4, knight g3, etc. The pawn doesn't matter. That's what he's saying.
And d6 indeed was played. Yeah, so it's trying to somehow stop those ideas and be flexible in the center for Black. Very important, because indeed this e5 idea was very, very dangerous.
Now, I guess Black wants to play e5, but you need to evaluate what happens after f4. There's some legendary games being played in this line so far. h6, very careful move, pretty sure. Wait, bishop h4, bishop e3. Okay, bishop h4 is played. So f4, e5, this is what White wants to do.
And take on d4, and then only e5. Wow.
I'm pretty sure f4 will be blitzed out. f4 is on the board. Of course, you want to open the f file.
And now after trade, there is like, massive center for White. e4, d4, c4.
Rook f4 or knight f4 is g5. What do you do against that, right? So he's going to sacrifice something. Okay, here we go. Sacrifice on the board. g5, major decision.
Wow. But there is also some knight h5 idea.
Sure, there's g5. Otherwise,
Knight
what do you do, right? I mean, this
Knight
position.
h5.
Otherwise, what do you do? You're just getting crushed. Knight e5, knight h5.
After g5, knight h5?
I think so.
Knight h5.
Or maybe just bishop g3. Bishop g3, sacrifice the knight. Bishop f4, rook f4, very dynamic game. Exactly what you want for a blitz game. I'm very happy we chose this game. I mean,
knight d5 is the move, actually. Knight d5, if you take on h4, there is knight f6, and if you take on d5, pawn takes attacking the knight on c6.
Yeah, but you just saved the piece. So this is what he played. I think bishop g3 was very tempting, but maybe you're right. He decided this is the practical way to continue. So knight e5 is played. Knight e5, e takes on d5, g takes on h4. So we had some potential for an attack. And
Knight e7, he's not taking the bishop.
Knight e7, look at that. So the pawn on c4 now is under attack. Did he miss this?
But queen h5, doesn't it look too dangerous?
I don't know. You tell me. Queen h5, king g7, bishop g5, take, knight g6, sacrifice on f7. This needs to be calculated. So
This has to be calculated. Yeah.
look at the clock. I mean, Black is 2 minutes. I mean, he is playing so fast. Not forget, like Wang Liam is 2013 World Blitz champion. He knows how to play Blitz. I mean, he's proven it.
Wow, bishop g5 immediately.
Bishop
G5.
g5, h takes, queen h5. That's the idea. He does look very comfortable.
And then how to protect f5? I mean, f5 looks too open.
Maybe just nowhere. That's it. Maybe that's it. Bishop g5 is just killing the game, because how do you stop it? Again, queen h5.
Wow.
f5, I guess. You want to close the bishop. Pray there's no checkmate. I'm pretty sure there is.
f5 should be the move, but I mean, then rook can join
Knight
somehow the
g6?
attack.
Knight g6, right?
Knight g6.
Maybe it's a draw. Just a second. Bishop g6, takes. White has a draw in the pocket. Can he do more? Is there more? Rook f5. Rook f5, bishop c4. Can I do more? Rook f3. Rook f3, bishop c4, rook h3. This is what Salem Saleh is calculating right now.
Yes, rook h3, maybe idea. Yeah, indeed, that f-pawn cannot move because the knight has to be protected, but maybe rook e8. But rook e8, there is always bishop g6, actually.
Huge decision for Salem Saleh, because he knows if he doesn't take the draw, maybe he's going to lose it, but he wants to win the game. He knows this is so important. Draw, of course, is fine, but this might be an excellent chance to get closer to the top 3.
And the problem is the less time he has right now, the more chances is that he's going for a draw. And he's not taking. He's playing rook
He plays for the win.
A2e1. Wow. He's
Okay,
going for it.
what's the idea? Bishop c4? What has he calculated? Is it rook e6? Just a second.
Rook e6.
No, wait, bishop c4, rook e6, you take on d3. But I think his idea is to play rook e6 and do some sacrifice on
Yes.
g6.
It looks like this. It looks like this.
Rook c7, just in case taking care of the 7th rank. Now, there is no perpetual check anymore. So bishop g6 takes queen g6 is rook g7. So where's white's follow-up?
And
Is it
now rook e3 or rook f3. Should something
Yeah.
be played for sure?
Absolutely. Bishop g6 is played.
Okay.
He found something. I don't see it yet. What it is? Queen g6, rook g7. Where's the idea? Queen e6, I guess, and rook e3 something. What happens after rook f7?
Which one?
I have no idea which one. I have no idea which one. King h8 looks very scary. Rook e3. No, wait. Where exactly is white's attack? No, it's going to be a draw, yeah? Yeah, it's a draw. Still a
Okay,
draw.
it's a draw.
Still a draw. Very exciting game, but it's a draw.
Okay, so we still have others game ongoing. Maybe we can check.
Abdusatoro Gukesh.
Yes, let's go.
That's also one of the leading pairs here in the Blitz tournament. Also, overall rankings. Abdusatorov is doing all right. Gukesh in the Blitz tournament is slightly suffering. I think Blitz is not his strongest part. And here Gukesh
Has an extra pawn.
not doing so bad, right?
Yes, d4.
And white is down on the clock. 15, 14, 13. Clock is ticking. Rook e8 check. White is trying to save the game.
Yeah, that's very dangerous.
Queen
Looks
of
very
8.
dangerous.
Can I
yeah.
play Queen of 8? Simplify the position to a winning knight endgame. He does it. Queen b5 is impossible. Is it? Queen
Queen b-
f5. You need to calculate that very fast.
Queen b5
Queen
takes,
b5.
takes, c2.
Should be winning queen endgame. I
Wait.
have a suspicion.
Should be winning, yes. dc and c2.
c2 and queen c7. I stopped the pawn. I think you take on b2, queen b4. I think this is what's going
Okay.
to happen. So Gukesh, of course, checks.
Or
Maybe
queen b4.
queen b4, queen d8, queen d3 check. Yeah, you lose the pawn. So you're going to do that. I guess you want to take on b2, queen b4. So Gukesh, of course, checks all those
He
lines.
double checks everything.
Easy to miss, but he has time. Like 15 seconds on the clock. I mean, a lot of
Yes,
time, right?
A lot of time. A lot of
But he
and he's
missed.
playing-
Oh wait, he missed this, or he calculated this to be better. Oh no, he calculated that he wins the pawn on a4. Okay.
Wow.
Queen d5. Wait.
It's not so easy now.
No, it's not easy. Queen a4 is queen b7. Maybe you play queen a1. Okay, it doesn't matter.
c3,
You have something else.
King g2, b6. Okay, it's an extra pawn in the queen's endgame. King should be safe on g7 or h7 at some moment, but queen of black should control the diagonal, so there are no perpetual checks. Queen c3.
I'm not even sure if this is possible to win because white is going to keep the queen on
Yeah.
d7 and e8. So he needs to watch out for b5, queen b5. At some point, black might have to push b5, but not necessarily the queen trade is good for black.
And while we are watching the games, already Lyasipenko won against Nadic and Keimer won against Gadakamsky. So this is the last game. What is actually happening now?
It's going to be a long one. I hope, unless somebody, of course, I hope they're not going to blunder anything. It's not so easy for black to make a progress. And you see here, Gukesh is trying to get the king to the queen side because he needs help. He needs help, additional forces to push forward the b pawn. And he's just not getting because of the Satorov. He's reminding him that the pawn on f7 is under attack. He's looking. Did he lose on time? Just, no. 2 seconds. Gukesh is suffering. Just a second. He gave up the pawn on f7. Now Abdusatorov is going to play for the win.
Wow.
So Gukesh
oh my
already
God,
wants a draw.
So many moves have been played quickly.
The pawn on g6 cannot be taken. Queen f2 is moved. So you see the players are blitzing it out. Gukesh
Blitzing it
messed
out.
it up slightly.
Okay, what to do? Queen at c6, protecting everything.
King a6. Okay. I mean, the position is changing so rapidly. I can't even
Yes.
follow. Now, I already suspected that maybe White is playing for the win, but no. Now Black is trying to play b5. I mean, all that really matters is the clock, I guess.
Okay, yes, we have, I mean, of course, Gukesh is even lower in time.
A takes, queen e6 or queen f6, so a4, king a5.
Oh my God, I feel like I'm playing myself.
Right.
So nervous.
Now, black is playing for the win still. He's still playing for the win. So here, Abdusatorov needs to be super, super careful.
Yes, should be some pressure on the g6 pawn, maybe somehow trying to trade those pawns, but how, what
Queen
to do?
e2, again, 2 seconds, they're playing the increment.
Wow.
A4.
A4, very interesting. So not taking the pawn, but first pushing the pawn forward.
This is so tricky. I mean, there could be perpetual
my
check, there
God.
could not be perpetual check. This could be definitely a big drama, very, very important result for the overall ranking. So White is already trying to escape it and give perpetual check. Queen d3, beautiful move, protecting the pawn on g6, just in case, sheltering the king.
Yeah, and now there should
King
be
a2,
some
king
way.
d2.
Yeah, some way should be for king to be protected from the checks.
Gukesh should do this. He should do this because this is incredibly difficult defense for White. I mean, the a-pawn is slowly moving forward. For Black, it's easy. It's White who needs to be very precise with the moves.
And queen f5, queen c4, queen b1.
A queen c4, very powerful move here.
Some repetition or okay, some
Queen c5,
one-time
king
repetition.
a2. I'm not sure this pawn on g6 matters at all.
Yeah, the pawn on a4 is just too much advanced, right? Draw?
That's a
Wow.
draw, right? Unless
So-
somebody lost on time. I don't.
No, it's a draw. It's a draw.
It's a
We
draw,
have a
yeah?
result. We have a result.
We
It's
have
a
results.
draw.
It's a draw. Dramatic game. I felt that Gukesh
Ooh.
was very close to win this, but I guess it was deserved.
Yeah. For
So
sure.
do we have also official results? Not yet, right? Yeah, not yet.
So
here.
far we don't have results, but there were two draws: Abdusatorov against Gukesh and Saleh Salem against Lekman Kliem. Yesipenko won against Naidic, and Kaimer beat the Gata Kamsky.
So maybe let's go very quickly through those games. For example, Yesipenko against Nadic, and Nadic is still continuing to struggle in the Blitz tournament because you see he had only 1 point out of 8 games, not really going for one of the most experienced players of the tournament.
Yeah, and if we recall, he started not so well in chess 960, but then Rapid he played somehow better, but Blitz somehow doesn't really work for him.
Right. 98, 94, 94, c takes d6. I think this is still theory. Queen d1, rook d1, bishop e6 looks normal to me. Bishop e3. But somehow, I mean, Black is left with some weaknesses. I mean, look at the position. The knight on e8, a bishop on e7 is not doing anything. There's a weakness on c5. White is centralizing the pieces with knight e4, bishop e3, rook c1 is incoming. So here Nadic tried to activate his pieces, get to the pawn on e5. f4 was played, g5 trying to complicate. Yesipenko said, no, I'm not going to allow you. And a3, take, rook a4. Something happened here. I don't really follow why the pawn on a3 cannot be taken. I guess something like knight c4, knight e6 could be an issue at some point.
Okay, bishop a3, wow.
Take, rook e7, c3.
So rook e8. Yeah.
So, he blundered. He played rook a1 and blundered knight b3.
Oh no.
So he actually was doing okay, because all he needed
Yeah.
to do here is just take
to
on
take
d2.
the knight, take the knight.
Just take on d2, right? I mean, bishop d2, whatever. Trade on d2. Maybe try to push it for the win. He played rook a1. He thought he's
Oh,
tricky.
no.
The knight goes away. You take on a4 with a check, yeah? And boom, knight b3. The game's done.
Yeah, incredible result. So then we have Vincent Keimer against Katakamsky. Pretty impressive victory, actually, one of the first games which were finished.
Right. So Kamsky in the Blitz, he played his beloved Dutch Leningrad system. White very aggressively advanced pawns at the queen side, which is considered to be one of the most annoying systems and plans from the White's perspective. So Black is usually trying to expand at the king side, h6, g5, queen e8, queen g6, something. So that's the idea, but somehow he didn't even start it. Instead, Gata decided to do a breakthrough in the center, d5, Oh, look at that. That's a beautiful idea. D5, C-Dex. I'm not taking the pawn on D5, but knight B5. Going after the pawn on D6.
D6 pawn.
It's not very clear, is it, though? Knight E8, C5. Oh, he missed this. He simply missed this. Yeah, so he should have taken on C4, maybe have slightly worse position because the pawn on A5 is a problem. Knight E8, C5, C6. I guess the pawn is going to go to C7 anytime.
Yeah,
There
pawn
you
rolled
go.
all the way to C7.
And really? Oh, Knight A5. For some reason, Knight A5 is not good. I don't know why. Oh, I just came up a pawn. So the complications ended. Keimer was up a pawn, and the rest, as they say, was technique.
Yeah.
A7 promotes.
Yeah, incredible. Blunder by Gata, what allowed Vincent to take over. Okay.
And finally, we have a game of Salem Saleh against Le Quang Lien, which we followed, yeah?
Yeah, this game we followed.
Which we followed, and we also saw the game of Gukesh against Abdusatorov.
Maybe from the beginning we didn't see. We saw only from some.
Yeah, okay, maybe it doesn't really matter. So what is the current results? Let's check if we have them. I think we have the results as well.
Yeah, and we have the victory for Yasipenko and Keimer in this round. There are 2 draws, Abdusatorov against Gukesh and Salem against Le Quang Lien. So,
Yeah, now let's check the overall rankings. Again, let me refresh the rankings. Here you see Gukesh is still leading, but Yesipenko, like a spider, he's slowly crawling to the leadership. He has 20.5 points, half a point behind the leader. Like Quang Lien is also not very far behind, 20 points. So it's very, very narrow race, but Gukesh is keeping his lead. For him, the Blitz tournament is not going so well, but he's keeping the lead, and that's, I guess, all that matters. So let's check what's happening in round 10.
and we have the pairings for the round 10 here. Arkady Naidic versus Saleh Salem, Le Quang Lien against Vincent Keimer, Gata Kamsky against Naderbek Abdusatorov, and Damira Gukesh against Andrei Yasipenko. Actually, that's, I believe, what we have to follow.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to follow the game of Gukesh against Yasipenko because this will be a major game. Once again, it will be a clash of the leaders of the Blitz tournament and the overall rankings. We just have to see that.
And by the way, let's just look at this standings of the Blitz tournament. Yasipenko actually managed to catch with Saleh Salem, and they both have 6 points. And both leading the Blitz tournament. Again, it's not that important to win the Blitz tournament, but every point just basically matters in the whole Grandmaster Triathlon tournament.
And also, I hope that Yasipenko is following his situation in the tournament rankings, because after the Rapid tournament, where he was leading with 5 points out of 5, he finished with 5 out of 7. Gave up the victory against Le Quang Lien. After the tournament, he confessed to me that he simply mixed up. He thought he already had secured the first place, and then apparently after the loss, he realized he's only second. So I guess this time he's following more closely what is the overall rankings.
Yeah, let's hope for that. But I think for sure he knows that he's catching up, getting closer in the overall rankings. I mean, yeah, again, Blitz. Of course, it would be nice to win the Blitz tournament, but the most important is obviously the overall rankings. And we see that players are over the board waiting to start.
Round 10 out of 14 is about to start. The players still have 5 Blitz games to play. I believe after this round there was another break, right? Something like 5-10 minutes. And also I think after this round we are going to make another break.
Yeah, so after round 10, there was a little bit longer break for the players. So after we check the games, we will also do a short break for ourselves. Yeah.
The players waiting for the signal to start the game. You see, I think there was some kind of awards of the Open tournament, because there's some other Blitz tournaments running, and you see that Yasipenko is looking at. Maybe I could actually very quickly have a look at what is happening there. There's some other Blitz tournaments going on, and we just heard award ceremony happening in the background. That's what caught an eye of the leader of the Blitz tournament.
And we see the first moves have been played. And
I'm not really sure, is it on the
maybe
first
that's
floor or on the
another
second floor?
tournament.
And I started to wonder, maybe it's on the first floor. Maybe Yasipenko was looking at something else. Either way, the game's on.
the game is on, for sure there would be no award ceremony during the grandmasters are playing. So yeah.
Queen C2. This already was played a couple of times here in Biel. I still remember one of the most exciting games. I think it was Vincent Keimer against Lik Wang Liem. Totally crazy game in the rapid tournament. Me and Vishy Anand were trying to figure out what on earth is happening there. We couldn't understand it, but it was so exciting to watch it. And you see, they're trying something like that.
Yeah, and C5 immediately trying to get some space advantage at some moment. I mean, there can be some D4, but for sure, just to control the D4 square and yeah.
Black also takes care of some of the central squares. C5 allows Black to play Knight C6, think about D4 pushes. So here Gukesh has to choose. I mean, Bishop D3, he could try to play creative chess. Maybe C takes, E takes, some sort of a Bishop B5. He needs to choose a plan.
Their plan has to be found here, and yeah, Gukesh is taking quite some time. He's taking quite some
What did he play?
time.
Did I see G4?
What?
This is basically the same as it was played in Vincent Keimer's game against, if I'm not mistaken, I think I remember correctly, against Lik Wang Liem. This idea has been around for a while from the Sheriff Shabalov attack in the Semislav. The idea has always been there on G4. The idea is to sacrifice it, play Rook G1, activate White Rook, or if Black doesn't accept the pawn, play G4, G5, and push away the knight on F6, and then think about long castle, H4, H5, and an inspired kingside attack.
Wow. Impressive. And of course, Knight C6 was played, so no take on G4, but now after G5, Knight G4 was played. Wow.
Knight G4, definitely this game is not going to be boring, and Gukesh is seeking his chances. He's not going to try to secure his lead in the tournament. He's trying to score more. Rook G1, Knight E5, trade was happened. So here, Yesipenko is trying to play solid, because this is usually the strategy. I mean, if your opponent is playing funny, what you're trying to do, you're trying to play as classical as possible.
As solid as possible, absolutely, that's the case. And yeah, the knights were traded on E5.
Did he play long castle or Bishop E2? Bishop E2. What about D4? What about D4?
D4, Knight E4.
And D3?
But
Did he blunder a piece? Ah, wait, Queen
But
C3 and take on D6, yeah? Maybe.
yeah, there is.
I don't know.
Still
Difficult to tell. I think White could play at some point F4, push away the knight, long castle, F4 is on the board. Knight C6, Knight B4 ideas. The game is really, really heating up, and Gukesh is playing very inspired chess here.
Yeah, I mean, it's game basically, I think, for two results already. Like, okay, of course, draw is still possible, but yeah, I mean, huge attack. And in case White is really missing something, there can be problems for Gukesh.
Long castle. I was thinking about A3, but A3, of course, weakens the king. D4, Knight E4 here. Black closes the docks by bishop. Knight E4, E5, very aggressive counter punch in the center.
I thought Knight B4 will be played immediately, but yeah.
Knight B4, Queen B1, yeah, definitely, it was a move. Yeah, maybe here, actually, you're right. I was also looking at this, like Knight B4, Queen B1, and D3, but then again, it opens the docks for bishop, right? It's not very clear.
Not necessarily to open, yeah, because now there may be some, can be some ideas to open the queen to get it out. I'm not so sure how. Maybe knight can go to G3.
Yeah, the white queen is slightly stuck, right? So A3, yeah, this is a move you normally don't want to make, but Knight B4 is an annoying problem at some point.
Yes, Knight on B4 would be really annoying piece. So A3 is basically forced by white, and
I still like Gukesh's chances because Bishop D3, Rook F1, something on F6 or F5 or H4, H5, H6. Because you look at the black's position and you ask yourself, where is your counterplay? I mean, you have a great position, sure. A5, A4, I just take it on A4, right? So where's your counterplay?
Yeah, so take on F4 and okay, Bishop F5 maybe.
And Bishop D3 doesn't solve the problem, so he is going to seek the counterplay with
but
A5.
Bishop F5.
Yeah, Bishop F5, Bishop D3, you trade it, I have good bishop, the kingside attack looks more real. No, I think Yesipenko just understood he needs to organize something very fast, otherwise the white's attack at the kingside could look incredibly strong.
It looks like a4 can be played any moment, but for now, black has to secure the location of the king on g8 because it looks pretty unsafe. The pawn on h7 can be easily a target because of the queen on c2 and rook coming sometimes to c3. But okay,
Knight
for
f6, double the rooks. I think that was the idea. So rook g1, knight f6, that's why king h8 is played. He has to make this move, not to miss knight f6 check.
But now rook d g1.
Rook g1 is on the board, you're right. That was played. Now knight f6 is starting to look really scared, and once again, I mean, this is the bread and butter of Blitz. You always want to be the one who is attacking. So Yesipenko's counterattack, the queen side, it's just non-existent. a4, queen a5, queen a4. This is too slow, and Gukesh is creating some threats.
I mean, rook bishop f5 basically is the only move because knight f5 would be very, very dangerous. I mean, it looked like actually forcing mate and some variations.
Very unpleasant for Yesipenko. I think he's going to go down. I think he's going to go down because he didn't want this game obviously turn it like this, but Gukesh is calling the shots here.
Rook e6.
Knight f6 already needs to be calculated. Knight f6, take on d3, queen d3, g takes, bishop h6, no mate. Knight c5 could be a move. Knight c5, bishop c5, bishop f5, d3. You need to calculate this in seconds. So I guess he's going to play something like knight f2, maybe h4.
Yeah, the problem with knight e5, I think that it's opening the bishop, and actually probably
He took it. He took it, knight
on
c5.
c5.
A bishop d3 was surprised because Gukesh was expecting bishop takes on c5. A bishop d3 is like, what? Yeah, this also is a move, right?
Yeah, it's also the move, but unfortunately the rook is only 6, knight takes, and immediately attacking the queen on d8. So is it an exchange for white?
I think it's just an exchange, yeah.
It looks like an exchange for
We're
white.
missing a couple of moves here, d takes, b takes, but this bishop on g6 is very strong.
Wow.
Gukesh is up on exchange. This should be technically winning. a4 secures the weakness on e5, rook e1, rook e8. No, I think Gukesh is going to do it. Bishop f5 should be played. Stop it, or bishop h5. Rook g2, rook f2. Both are looking good.
Yeah, both are looking nice. Yeah, what is this exactly?
No, it's just winning, I think. Bishop g6,
This is
rook
just
g3.
it, right?
Yeah, this should be winning. I mean, slowly, white should untangle. King c2, bishop d2 should be incoming.
Yeah.
Bishop d2, I think, already should seal the deal.
Yeah, bishop.
Something else was played.
Something else.
Bishop f4, looks great. Bishop
Wow,
h6.
bishop h6.
Resigns. What a game.
Wow, what a game. Indeed, immediate g4, g5 attack on the king side is scoring the victory for Gukesh. And we have still other games ongoing.
I just have to try to catch Knight Chinakt. I mean, where is he really? I mean, I don't know. Here he is.
Yeah.
So Gukesh solidifies his lead, and also this is a major blow to Andrei Yesipenko to catch the leader, come closer, because it was so important for him. He was trying, but Gukesh played really awesome game.
Yeah, and now we have the other game, Arkady Naiditsch against Saleh Salem. And actually, Naiditsch is up a pawn.
This also could be an upset. I mean, this is a round of upsets because Gukesh is trailing behind the overall rankings. And, I mean, in the Blitz overall rankings behind Yesipenko, he beat the leader. And also, Naiditsch, who has only 1 point out of 9, he is about to score a victory against one of the leaders of the Blitz tournament, Salem Saleh.
Yeah, quite an incredible, round for now. What is going on? What is that pawn?
I mean, here Black is obviously trying to salvage the game, b5, b4, b3. He needs to trade those pawns, so that's why, of course, Naiditsch kept the c pawn alive. Yeah, that's a win, right? I mean,
that looks like a win,
is
right?
It? Just a second, bishop e4. How do you win it? c6, king b6, king b3. Yeah, that's a win. Yeah, that's a win. You just take the pawn on b3.
That's just a win.
Should be. That should be a win.
That should be.
King e3, king e4, king g5. Even if the c6 pawn falls, I think this is also winning. Major upset, major blow to Emirati Grandmaster's chances to get closer to the leaders.
Yeah, but also he was leading together with Yesipenko the tournament, and basically now they're being stopped. So you want to check the other game. So Gata Kamsky against Abdusatorov.
Which board is it?
Still playing 3, board number 3. And yeah, actually, Storff is one of the next players on the 3rd place right now in the Blitz. rankings, but we see
Kamsky is
we
winning.
see that Kamsky is actually crushing
Easily
it.
winning. Easily winning. He has two extra
Wow.
pawns, so he's coming back for Abdusatorov. This is again a major blow for his chances to come back in the overall rankings. He is seeking some final chances, but those pawns e6, g6, h6, yeah, h7. Now king g7, bishop c3, e7 seals the deal. That's it.
Yeah, and incredible. So we have already Gukesh winning against Yesipenko, Najic winning against Alex Salem, and actually Keimer won against Leko and Liam already. Incredible round.
Yeah, maybe let's go back very shortly. Was it after this round? Can you get Angelica the start of the next round when it's going to start?
Yeah.
I think this was round 10 and they were supposed to do a break. I just would
Yeah.
want to find out when they start.
In around 13 minutes, but it can be that they. I mean, that's official schedule, but there can be also the break.
Right.
More,
So
a little bit more.
let's follow this game for a while. So we are going to find out when the next game is going to start. But there was a scheduled a break for the players because I think it was after round 5. This was round 10.
Yeah.
Queen d4, not very usual move, but in Blitz you try
No, that I asked. Okay.
various ideas. 1730, are you sure?
I asked.
94. Now white is thinking about f4, f5 ideas. Bishop d7. Some browser ideas. Oh, knight f5, beautiful idea. Typical idea in the browser. So here, e takes on f5 cannot be played due to knight e5, knight e7. Bishop c6, knight e7. Queen e7. And white started an inspired attack at the king side.
Yeah, very nice.
Knight e5, bishop b5, knight e7. A lot of
Yeah.
skirmishes here, but somehow, oh, I jumped very fast. My apologies about that. Somehow, that's already a different game, is it?
Yes.
I don't know how you even do that. I mean, I pressed some kind of a shortcut. But in the end, Najic was able to keep the game alive. So, what we are going to do now, we are going to make a short break. But before we do that, I think it's important for us to look at the tournament results, which we do not have yet for some reason. Just a
Do
second.
we have the rankings?
No,
not yet.
not yet. We are still sticking here. So the next game is going to start in 17:30, which means in about 16 minutes. So maybe let's follow at least for a while how Gata Kamsky was able to secure his 2-pawn advantage. There you
Yeah.
go. The results are slowly updated. At least you see on the small screen. E5. So Gata once again plays some sort of a London D4 bishop. I think he's pretty much played all the games London, right?
Yeah, almost all. Even one of the games was reversed London with e4 and
Right.
bishop c4.
Bishop E3.
Yeah.
Bishop E3. So how the game progressed is that this is exactly how Gata likes it. He got a very nice positional game, activating all the pieces. Queen B3, some threats, bishop B5, bishop C4, bishop B5. Black got ambitious.
Yeah.
He took on D7, activate the pieces.
Everything according to the textbook. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, black is just worse. Rook D7, Queen D5. Now he probably already regret that he declined the repetition. Now white has the better bishop, the better knight, the better queen.
Yeah.
And he created a weakness on A5.
Wow. Queen D7.
Queen D5, Queen F7. So here Abdusatorov was trying to complicate the matters here. Wow. Knight E6, Knight A5, Queen D5, and somehow black was still doing okay, by the way.
But
So
what happened?
How did he win this? What? F4, so here Abdusatorov didn't want to play a draw. Otherwise, he takes bishop before the pawn on C7 falls. Although you can still play 96, it's not very clear. I mean, take
Yeah,
96, 97, 95. Okay, maybe draw.
Giving up a pawn,
He
but
gave up a
bringing
pawn.
the king.
And, I mean, still looks drawish to me.
Looks fine, looks fine. Some repetition with the knights.
So black was seeking chances to continue the game. And there you go. That's how he lost him.
Oh,
Bishop f8. Suddenly he overpushed it.
ay, ay, ay.
White took the pawn here, white took the pawn there, and that's how they got there.
Yeah, Abdusatorov was too ambitious in this game, and that's how the result. Yeah.
Let's check the results of round 10.
And we have Naidic winning against Saleh Salem. Lekwan Liam lost to Vincent Keimer. Gata Kamsky and Domirago Gukesh also won their games. So yeah, we're going to have the round. Okay, we are going to watch the overall rankings right now. Gukesh is still leading with 22 points. In the second place is Andrei Sepenko with 1.5 points behind. Lekwan Liam with 20 points and behind them is Saleh Salem, Noderbek Abdusatorov, and all the others. So maybe quickly we check the pairings for the round 11.
We have to do that, and this is going to be the round 11. And you see Gukesh, Naidic just scored first victory after a while. Yesepenko, Kamsky, Abdusatorov, Lekwan Liam, Keimer against Salem Saleh. I don't really know who to follow. Perhaps Vincent Keimer against Salem Saleh. That would be my guess, because again, there's so many players, so many games we have to choose, but I think we can follow a while for Vincent's games.
Yeah.
So I think this would be the perfect opportunity to do that. But before we do that, I think what we're going to do, we are going to make a break of something like 10 minutes. I don't think the games are going to start earlier because according to our information, the next round is in 17:30 local time. So we are going to make a 10-minute break, be back in action with the round 11 of the Blitz tournament of the GMT. Hope you like the tournament so far. Don't go anywhere, make a cup of coffee or tea, and see you in a moment.
all this action on the board. Okay, welcome everyone.
It had to happen. It
Yeah.
had to happen at some point, right? I forgot to press unmute. It's what we were
Welcome
saying.
everyone to 55th International Biel Chess Festival. We have the Blitz edition of the Grandmaster Triathlon,
Let's move on.
and let's move on to the boards because games already started.
Right. It had to happen, right? At some point, we had to make this mistake. I mean, I was wondering when it's going to happen, when I'm going to forget to unmute. It happens right now. Let me just try to get them. Which board is it, by the way? I cannot get which board.
This is the
board?
board.
Because video is still not there.
4.
Board 4. All right. Board 4, we don't have nobody there. Maybe just a sec. Let me change the scene. We look good. And now we go back. Awesome.
We
Oh.
don't have the board.
Yeah, player cameras are missing. All right. Pretty sure they're going to be restarted in a moment.
Yeah, and for now we already can see what is happening on the board. I mean,
Oh, there they are.
oh, here we can see the players. We are going to follow Vincent Keimer against Saleh Salem because we haven't following actually the games of Vincent recently, but he played really some nice games and sometimes even got his victories against very strong players.
Yeah. So Salem Salek and Andrei Yesepenko, they both lost their games in the previous round. But now the race in the Blitz tournament is more close because you see in the Blitz rankings, Gukesh is actually doing pretty okay, and also Gata Kamsky has found his pace, and there's a very, very narrow race because basically the 7th place is behind the leaders by 1 point.
Yeah, incredible. Like we have 2 people with 6 points, Yesipenko and Saleh Salem. Gukesh together with Kamsky is 5.5, and all the rest besides Nadic having 5 points. Yeah, I mean quite an impressive leaderboard. So let's go to the game.
Rook d4 is played by Salem Select, so normally in this position, White is trying to establish a pawn majority at the queen side, which he already has. And at some point, White wants to play b4, c5, create a pass pawn, and hopefully queen. Rook d4 is a very aggressive move, I guess with the idea to double the rooks at the d file. Think about maybe rook f4 ideas, maybe knight h5, knight f4 ideas, and just go aggressive at the king side.
Yeah, indeed. And queen b2 was played, and now Saleh Salem played already some move. Knight h5. Wow.
Knight h5. I like this move. I think at some point
Wow.
also he might have to play g6 just to secure some squares around the king. Knight f4 going after the pawn on g2. For Vincent, so far the tournament is actually not so bad. I mean, he has 50%, 5 points out of 10. He's still struggling to, get in the tournament because he won the chess 960, right? If I
Yes.
remember correctly. But ever since, it hasn't been really working so well for the young German.
Yeah, but I believe the last few games or something he actually won, so he's in a way on a streak right now. So we will see what is going to happen. Always the start for Vincent is not working well, and in this tournament as well, it didn't go very well for him. But we will see.
Knight f4 is played.
Wow.
Again, ideas like queen g5 or queen h4. Going aggressive at the king side. Rook d2 also is an idea, so I have a feeling that black definitely is taking over the game because white's plan of b4, c5, it doesn't really feel to be relevant right now that black is very aggressively looking towards something at the king side.
Yes, indeed, White has to be very, very careful, and maybe at some moment something like f3 can be played, but then it would allow Rook coming all the way to d2.
Yeah, but you weaken the king side, no?
Yeah, but the problem is how to stop that bishop.
That beats me. I don't know really. Rook d1.
Big threat. Rook cannot take on d1. That would be very bad because then g2 most likely
Something
will
on
fall.
g2 would be hanging.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe there's still no threats because White can even play something like queen c3, but it's unpleasant. It's unpleasant for Vincent, and you see he's not yet in the game. He cannot play queen c3 to push forward the b pawn because queen a3 drops the pawn on a3. What you're supposed to do here, you want to get rid of the knight on f4. How do you do that?
Yeah, for now I have no answer to this question, but something like queen c2 might be tried. Oh, actually g3 he plays. We were discussing f3 and g3. Wow.
Very scary move. Definitely you see this bishop on b7. Ideas like bishop a8, queen b7 start to appear on the horizon. Awesome position for black. Knight h5, of course, can be played, but I think right now Salem Select is looking for some more direct continuations, like maybe queen g5 or something else. I'm not sure. Knight h5 should be also a good move.
I mean, this diagonal for the bishop, I mean, should be used somehow. All the light squares somehow are becoming very, very weak.
What about g5? Can I do that? G5,
Wow,
g takes, g takes, queen g5. Maybe there's some ideas like king h. There's no king h8. The queen stands on b2. I would think about this, but g5 is something incredibly responsible, right? Yeah, he's going to touch the knight. Knight goes to g6.
Knight goes back to g6. Yeah, I mean, it's not clear where the knight should be standing. It's not yet the time to sacrifice something. So yeah, knight g6, a little bit more solid.
So after knight g6, I think white can already take it, play bishop g2, the position has simplified. I think here simply Salem Select realized he doesn't have anything special. Maybe he's going to try to push something at, in the endgame, rook d1. What? Rook d1, really? He
Rook
took it?
d1. But
What a
now,
strange move.
But now there can be
What?
very interesting ideas.
Why?
What is this?
Why take on d1? I felt that bishop g2 should be played. This is such a strange choice by Vincent. And he's seeking some counterplay with rook d3, rook d8, but why? I mean, again, we go back to this position, right? After h takes on g6, just play bishop g2. What am I missing there? Maybe
Bishop
rook d2, queen f6. He got scared of some ideas. No, but there's no queen f6. I mean, bishop g2 looked very natural to me. Either
Yeah.
way, now he's just down a pawn and looking for ways to get it back.
Now it looks pretty strange, but okay, let's not forget about the rook on a3. It's also not located perfectly there. And yeah, queen b2 basically saying, okay, now queen is pinned to the rook. And by the way, let's not forget about the time. It's Blitz. Time is very important. Vincent is so low on time. I mean, that can be, that for sure can be some decisive game here.
King h7 removes the king from the check with ideas like queen b4, a4, because the rook on a3 requires some assistance. Bishop g2, king g2, queen b4, a4. This should be very close to technically winning, unless, of course, white will be able to somehow activate the rook on the 7th rank. a4 instead was played by the Emirati Grandmaster.
a4, so black is trying to get the rook to the game, because on a3 just standing there and basically just not having any moves. h4, so some try, h5 maybe.
I think now I would try to go for some checkmate ideas. Think about most like queen c6, take on b3, maybe queen a8. Oh wait, queen b4 just collects a pawn, no?
Queen before,
That's
and
good.
now, yeah. Okay, h5.
h5, rook
Trying to open
b3,
the king.
h takes, f takes. I think this is just technically winning. Either Salem Select is playing an absolutely incredible game here, or Vincent is just not yet in this game. This is just should be technically winning.
The king, if there would be no doubled pawns, that can be a draw, because
Resigns.
that, yeah. Oh, queen d5, yeah.
Queen d5,
Okay.
trades
Trade
the queen,
queens.
so that's it. That's the end of the game.
Yeah. So
Maybe we follow Gukesh's game
no,
against
Gukesh-
Knight. He already
Gukesh
won.
already won. Gukesh already won. We have, but still, Yesipenko and Abdusadorov's game, which we can check.
This we
They're
can
still
do.
playing.
This we can do for some
Second.
reason.
Second camera.
Second? Okay. Okay. Here we go.
Oh.
But they already finished. It's a draw, right?
Wow, they finished.
It's already a draw between Yesipenko and Kamsky.
And what about Abdusatorov?
Salem Select,
Abdusatorov.
Abdusatorov, Wang Liem is...
What is this?
I think the feed is missing. Which board is it?
3.
Board 3. White 1. That I can see on the board. The kings are on the light squares. I guess something happened with the relay. Abdusatorov appears to be winning the game unless...
Okay, now we can see some moves, but
I'm pretty sure they're not playing right now.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure they already finished it something like 5 minutes ago, and now for some reason h6 is on the board. All right, mystery in Biel.
Yeah.
So while we wait for the results, let's perhaps check Gukesh's impressive victory against Arkady Naidich. Do we
Yeah,
have
for sure.
any results yet? No, we don't. Okay, let's check the game.
Let's check the game. What happened there? I mean, there already something in the opening.
King's
5,
Indian.
Yeah.
Bishop g5. Okay, bishop f6, queen f6, queen d2.
Wow,
c5
c5.
is, yeah, very common idea.
Wow.
It's very common idea. Try to rip apart black center. The question is, I mean, at which point it works, at which it doesn't. So the big point is that after e takes on d4, you want to take on d6, establish a pawn majority in the center. So rook d8, bishop a6, take it, rook d1, and black's position seems to be positionally busted.
Yeah, I mean that was pretty much it out of the opening. Okay, so that's a pawn. b4. Yeah.
Take on c6, knight is just lost
Yeah.
everything in a row. Another pawn, now white just dominates all the pieces. Rook e1, rook c1, queen g7, and this bishop is trapped. So it seems bishop b3, I'm not really sure why could not be played.
Bishop b3.
He took it.
Yeah, maybe bishop b3 is simply attacking with a knight a5 or something. But yeah.
I mean, I want to play like that. I want to play like that. Because it looks so easy, right? I mean, just played some normal chess, develop all the pieces, grabs the center, and forces Arkady Nadic to resign. Really impressive game by the youngster. Also, let's continue and watch the game of Andrei Yesipenko against Gata Kamsky. This game, of course, we also didn't see.
Yeah, we saw only end position.
Sicilian Khan.
Yeah.
This brings warm feelings to my heart. Knight c3, d5. Take it. I think black is doing all right, so nothing incredible from the white's part. So black has seemingly equalized the game. Whoa, bishop c7. Super defensive move due to rook d8, I guess. f3, rook f7. No, the bishop goes back. Figure out, right? What was the big idea?
But it's okay. I mean, king can be there in the center. But okay, king can go easily on c1 and hide in case of something. So it looks okay.
What is just worse? I look at the clock. I mean, white had 1 minute, Kamsky had 2 minutes. So maybe in Yesipenko's mind was still the previous round, right, which he lost. And now with white, he was suffering here, but we already know the game finished in a draw. And there you go. He decided, oh, that's nice. Bishop e3, take, knight e6.
But it seems Gata was okay with it.
Strange that he was okay with it because I had feeling that he was better here. I mean, here, h6, knight e4.
Maybe rook d7.
Yeah, but then you play bishop f2 and white has. Maybe this entire idea was not very good. f4, h6, knight e4, and a very good exchange sacrifice by Yesipenko. And now it's already black who needs to be careful because the pawn on e3 is weak.
Yeah, a little bit too early f4 was played, but yeah.
This is how they got here? That now pawn is a weakness on e3. Oh, that's nice. Knight g2 and e2. Beautiful.
Wow.
Queen, and this is how they finished basically.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is
played
already
many moves, but it never was.
But it's a draw, yeah.
It's a draw.
Nothing.
C pawn goes forward, G pawn goes forward, and in the end we have just the bare kings on the board.
Yes, the rooks are getting sacrificed. So
That's a mate.
Abdusattorov against Le Quang Liem.
Abdusattorov checkmate Le Quang Liem, who is
Wow.
starting to trail behind in the rankings because he was having 50%. Not a good result for the former world Blitz champion. I believe it was 2013 when the top Vietnamese grandmaster scored one of his biggest results in chess career.
But yeah, I mean,
Look at that. I mean, again, Abdusattorov plays this Italian with knight c3. He definitely likes it. And this was, again, revenge for the round 2 of the classical tournament because they already played something like this. You remember, right? This amazing nice maneuvers, this pawn sacrifice, round 2 by Le Quang Liem. He beat Nodrbek Abdusattorov with the black color, and this time it was the revenge time for the Uzbek grandmaster.
yeah, very nicely. Okay, trading. Okay, knight h4.
I think they pretty had exactly the same position. I
Yes?
mean, literally, I mean, almost exactly the same position. So it's like white says, I'm so happy what happened in the classical game, and black says, I'm also very happy with the position that arose in the classical game.
Yeah.
And there you go. This time he managed to play a 4.
Okay.
But he lost the pawn anyway.
So the pawn was lost.
So that was not really so great idea. So Abdusatorov sacrificed the pawn, f4, queen g4, knight e2, dropped the pawn, and yet somehow won the game anyway. So
Yeah,
isn't this impressive?
This is just interesting how the game continued because it feels like it looks like balance, no?
No, I think like
Oh.
Wang Liang blundered here. Knight e2 was totally uncalled move because it's just an extra pawn. Maybe c6 could have been more accurate. So he allowed this idea of knight e5. The pawn on f7 is under attack. 8 takes, rook a8, and there you go. And what to make things worse for black, not only black did not lose back the extra pawn, it was white who delivered the checkmate. It's just like, I mean, completely changing the character of the game, and now major upset for the Vietnamese grandmaster. So can we
Yes.
check the results also
Yeah,
of this
we have
round?
the results already. So let's see. Gukesh won against Naidi, Chesipenko drew against Kata, Abdusatorov won against Lek Wang Liam, and Salih Salem won against Vincent Keimer. So let's check the overall rankings right now. Gukesh is still leading and now with 2 points. Second place is Yosipenko with 21 points, Lek Wang Liam with 20 points, and behind Salih Salem is 19.5. Wow.
3 more games to go, so it seems that Gukesh is on his way to solidify his lead in the rankings. So there you go, round 12. Arkady Naidich plays against Vincent Keimer. Saleh plays against Nodirbek Abdusatorov. Lek Wang Liam is going to face Andrei Yesipenko. Agata Kamsky is going to play Domarayu Gukesh. Now, I'm looking at this ranking. The question is, which game should we choose? Maybe Lek Wang Liam against Yesipenko could be really, really interesting. Of course, I always want to follow Gukesh's approach towards Blitz, but maybe Liam against Yesipenko. What do you think?
Yes, I believe so, because those are the players who are leading in overall rankings. And yeah, let's go now. Yeah. So now we can also see actually the Blitz rankings there, and Salih Salem is the sole leader for now because Andrei Sepenko drew the game together with Gukesh. So everything very close, but for now the 6th and 7th place are a little bit further from the first one, but still everyone is very close.
Unlike the previous round, when of course the 7th place was 1 point behind the leader, I mean, this is actually pretty incredible. This means this is such a tough tournament. Maybe Naidich is slightly falling out of the picture, meaning it's so tough for him to play against the younger players here, especially Blitz. Fast cats are very important, and Salem Saleh at the moment is doing awesome, and also Yesipenko and Gukesh. I mean, for Gukesh, this is, I think, awesome result because the start of the Blitz, I think it was not perhaps the best for Gukesh. He was about to lose his leadership in the overall rankings. However, he managed to find, I guess, faster hands, some better reflexes, and he is doing great.
Yeah, and the most important that he did it against his, rivals in this event. So he beat Yesipenko and quite some games.
So we are going to follow Lek Wang Liam against Andrei Yesipenko. You see the players are waiting for the start of the game. 3 more games. In case you are wondering how many rounds they are, 14 in total. So it's a double round robin tournament, 8 players. This means 7 rounds, and they play twice. First they play the first circle, then they make the second circle. And once again, the Blitz tournament is part of the Grandmaster Triathlon, meaning the overall rankings is all that matters. So what you're seeing on the screen, that's the Blitz tournament. Salem Saleh is leading the Blitz tournament. However, in the overall rankings, it's Gukesh who has a 2-point lead.
And the first moves on the boards we can see already. So yeah, Nemtsov is b6, he's being played. D3, okay, some knight.
Yeah, Nemtsov, basic Nemtsov, c5, d5, there's many choices. This is really familiar opening. Castle, a3 could be played. Again, yeah, knight a4 is one of the ideas. I guess e takes on d4, no, first a3, pushing away the bishop, and then grab the center with e takes on d4. Now this is exactly what happens.
Yeah. And maybe after something like b4, white can just grab the queen side space, and we somehow have an advantage in the space actually here.
Could be also a very big choice here for Yesipeko. Can he push d5? Can he do it? Because if white cannot respond with c5, then he simply creates a weakness in white's camp on d4. No, he plays d6.
More flexible and accurate, rook e1. So stopping any e5 ideas, bishop e3. So everything is so far solid, but it still feels like white has more space in this position here. And actually, Van Gleam is playing pretty fast.
H3, I think he already knows these typical ideas, just in case not to miss knight g4. Black in return says, okay, you play h3, I can play h6. Not to miss any knight g5 ideas, and black, I think he's going to either push e5, seeking counterplay in the center with d5, e4, or maybe perhaps at some point g6 and bishop g7. But if you look more closely to black's position, does this position resemble something to you, Angelica? No?
No.
Hedgecock?
Ah, yeah.
No? It looks like a hedgecock.
But hedgecock is usually also with g6, no?
Not always. I mean, the bishop stands on e7. I mean, maybe actually
Ah,
I
yeah.
should have shown a couple of moves ago, maybe here. Yeah,
Yes,
it looks like a hedgecock. So here, bishop f8 is played, and Yesipeko goes e5.
He's going for it. So earlier it was not ready, but now e5. So no d5 we can see, because there are some ideas of e4 potentially. So Le Conglien probably was not really ready to that.
I think he wants to play. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go back here. He wanted to play d5, but black would have counter-struck b5, destroying white's center. C takes knight e5 should be in black's favor, at least visually. So that's why Liam here played knight c3, insisting on some ideas like d5, making sure there's no counter-strikes with b5, and that's why Yesipenko immediately snatched the pawn, not allowing white to imprison black's last square bishop on b7.
Yeah, knight e5, and now there is a very nice square for the knight on f5. Okay, first queen b3, bringing out the queen, but at some moment knight could go to d5, attacking the pawn on d6, so that's why d5 has been played, eliminating the last weakens for the black.
It's actually amazing, right, how far has the modern theory moved, because you look at this position, because visually speaking, black is worse, right? I mean, he has this weakness on d6, the bishop on f8 is trapped, but clearly Andre knows what he's doing here on d5. This is one of the core ideas of the variation, freeing the bishop, and hopefully for black, trying to equalize the game.
Yeah, trade of the rooks, and trade of the... What?
There's a question in the chat, what happens after the Blitz tournament? Is there a knockout tomorrow? There is no knockout tomorrow. Once again, this is a part of 3 tournaments of the Grandmaster Triathlon, Classical, Rapid, Blitz. Today they play a Blitz tournament, and it's the overall rankings what matter, because again, in the Classical tournament, they get 4 points for the victory, 1.5 for a draw, 0 for loss, obviously. Rapid is 2. Victory, 1, draw, 0, loss. But in Blitz, it's the normal scoring system. And then they take all of the points together, they throw them in like in one bag, and they're going to count who has more.
Yes, and also what is important, that there will be, most likely no, no tiebreaker like games or something, because they already played a tiebreaker event at the beginning. The Chess 960 was the first tournament. Those games, those points were not counted. Those are only counted in order to help to see, okay, who is going to be higher. So it will just be as a tiebreaker for the overall standings after the end of all 3 sets.
Right, a5. Is played by Yesipenko. The position is about to fizzle to a draw, because there's not a lot of excitement here, to be honest. Maybe something is going to still change. Let's follow it for a while. I mean, the position is... maybe even Yesipenko, he is happy with the draw, right? Now, bishop b6 takes, bishop b4 should be a draw. Now, the question is, if Liam is happy? No, he's not happy. He's going to fight on.
Yeah, and there is a question in the chat that if the event is finishing today. No, this is a Blitz tournament, which is, so to say, in between of the classical set. So we had already 3 rounds of the classical. We have already a rapid tournament behind us. But tomorrow there'll be a rest day for the GMT players. But on Tuesday, we are resuming with a round 4 of the classical event. So there will be round 4, 5, 6, and 7. So still 4 more games to follow.
Rest day for the GMT players, no rest for the commentary team because I think we are going to be back tomorrow with another shorter stream for the MTO because it's not only the GMT tournament which is ongoing here on 55th International Biel Chess Festival. It's the MTO. There's one of the biggest, one of the strongest European Open tournaments. 2,700 level players are playing here. There's the youth tournament. There's the ladies tournament. There's the generations tournament. 15 tournaments in total.
Yeah, so many events. It's so amazing how it's all organized so that all the players can find something for themselves. And yeah, the Blitz event is the most dynamic one. There's a lot of action always, and there are a lot of blunders, so it's always good to follow. So let's see, Rook D1.
Did they blunder F4? How do you do against F4? F4 might be, the bishop might be trapped. Rook D5 already seems to be necessary. So what did he prepare against F4? Knight C4? Does it work? F4, Knight C4. Bishop C4 doesn't lose. So now Liam is checking it.
But okay. Well.
Bishop F4. Wait, it's dropping a piece, no? Just a second. I mean, you look at Yesepenko, he's so unhappy. I mean, because this was such an equal position. Now he's about to drop a piece, is he?
So Knight C4, Rook D3, Bishop C4?
Knight G6 in a way. No, he's not losing a piece. I guess the next move is going to be Bishop C4. Nice trick. But he's losing a pawn, which might be effectively end of the game. Trade rooks, Bishop A5. Thank you for the pawn. I'll take it.
Yeah, and it will be, I mean, usually when there are two bishops, it's so easy to push the pawn forward just slowly. The pawn will be pushed. So Bishop C7, A5, Bishop B6.
There should be technical winning, I think. Yes. Bishop E3, trade the bishops, A5, A6, bring the knight somehow. I mean, of course, Yesepenko is going to try to make White's life as difficult as possible. A5 makes sense. Maybe here Liam is not interested to ruin his pawn structure.
Yeah.
Bishop C3 instead.
Yeah.
Should be, yeah. Maybe he's looking for ways to trade the knights. That's why Yesepenko played G6, not to allow any knight to 5 ideas. Knight E2, the knight needs to be improved. The A pawn is not going anywhere. I'll be really surprised if Liam is not going to win this game.
Yeah, it should be for sure the victory for Liam. I mean, it looks like everything is going in his favor. And yeah, now trade of the bishops and...
King D7. Black is going after the pawn on A6. King C7, King B6. Usually this is the time when you want to establish either a piece trade or try to create more weaknesses at the king side. So Knight B8. Here Yesepenko tries not to simplify the position too much.
Yes, because in case of trade of the knights, that would be already for sure too much. The pawn would be just too far away, and White's king will just do some business on the king side. So,
G3.
G3.
Yeah. Make sure he doesn't blunder anything at all. The pawn on A6 at the moment, I guess, is untouchable. Due to discover check knight E4, knight E6, we didn't really check it more closely. The pawn on A6, I don't think it's going to fall. Now White is going to try, I guess, to keep the light square bishop alive. What just happened there?
And you know, interesting that even if bishops are getting traded now and the pawn on A6 is getting one, the king of the White is just simply too close to the king side.
Yeah, I think King D4, King E5, King F6. This is what definitely is planned by Liam, and you could see Yesepenko just angrily smashed out the clock. He was not very happy that he almost lost on time. He doesn't want to lose this game, but I think he is going to lose it because now A7 is just winning. And now Liam told something. What did he tell? There was some kind of a resource for Yesepenko who was clearly shocked. Let me check. What was it? Knight E8, Knight C8, not definitely here. What did they blunder? Check, 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 check. So definitely Liam wins. I don't know what he blundered. Looked very normal to me. Apparently after the game, you can see that. He told something to Liam. You had some kind of a resource. And Yesepenko was like, what? I mean, how did I miss that? But I don't know what he missed. I didn't see.
But incredible enough that Gukesh actually lost to Gata Kamsky. We just seen that Yesepenko lost to Lekman Liam and Saleh Salem lost to Abdu Satorov.
The knight was hanging. Where was it hanging? Oh my
the
goodness!
knight.
I also didn't see knight c8, bishop takes and c8.
Oh my
That was
God.
the. I mean, it's so easy to miss it. And look at this sneaky
And
bishop on h3,
because
knight
no
c8.
time. Because of no time.
Knight
Oh my
c8, so
God.
major chance for Yesipenko to win the game. He missed that. He trusted the check that his opponent gave.
He trusted Lek Wang. Oh
Yeah.
my.
But okay, I mean, this is very, very far away. It's easy to miss that the bishop on h3 is guarding the c8 square, and that's why, of course, the young Russian was very upset. Is there any other games ongoing? I don't think so, right?
No, everything else has been finished. As I've been saying, Gata won against Gukesh, Lek Wang won against Yesipenko, as we just saw. Abdusatorov won against Alex Salem, and Kaimer won against Naidic. So we have all our leaders, so to say, lost in this.
Except Gukesh, yeah?
Yeah. No,
Oh, wait, Gukesh lost. Yeah,
to
Gukesh
Gata.
lost. Oh, sorry,
Yes.
my bad.
Yeah, so everyone lost, but Abdusatorov won against Saleh Salem, so he's getting closer in the Blitz rankings and also, of course, in overall
Kamsky
rankings.
should be very close to the leaders already because he had a
Yes.
slow start and he is just gaining pace. He's gaining ground, looking really good for the most experienced player in the field. Again,
Yes.
London.
Together with Abdusatorov, yeah.
Yeah. He just knows all of the fine details of the London. Queen b3 doesn't look much, but somehow he does the job. I guess all that matters.
Yeah.
95, 95. Now probably he's going to take on g6. Exactly. Bishop f3. Slightly better position here. Queen b5. So there's some pressure. The pawn on b7, a7. Still should be okay for Gukesh. I wonder how he lost it.
He lost the pawn.
Oh, wait, he lost the pawn just like that. Queen a5.
Rook b2.
Queen a7. And you cannot protect the pawn on d5 somehow.
But knight c, yeah. Knight cannot go away and protect the pawn.
Knight e5, maybe he was afraid of some rook c8, queen a8, bishop e4 ideas. Maybe there's a mate, you know.
Yes.
You never know. That's why he gave up the pawn just like that. And Kamsky just kept his pawn, simplified the position, and showed the youngster how it's done. I mean, this is how you do it. This is how you convert your extra pawn.
This is an extra pawn. He showed it to Gukesh here. You can see it.
Creating another
Yeah.
weakness. Queen e6, queen e5, rook
Give-
b1.
Yeah. It looks like it is.
Very impressive. Very impressive game by Kamsky. I mean, look at that. He gave up the a pawn so that he can go for the checkmate, try to create some mating net. Rook e6, and the position simplifies the winning. Oh, wait, this is so winning, actually.
This looks.
I'm not even sure. This is so winning. I just praised Gata's technique here. But is this so obvious? Okay, Gata at least made it look like it's obvious, right? Queen h5, queen h7, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, okay, with 2 pawns. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, either way, Kamsky scores a major victory. This is really important for him. So maybe before we resume any other games, let's check out what are the results of this round.
Yeah. So we have Vincent Keimer winning against Arkady Naidic. Another backup Abdusatorov won against Saleh Salem. And Lek Wang won against Andrei Stepenko. As well, Gata Kamsky won against Gukesh.
Right. Now, if I'm going to find my mouse, I'm going to switch on to the rankings. Just a second, I'm going to find it. Okay. Here we are. Those are the rankings before. Now, this is the ranking. 2 Blitz games to go. Gukesh is still in the first place overall. He has 23 points. Yesipenko, Lek Wang, they're behind by 2 points. And then we have Salem Saleh, perhaps within the striking distance of 19.5 points. Let's check who is going to play in round 13 in the penultimate round of the Blitz tournament and which game we should follow.
Yeah, we have Kamsky against Naidic, Gukesh against Liem, Yesipenko against Salem, Abdusatorov against Keimer.
So, it should be definitely Gukesh against Lek Wang Liem, right? Because
Yeah.
once again, we're looking at the overall rankings. You see Gukesh, Yesipenko is behind 2 points, Liem is behind 2 points, and Yesipenko is playing against Salem Saleh. You know, actually, these are two very major games I would like to see myself, but probably we are going to stick with Gukesh. Could be also a chance for Lekwang Liem to strike back for the unfortunate loss, at least for him, yesterday.
Yeah, and we can see also the rankings of the Blitz. We can see that actually Abdusattorov, Kamsky, and Salem now with the 7 points sharing the first place. After them, we can see Yesipenko and Gukesh with 6.5, Vincent and Liam with 6 points, and only Arkadinaitic with 2. And again, we have only 1 point difference from the place 1 and 7.
It's just absolutely incredible. It just shows how close is this tournament, right? So, okay, Nadic already has accepted the fate that he's going to finish last in the Blitz tournament. But, I mean, basically even Liam, even if he wins the last game here, not the last, but this game against Gukesh, who could already catch the leaders. It's pretty impressive.
I'm just wondering if the players even know how much the difference of the point is, because I think they already lost the track who is where and how
Unless they
many
have the
points.
rankings somewhere visible there.
Yes,
I'm not
of
really
course.
sure about that.
But probably players are as well amazed, because it was not like this in Rapid at all. In Rapid it was all very, very clear. There were only Yesipenko who was leading almost all the way, but Lekwang Liem was the one person who could catch him, and he actually did it.
Yep. There's a question in the chat. Yeah, by the way, dear viewers, use the opportunity to ask any interesting questions or some insights you have about the players or something you want to share with us. You can do that. There's a question if the Blitz games count for ELO ratings. Of course they do. It's already, how many years is it? Something like 5 years, maybe more. FIDE has introduced the Blitz ratings, the rapid ratings, in parallel to the classical ratings. It does matter. It does matter.
Yes, so it's not changing the standard rating, but there are separate categories for that. So we see the players coming. We can see Lekwang is already on the board.
Lekwang is on the board. He's ready. He knows it's an important game. I don't know, maybe he's just playing it for fun because he was here with us once or twice, maybe twice already. In an interview, he was revealing how it's to be. I mean, because to be still a professional chess player, because he is working as, I'm not sure actually what's his position, coach or president of the Webster University chess team, preparing the youngest generation of chess players. But, I mean, despite the fact he has become a full-time coach, he has a lot of organizing responsibilities, you still want to play chess.
And interesting that he is the coach of the youngster, and he's now playing against the youngster, against Gukesh. So, yeah. Knight f3, okay.
C takes, and this is pretty much repeating the game, at least the structure Gukesh was playing a couple of rounds ago against Andrei Yesipenko. Here he chooses something else. He took on d5, bishop e2, so he wants to establish an isolated queen's pawn structure for black, weak pawn on d5, and then he maybe somehow tries to capitalize on that.
Yeah, for sure. Some moment the isolated pawn can be, and he's actually doing it. So he's creating an isolated pawn, and now actually normally the exchanges are in favor of white, but there should be not too many limited material. And queen a5 immediately using the fact.
Queen a5, so black tried to capitalize on the fact that the knight on c3 is pinned, so here Gukesh had to play knight e4. And very quickly, I mean, look at this. This is actually very impressive. So instead of trying to keep the knight on d4 as an outpost, I guess he didn't have a choice. Here, Gukesh changes the structure of the game, and now he says, okay, you have a very strong pawn on d5, which is backed by the pawn on c6. However, I'm going to attack those pawns.
Yeah, and at some moment already some a3 and b4 can be played. Also, trying to fix that weakness on c6, because it's a potential weakness. And in case pawn will get to c5, then those will be the hanging pawns, and once one moves, the other one will be the weakness. Oh.
There's a couple of moves were made. So what we missed here is queen e1, take, queen a2, and the black queen is not trapped because the bishop on e2 is lost. But this should be enough compensation for white, because I guess b4, or just queen c6,
yes.
of course.
But it was nice that he first played rook a1, intermediate move, and then take, because immediately taking would be not that great.
No, the only question is if it's enough for white. I have a feeling it's not. The game should be drawn. So I'm thinking about if I somehow manage to trade queens, the A pawn for the B pawn will be traded. Black has this weakness on D5, which should be pretty easy to defend. But either way, Gukesh doesn't look like he's risking here with anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a huge opportunity, to target the A7 pawn, the D5 pawn. Yeah, create some chances.
Angelika, I'm not even sure how Gukesh's mind works, because if I'm playing here with white, this is penultimate round, I'm looking at the overall rankings, I'm thinking, okay, maybe I have to play it safe, maybe I have to secure, my lead in overall rankings, but maybe Domarai is thinking like, this is the perfect opportunity to score more, right? It's not like I have only 2 points, I should have more.
Yeah, we don't know what his mindset right now for this particular game is. Of course, it's also influencing by the other games played today. But Gukesh knows he has a lead in the tournament, in the overall rankings. He has to save it, so he doesn't have to be too ambitious.
So black trades his weakness, d4, e takes on d4, rook d4, b5. Still not out of the woods for black, because the pawn on a7 is incredibly weak. Think about moves like b6 or bishop f3, so black needs to be quite careful, but normally this should be still somehow draw. And if this game is going to finish draw soon, I think we're going to simply switch to the Espenko against Salem Saleh.
Yes, and also the problem for white that there is some issues with the back rank. Of course, there is issue for back rank as well for black, but for example, if pawn on a7 just hanging there, there can be some issues with rook b1. That's why h3 was played, very nice. And yeah, bishop f3 is actually a move.
Bishop d7. I guess the next moves could be something like g6, rook b8, take on b5, shake hands. So let's check a couple of moves if Gukesh is going to find something. If he's not going to find anything, rook c7 already. Oh wait, is it forcing a draw? Rook c7, bishop b5, rook b7, rook a4. Okay, you have this resource.
What about bishop f3 and bishop c6?
Bishop f3, yeah, that's also an idea. Yeah, bishop f3, bishop c6, it is played. Yeah, well spotted.
Okay.
That is chosen by Gukesh, so the rook has to go away. Also, black needs to watch out for rook takes on a7. Maybe the back rank issue is going to remind itself in the worst possible moment.
And indeed, bishop c6. So idea is that pawn is now protected. The bishop has to go somewhere. So bishop is not attacking the pawn on b5. And actually, pawn on a7 is hanging.
Doesn't look so drawish anymore now. I mean, I wasn't really sure if it was so drawish, but now black is suffering because bishop c6, b takes on c6. He needs to watch out for white to promote the c pawn. Think about c7, rook d1, rook d8, and black would essentially resign. Where's the draw?
Yeah, that's a question. I believe that black is forced basically to take on c6. I mean, otherwise the pawn is just falling on a7 for free, and bishop is very powerful there on c6 protecting. What do you think? Bishop c6, pawn takes, and something like rook a8.
Yeah, but
then
c7.
c7, yeah?
Sure, c7 is a major issue, so he gives up the pawn. He knows he's in trouble. So amazing technique so far from Gukesh. He tricked his more experienced opponent. I mean, wasn't there such a saying, right? I mean, the youngsters go to the endgame, right? It doesn't apply to Gukesh.
Yeah, exactly. So with someone new, fresh, and green, you go to the end game and try to teach him a lesson.
Actually, I'm gonna continue this saying. There's like a saying with the youngsters, you go to the end game, and this is where the youngsters outplay you. Well, welcome to the brave new world, right? Quite amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
So white has extra pawn. Now the question is if Liam is going to salvage it. I think he doesn't want to trade rooks absolutely at all. So bishop c6, trying to secure the pawn, activating the rook. This is what I would do here from the white's perspective.
Yes, and I mean, it's not so easy for black at all, like this extra pawn. And even if rook is getting trade, it's the same color bishop, so it means that there are huge winning chances. I mean,
absolutely. Yeah, this I don't think black wants to trade the rooks. Maybe he wouldn't mind at some point to enter the rook endgame because the rook is exactly where it belongs, behind the passed pawn, which is not moving forward. That's actually interesting. So Gukesh forces the rook endgame, and Now it's Liam who has to make a decision.
And he's not accepting it. He's removing the bishop. Wow.
Bishop a2, he wasn't sure. I understand this choice because you might as well enter a losing endgame, of course. So Liam is not sure. Bishop a6, I guess his idea plays rook c6, b6, and b7.
Yeah. Pushing the pawn forward, that's the plan. Rook c7 check, very nice, because king cannot go too much forward. Actually, king went to d6.
Can I play now b6? That's a major question here. No, he's not going to risk it.
Very nice.
Bishop
Okay.
e6. I guess bishop c4. Wait, what did he miss there? What did he miss there? Just a second. He missed something?
Oh.
So king h2, bishop b5.
Bishop b5, rook c7, rook b7.
Yeah, that's a draw.
Wow.
That's a draw, all right. Let's move on. Let's try to follow also the game of Salem Saleh against Andrei Yesipenko. This is another major round, but the leaders play the draw.
Yeah, so we have here the queen end game.
Is that the draw? Definitely white is pushing. I mean, I was suggesting maybe there's perpetual check. No, there's no perpetual check. Queen d4, king e5. This is the idea for white. That's why black plays king h7, not to allow queen d4 to be played with the tempo.
Queen f8, or it's
Looks
not?
drawish, to be honest. But, of course, Yesipenko is going to try. Queen h2 should be played.
Yeah, queen h2 check.
Queen g2. Look at this sneak attack.
Wow.
Queen g5. Very nice.
Very sneaky. And now queen g1 and checks from those sides, no? Or
He gives a lot of checks. He didn't risk to take the pawn on h3 because he felt that white might organize a passed pawn.
but he took a pawn on f3.
He took the pawn on f3, but the pawn on a6 very weak, and now Yesipenko creates a passed pawn at the queen side.
Yes.
You already saw something like this in one of the games. I think it was Gukesh with Balak against Noderbek Abdusatorov.
Yeah, and while we are watching, actually, Kamsky already won against Naidich the game.
So Kamsky is basically the
Pushing.
leader. He's basically the leader of the Blitz tournament because he was one of the leaders, shared the first and third place after round 12. So he's showing some form. I'm happy for him because so far Gata has been suffering here. I mean, he had the dismal rapid tournament, half a point out of 7. Also in the classical, it's not really working for him. Yesterday he lost what appeared to be a drawn game against Salem Saleh, and now he's about to win the Blitz tournament.
Yeah, he's on one step behind it. Not
That's a
Thomas
draw?
Lambe.
That's a draw.
That's a draw, okay.
That's a draw. I guess
So
why I didn't find a way to
We
continue.
have one more game to follow up the Satorov against Keimer. They're still playing out. Rook and the knight.
How do you win this? Okay, let's
Oh
just
my
let's
God.
stick with this game for 10
Oh
minutes.
my God.
This could be a long game. You can play this forever.
Yes, as black you can play it forever. Just as a moment change or take some pawn.
I mean, white needs to trade this last pawn on h6 because that's a theoretical draw. King h5 or g5, doesn't matter if the second pawn falls, you want to trade this pawn, and then we are going to see 50 moves of rook and knight against the rook.
Okay, f5, king f6.
King h5, rook d1, what do you do? King h5 is looking scary.
Yeah.
You don't want to be checkmated. He tries, rook d1 responded, king h4. You could see the tension with what
Yes.
Abdusattorov made a move.
Oh my God.
King h5, he goes back.
They're repeating. Okay, rook on d3 now.
Rook d3, the king is trapped. Actually, the white king might be in a mating net, so how do you make a progress if you're here playing with black? King g7, knight f7, knight g5, is that the mating net? Knight f7, knight g5, rook d3, rook h3, no, not yet.
It's still knight of 94 and
I mean, Vincent is basically, not Vincent, but Abdusattorov is just making the move in the last milliseconds because already saw a couple of times he was almost losing on time. Check, check, check.
check.
Swift hands.
I mean, this is incredible.
It's
now.
actually pretty incredible because look at them. They're not even looking at the clock. They're feeling their situation on the clock. I mean, you cannot always have a glance at the clock. You know the rhythm. You know how fast you're supposed to make the move.
We are closely reaching the 100 moves here.
Is this the longest game so far? I think black is now winning. King f4, knight g6, knight g4.
Oh,
And Abdusatorov got tricked. Rook d6 should be winning, no? Yeah,
how
rook
did he
d6,
got
knight g4.
tricked? Wow.
He lost on time. I think so. Vincent just pointed at the clock. He's very
Yes.
happy. Abdusatorov, not so much.
Yeah, Vincent is very happy indeed. Yeah, very upsetting for Abdussadorov since he was leading the Blitz rankings, but I mean, as well, he was trying to get closer in overall rankings here.
We have one more Blitz game, and while we get the updated results and the rankings, let's have a look at how. So Abdusatorov lost. That means he loses the leadership in the Blitz tournament, and Salem Saleh played the draw. This means the oldest player of the tournament, Gata Kamsky, in the Blitz tournament is the leader.
Yes, pretty impressive. And yeah, he will play the last game against Lekwang Liam, so only Lekwang can try and stop Gata.
Another London, another Gata with white, another victory. Where have I heard this before? So knight e2, knight e2, e5. Black tried immediately punish white's chosen structure. Gata saw a pawn. No, he didn't take it. I wanted to say he saw a pawn. He took a pawn. He did not. I
But
guess.
actually, he won against Lekwang Liam in the 7th round, so it means maybe he can even win here.
Right. So there's some problems for black with the pawn on d5, bishop e6, a3. Just as Gata likes it, he's always trying to get some simple to play positions, not going for overly aggressive continuations, and then he has the chance to show the mastery.
Just classy going for it. Okay.
D4, very
D4,
aggressive.
wow.
C4,
C4.
beautiful, because after c takes on d4, there's bishop b3, and black wins back the pawn on d4. C4.
Closing the bishops, trading the pawns.
I mean, still black is doing all right, more than all right, I would say. One more Blitz games to be played, so this is round 13 out of 14. What you're seeing in the small Blitz rankings, the final update is still missing. Let me try to update the board. There you go, Gata Kamsky, there you see. He is the leader. He is the leader of the Blitz tournament.
Yeah.
Now we are just watching what did he do in the game against Arkady Nadich. Somehow, he tricked Nadich and kept his extra pawn.
Yeah.
Still looks the game in a drawing distance. And about here, Nadich made a mistake. He played bishop c8, bishop d5. Oh, wait, he just blundered the piece, no? Take.
Yeah. And the rook and the bishops are hanging at the same time.
So this idea of positioning the rook on a2 apparently was not very good. I mean, he was going after the pawn on b2. After knight e4, the bishop on e6 is under attack. Unfortunate retreat, and after bishop d5, the rest, as they say, was history.
Yeah, very nice game by Gata, and we have now also the results of the round 13. Again, Gata Kamsky won against Arkady Nadich. There is a draw between Gukesh and Liam, Yasipenko against Salem, and Keimer won against Abdusatorov. What is making for now Gata Kamsky leader of the
this Blitz
ranking?
tournament is anything but unpredictable. We have been having a lot of changes in the leadership, but all that matters, I guess, is the overall ranking. No matter what you do, Gukesh just can't be caught. He is still leading the overall rankings, 23.5 points. Yesipenko, Lekwang Liam are behind 21.5 points, and Salem Saleh, I guess, is still within the striking distance. So let's check also the pairings for the 14th and the final round of the Blitz tournament.
So we can already agree that Gukesh is still going to keep the lead after the Blitz tournament. And here are the rounds. Here are the pairings of the round 14: Nadich against Abdusatorov, Keimer against Yesipenko, Salem against Gukesh, Liam against Kamsky.
You know, I have a hard time to choose, Angelika, because it's either Salem Saleh against Gukesh or it's Likwang Liem against Gata Kamsky. I feel we have to watch Liem against Kamsky because we really haven't seen so many games of Gata here, and he is the leader of the Blitz tournament, so I think it would be fair actually to follow and see the leader of the Blitz tournament in action. What do you think?
Yes, for sure. Since Gata is having now 8 points and behind him is Saleh Salem with 7.5, and we can see that the place third is basically tied till the 6th place by Abdusatoro, Yasipenko, Gukesh, and Keimer. And Likwang Liem with 6.5 points, so yep, 1.5 points difference again. Place 1 and 7, it's pretty incredible, but for sure we can say that Likwang Liem will not catch. But yeah, Saleh Salem could do it.
The 14th and final round is going to start in a moment. I'm not sure what's the starting time. I guess it's something like 5 minutes, is it? Do you have any update on the schedule?
Yeah, round should be in around 5 minutes.
So, yeah, 14 rounds in total. 13 have been played. On the small screen, you can see the Blitz rankings. The time control is 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. Two very interesting matchups. So we will be following the leader game, Likwang Liem against Gata Kamsky. Kamsky is leading, actually a bit surprisingly, but I guess well deserved. I'm not really sure where are the players. I can try to switch on the camera. Oh, they're just standing there.
Ah, the players are standing there.
No, they're coming to the board. You see there's a handshake. Everybody is approaching.
We need the board 4.
We need the board 4. There you go.
And we see the players already. They're prepared to go for the last round in the Blitz. So if Kamsky is winning, he is becoming the winner of the Blitz set of the Grandmaster Triathlon. So, yeah.
At least something, right? Like we already discussed, Gata so far is not very happy with his performance. I mean, he's the last year's Grandmaster Triathlon winner by scoring a very, very important victory, obviously. One of his most important victories in his career. Now he's back. He's trying to defend his title, but it's just not really working. So at least for Gata, this is at least something.
And we have C45. Wow.
So 4 nights variation of the English. This I know quite a bit. E4, okay. Now bishop c5 very often leads to forced draws. What is he going to do? No?
D6.
He's going to play d6. Let's just play chess. Let's just play chess. D6. Instead of d6, black could have played bishop b4, bishop c5. There's a number of moves.
Yeah. And Gata is saying, let's play h3, stopping ideas of bishop g4, so the bishop is a little bit restricted there, g6.
Now this looks like some sort of a King's Indian, d4, and it actually is going to switch to King's Indian. Very interesting order of the moves.
Yeah.
Take,
okay,
knight e4, most likely. Bishop g7. What normally plays something like bishop e3, bishop e2, short castle, and then after rook e8, black is trying to make an impression that there's something happening with the pawn on e4.
And what has happened? Knight c6, okay, traded the knights. There are some double pawns on the c file, but it's also helping black because it's supporting the d5 and b5 squares. So it's not really a weakness for now. Knight
He played something
e7.
else, yeah. Knight c6, very responsible move because he decided not to protect the knight on d4. And Liam says that, listen, you have double pawns, some weaknesses that I could exploit. And Gata is going to rely on his piece activity, rook b8. Usually black plays moves like c5, secure the d4 square, and tries to get the knight on d4.
Now, of course, black could also create double pawns for white, but of course, they don't want to give up this very nice bishop on d7. So, yeah.
Yeah, c5.
C5 was played.
F4 stops knight e5, knight c6, knight e4. So it's not only aggressive move, but also defensive move. And I wonder if white might have here some ideas at some point, I'm not sure when, e5, d takes, and f5, because this idea we already know from some Benoni structures. So let's say queen c2, e5, d takes, f5, and he does it.
And very interesting because then the bishop would be absolutely close there on the g7 square. So indeed, very interesting idea. And afterwards to put the knight on e4.
Rook
Okay,
e1.
rook e1.
He prepares the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Knight f8. Now Kamsky follows the idea to put the knight on d4 because e5 square is busy, cannot be used. So knight f8, knight a6, knight e4 is alternative. Now, what do you do?
Do
You play f5 or e5?
Did he play e5? No,
F5.
f5. F5.
So
Okay.
this is something else.
This is a different idea, but of course, two pawns were standing there. One of each should have gone. And immediately once the pawn was on f5, what a nice move, knight d7, using the fact that e5 square is getting weak now.
Right, so there's some dark swap weaknesses, and if white's attack is not going to work out, then black is simply having a better position because he controls all the dark squares. Quite a responsible decision by the Vietnamese grandmaster.
Yeah, and white is also not just waiting, but taking the d5 square.
So all black needs to do here is trade the bishop, of course, on d5 because that's a very powerful knight. Somehow find a way to trade the darks with bishops and then have an eternal knight on e5. Of course, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, because bishop on d3 is not the happiest piece. But no, he's trading actually the knight for the bishop.
I think there's some trick with rook takes on e3. Yeah. No? No, not rook e3, queen h4.
Queen h4, and now maybe bishop e4 can be an idea because after bishop d4, because after bishop d4 the rook on e1 is hanging.
Right. I'm not sure if I like what Gata did here. I would have to go back to this moment when he took on d3. I mean, of course, we don't have time to analyze the game here, but it was a very responsible decision. He felt that this bishop on d3 in the long term is going to cause him more problems. That's why he took it. But normally, that's what you don't want to do.
Yeah, for sure. So trade on g6. I mean, h-pawn should take, yeah.
F takes, H takes, white is sort of slightly pushing. He has the better pawn structure. Also look at the endgame potential. Those blacks, queen side pawns, c7, a7, c5, d6, they're on the color of white's bishop. So for example, we might enter some sort of an endgame, the bishop endgame. Black will have to be precise.
Yes, for sure. And yeah, the same color bishops. I mean, that can create some fight in the endgame, so it's not for sure that it's like easily equalized or drawn. But there are some dark weaknesses, dark squared weaknesses on the both actually positions of the whites and blacks kings.
Bishop e5 is played.
Bishop e3, queen h4 attacking the rook. Is it an invitation for a draw?
I think so. Normally, it's not like Liam should reject it. Maybe he's going to seek some chances. Of course, he's a fighter. He wants to fight it out. H4, H5 ideas, expose the king, rook e4, maybe queen h3. I mean, normally the rule should be when you're not risking, you should continue, right? I mean, this is still no risk position for white.
Yes, and of course, let's not forget about the system of the tournament. Even though Lek van Liam does not have chance to win the Blitz tournament, it still matters how many points he can get from it for the overall rankings after the whole 3 sets being played.
Right. G3, queen f5, king g2. Kamsky decided not to trade queens. There's not a lot of action in this game. They're playing really careful. They know what's at stake. For Liam, it's important not to lose this game because he is fighting for the leadership also in the overall rankings. He would love to score the victory here.
Yeah, queen f3, offering the trade of the queens. Maybe the queen of black is just a little bit too active, so he feels like there should be a trade to create more chances for white, but it's not so clear. I mean, of course, position looks very balanced, so...
Yeah, it's pretty balanced, but I guess Gata is not interested to trade queens because the endgame, like I already told, it looks slightly unpleasant, but maybe he had no choice. There could be some problems. Normally, okay, it should be a draw. F takes, king g4, bishop g3 ideas somewhere. Maybe the pawn endgame is something he needs to evaluate. King f7, bishop g3. What happens after bishop g3?
It is a pawn endgame, right?
Right. I don't think he can go to the pawn endgame, can he? I mean, what is about to win some extra tempo? Just a second. Are you sure? Bishop G3? Maybe there was no choice already.
What?
Rook E8, King E8, King G3? Are you sure this is a
Should
draw?
have calculated.
Maybe it's a draw. But definitely White is not risking anything here. Kamsky had no choice. Maybe he just says that King F6, King F7, King G7, there's just no way for White to make a progress. A3, A5. It is a draw.
A4.
I think it is a draw, after all. It's amazing how he made his decision very quickly, because I would be really
Incredible.
concerned. I saw this idea of Bishop G3, but Gata makes it look easy. Yeah, you watch his games and
Yeah,
Should be a draw.
incredible.
draw offer. No? Yeah? Draw
Yeah,
agreed.
draw. So we have Gata with 8.5 points, and only Saleh Salem can try to catch him. What is happening in his game? He is not very happy. He is not very happy, right? Saleh
So
Salem?
here we have Andrei Yesipenko playing against,
Yeah,
sorry,
Saleh Salem.
Saleh Salem, but I wanted to get them, but where they are. Sorry?
Saleh Salem against Gukesh, and Gukesh is pushing.
Right?
Most likely Gata is winning actually the Blitz tournament. Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible performance.
So it seems. So here Gukesh has a couple of extra pawns at the queen side, b5, a4. The bishop on e4 is pretty active. So wait, you could still get mated here. Just a second. Rook a7, rook f7. There could be mate problems.
Yes, for sure. And
Rook g8. Are you sure?
King b8.
So that's why he played rook g8, so that White cannot easily double the rooks on the 7th rank. The c pawn should fall, right? I don't think king c7 can be played. Like, looks very risky, and he plays it anyway. Rook f, f7 is impossible due to rook takes on g2 mate. Most likely this is going to be a draw. White looks very active here, unless it's not a draw. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
So they're blitzing it out. Increment.
Wait, what? Wow. But isn't it just...
I think it's a draw. It should be perpetual check. Rook g3, king h4, rook g3. That looks like a draw to me. None of the sides can continue.
And what if another rook gets
Yeah, sure. But you just cannot make any mate threats, can you? Looks incredibly risky, but I see no way for black to mate.
Yeah.
You see that also Gukesh is a slight disbelief. Yeah, draw. Okay, draw agreed.
Okay, so we have actually the winner of the Blitz set, Gata Kamsky, yeah, is winning it. So we have all other games also finished as well. So guys, if you have some questions, you can write in the chat, because most likely we're going to have an interview with Gata Kamsky here in the studio.
Right, so maybe let's check if we have the results here. We are still waiting for the final results. Here you see, Gata Kamsky indeed takes down the Blitz tournament with 8.5 points out of 14. Abde Satorov is behind 8 points together with Vincent Keimer and Salem Saleh. Gukesh, 7.5 points. Quite incredibly, also, Yesipenko Liam were 1 point behind the second place. Very narrow race, and Nadic finishes the tournament overall ranking with unfortunate 2 points. So you also can see it here. Here are the results.
Yes, we have results of this round. So Abdusatorov is winning against Nadic. Keimer is beating Yesipenko. There is a draw. Saleh Salem against Gukesh, and Lekman Gliam against Gata Kamsky as well is a draw. And here we have the overall rankings after the Blitz tournament. We have still Gukesh leading with 24 points with 2 extra points, because behind him there is Lekman Gliam with 22 points, Andrei Yesipenko is 21.5, Saleh Salem is 20.5, and all the others are going slowly behind.
So hopefully we are going to get tournament winner Gata Kamsky. here with us. We are not really sure if that's going to happen. I think there might be some award ceremony or something. So what we are going to do is, maybe there's no award ceremony, not really sure.
No, there should not be. We're most likely going to do some short break,
We're
maybe 3 minutes.
Definitely. Let's make a break, 3-5 minutes. I mean, for the moment, we don't know how long it's going to be, but we are going to be back in a moment, and hopefully we'll get to hear what Gata Kamsky has to say about his result in the tournament.
And welcome back, everyone, to the studio. And we have the winner of the Blitz tournament with us, and also the winner of the previous edition of the Grandmaster Triathlon here in Biel, Gata Kamsky.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your victory in the Blitz.
It was very surprising. I thought somebody was +7, +8. I thought my +3 is okay, good for the middle. But I was very surprised that it's good enough to win. Yeah, because all these young monsters, they should be like +7, +8, like Garry Kasparov, winning these tournaments. So I was very surprised. Yeah.
But could you count somehow how many games? What are the standings for now? Or could you count on which approximately place are you before the last round?
No, I didn't. I was just happy that I'm on the plus score because I started with the loss to Salem, of course. I lost to him like 4 or 5 games in this tournament. Yesterday was very painful because I've been playing for so long, and then just I wanted to play King E6, and I forgot about it. I played very fast. It was painful.
Rook
It was just a
H3,
draw.
yes.
Yeah. Rook H3 was incredible blunder. Yeah.
Okay, do you have some particular game from the Blitz which maybe you could like to
Well,
look at?
I had a lot of games where I was just so lucky that people blundered to me. But in the first round, I lost to Salem. I blundered myself. So
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe the game against. I thought I had some nice London systems. But
Against Nidich?
no, this was bad. I was much worse here. Against Lequang, maybe Liam, but he blundered me pawn in the end game. So I don't know. I can't even say which were good games. I mean, it's so tough. I mean, in Blitz, is you either win by blunder, or you lose by blunder. I mean, you don't have time to think.
So here
I
we
would
have
say, I mean, against Nodirberg, this was crazy game again. I was better. I offered him a draw. You know, I was using this old man principle. I know he was he wanted to win, so I was okay with a draw. So he kept taking risks, and at some point it paid off. I blundered finally pawn, and we went to the end game. But I managed to set up this fortress, bring my king to the center, and then he's still playing for a win, and then suddenly he is worse. It was incredible. Yeah.
I'm just trying to find the game against Gukesh, maybe. Or
Did I win against Gukesh?
yes.
Really?
Second.
Which game did I win against him?
Oh, 1 second.
I mean, the first game was incredible draw. Let's look at that draw. This game, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but this was very, very lucky. No, but let's look at the draw with him. The draw was incredible at the end.
It was around 4 or 5.
I was black.
Yeah, so this one. Yeah.
Yeah, this is an incredible position because we can just look at the end. At the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm better, but then I didn't know how to win.
Yeah, so H5,
H5.
trying something, yeah, E5.
Yeah. I don't know if this is correct, but okay, that's what I played safe, yeah. I figured I have 2 extra pawns, should be okay. So rook E8, and now we have the sequence, queen B2, queen gets to D2, and then queen D1, yeah? So I repeat, and then I saw this G3, and I was very happy, but then he finds king G2, I give him a check, and now king H3, queen H2, king G4, and this incredible position. No, instead of queen E2, now G2 is very interesting.
So here, yeah?
Yeah, so G2 is extremely interesting. I'm not sure what the computer says here, but I wanted to play it, but I was like scared, because I'm blundering stuff on this tournament. But after G2, he has to play, I think, queen H7.
King F8.
King F8, and then either queen H8 or queen H6. And yeah, it's tricky, yeah? Because queen H8, king E7, rook E5 he has, yeah? So can we take a look at this crazy line?
That's unfortunately, the DGT from the broad directly, we were using the source.
So G2, queen H7, king F8, queen H8, king E7, rook E5, yeah?
Yeah.
And I have king D6, yeah? But it's probably losing, yeah?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure because why is it losing? Because I have queen on G1 with check. I mean, if he takes on H2, then I have G1, queen G1. Where is his rook? His rook is on E5. So I don't have rook G8, rook G5. So okay, it was good that I...
Yeah, unfortunately we cannot play the move, but...
Yeah, but this is an incredible position. I think it's like winning, and I cannot win this. And the
here
second
was nothing, yeah? Besides this G3 here was nothing, yeah?
I don't see anything, because my king is open. And the second game we also had queen and rook versus queen and rook. It is incredible. And also much better, but I also cannot see the win. Yeah, he's so...
He's so lucky. Yeah?
Tricky.
Tricky,
These
yeah.
youngsters, they're so tricky. No, but I was very happy at this point after queen a5, rook b2, queen a7, because knight on
Yes.
b6 is bad.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave me this pawn instead of queen f6, maybe just knight d5. But he was afraid of check and rook c8 maybe, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But now rook c2 and just extra pawn, yeah. And so we go, we play, and then I put my pawn all the way on a7.
Mm-hmm.
And this should be winning, yeah? I mean, it has to be winning.
Yes, yes.
I mean, look at that pawn on a7. Extra pawn, the passive rook on a8, everything.
Yeah, all separated pawns, g7,
Yeah,
g5,
so rook
e6.
a7, queen e6. And now, of course, this is a draw, yeah. I was
It
so
looks,
upset, yeah. Because, second winning position I had against him, I can't win. So I'm here playing autopilot, h4, queen f6, just refusing to accept the draw. But then I have queens and 2 versus 1. Okay, something we can work with.
At least something.
Yeah. And then the
Queen
miracles
g2.
start to happen.
And then you managed to push all the way to g6.
Yes, and I think now it's probably very close to winning. Because, here. We played in the Rapids, and I also put the pawn on g6. But we had no queens, we had knights on, my knight versus his bishop. So his king was safe, it's a draw. But with the queens, the pawn on g6 is very powerful. So this was...
Yeah, this was...
Yeah, this was tricky, But I felt like, okay, thank you.
Yeah, but your king is just walking and...
Yeah, okay, this is winning at the end. Yeah, but again, I thought like everybody was... Yeah.
This is the overall rankings and...
Yeah, the overall rankings, I finally sharing the last place with Naidic, which makes sense. We're oldest guys in this tournament.
So how did it feel now to play Blitz? It's very fast control, and you played against mostly always the most youngsters.
Yeah, because last year I did really well in the Rapids.
Yes,
but in the
you
Blitz,
won Rapid, I believe.
Yes,
right?
I won the Rapids, but I in the Blitz I was -3 or 4. Then my wife came for the second half, and I won 3 games in a row. So I think I was 50%. Yeah, but I was in the middle.
But this time your wife was always there, so you won.
Yeah, she was also playing at the tournament. She was at the top boards at some point.
Wow.
I mean, she always starts with 2-3 losses. Yeah, and then the comeback starts. Yeah, so she's a comeback kid. Yeah, and she's playing my systems. I don't know, because she has been studying chess for 2 years now. So it's a very good result, actually.
Yeah. So how do you feel yourself otherwise in Biel? How did you manage to prepare for the Blitz now? Because you've just been playing the classical tournament.
Well,
I mean, you're still playing, but
for the Blitz, I actually feel okay because I played a lot of Blitz on Title Tuesdays. I played, a lot of events on chess.com. But if you play a lot of Blitz, you lose your deeper understanding of the games, like in Rapids and Classical. So I felt like by playing a lot of Blitz games, my Rapids and my Classical suffered. And it's always a trade, yeah. So I would gladly give Blitz away just to get Rapid and Classical strength back.
So how are you going to rest tomorrow? How will you concentrate now for the classical part?
Yeah, I think so. The tournament is almost finished, yeah? So we have only
4 games.
4 games in Classical, and then we go home, yeah? So, look at the weather. It's nice. Enjoy the city, enjoy this weather, yeah? And the last 4 Classical games. I'm looking forward to it, yeah.
Thank you so much, Gata. It was great to have you here and winning the Blitz tournament. Everything was so close. Everyone was, basically, there was at some moment the difference only 1 point from the place 1 till 7.
Oh, okay.
But the
Yeah,
stars came that way that you won this.
Yeah, but okay, still, I won the Blitz tournament, but I'm still in the last place in the overall ranking. I mean, maybe we can think of some tweaks in the system because they should count more now, yeah?
Well, for you, because it would be better.
Yeah, it will be better, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so because of this Grandmaster Triathlon tournament is, not only one set is matters, but all 3 together and overall rankings afterwards. So we're going also to say goodbye to everyone, and we will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a rest day for the Grandmaster Triathlon, but there will be some shorter stream to check the games of the Master Tournament, which is also ongoing with some very strong players in it. So please be here tomorrow around 4:30 or 5 p.m. See you, everyone. Thank you, Gata. Congratulations one
Thank
more
you.
time. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.